What is going on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages? Welcome to yet another day of coverage. Watch alongs here with myself and the simple man, Noah Foster, across the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media. We appreciate you guys tuning in as we are prepared to give our predictions, live reactions, and play by play commentary to WWE Extreme Rules. If you're watching the Peacock Network, the kickoff is beginning right now. The fans are energetic. Noah, how you feeling about this show this evening?
Good evening, JJ. It's once again great to be back here with you and the entire multiverse of media across Just Meacham Network once again. I am definitely looking forward to a night where we have definitely taken all the precautionaries out the window. All hell is fixing to break loose. We have some brutal rivalries and grudges to be settled and a couple of championship matches tonight. And someone might be let in. There's been a lot of teases lately. So, if nothing else, there's a lot of intrigue as we emanate from the birthplace of Extreme, Philly. And I'm looking very forward for the first time in a long time to a WWE Premium Live event, top to bottom.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this pay-per-view, this PLE, it's still hard for me to call it a PLE. I've been so conditioned over the years to call it a pay-per-view event. But
Understandable.
but just from the first moment that we caught a teaser, I want to say it was last month, just building towards this with the words of Paul Heyman. And I've been stoked ever since then. And then we get to this evening, Philadelphia. Our background here for our broadcast during the pre-show is the old Viking Hall. It is the exterior of the ECW arena. You've got Jerry Lawler sitting there right now, who had so much hatred towards the original ECW.
He literally called out Paul Heyman.
Extremely crappy wrestling, as he used to refer to it as. And it feels like there's a lot of full circle here this evening in this broadcast.
Yeah, and again, it's almost like it's not going to be like an homage to something that was nostalgic. It's going to be redefining something that definitely was anything but less than epic. I mean, you think about who you got at this kickoff panel here in Booker T and Jerry the King Lawler. They weren't necessarily men that took it to the extreme, but they definitely are men that can reflect a lot in some of these rivalries, especially tonight with what we have in this fight pit match as Matt Riddle will take on Seth freaking Rollins, special guest referee former UFC fighter Daniel Cormier, incredible UFC record. Won a lot of his matches, by the way, more so by a submission versus knockout. And we've seen how personal this has gotten to the point Seth Rollins has called out literally Riddle and his family situation.
Yeah, you never want to get personal with stuff like this. And Seth freaking Rollins just throwing caution to the wind here. Like, who who knows what is going through that sick sadistic head of his. And speaking of sick sadistic, they're talking now about Edge versus Finn Balor, the Judgment Day. You know, Edge began the Judgment Day many, many, many months ago, and now here we are. What looks like it could be the final chapter.
It could be the final chapter for at least one of those two men as far as the rivalry with Judgment Edge literally being the guy to start Judgment Day. But right now, they're just ran down the card again. We got a strap match, I quit match, ladder match, extreme rules match, a good fashioned Donnybrook. We got everything tonight. There isn't a single match on this card that feels normal.
No,
And right now, we talk about control, we talk about power. There's not going to be any sort of control tonight, especially in this ladder match where Bayley has sought to take over Monday Night Raw and prove who has all the power as she looks to take the title from the EST, Bianca Belair, in the first ever singles women's ladder match for a championship on the main roster. History to be made tonight, regardless, for sure.
yeah, I mean it's nuts when you think about the fact that this is the first one-on-one women's ladder match in WWE history. You think about names like Mickey James, Lita, Trish Stratus, Victoria, Molly Holly, all women who in their own right could have pulled this match off. especially you think about the Lita Trish rivalry.
Yeah.
And this has not happened yet. How?
with a
How?
with a company that's all about doing the first in the name of women's wrestling, the evolution, the women's revolution. The fact they haven't pulled out this particular type of scenario since Bailey versus Sasha Banks raised the standard back at NXT Takeover Brooklyn is truly astonishing. But again, the story of this match, you look at the tail of the tape for this video package, Bailey came in with some friends at SummerSlam as Bianca Belair has been truly the strongest, the fastest, the toughest, the most brightest WWE Raw Women's Champion this company has seen in a while. Finally overcoming Becky, that resolved in mutual respect. And then Bailey and her cohorts, Io Sky and Dakota Kai, they have ran roughshod against anybody that stands in their way of absolute control. They call themselves damage control here, trying to once again show there is a hunger lost. We are here to bring back that attitude, that forward momentum, a kickstart in the ass in this women's division. And right now, they have used the likes of Aaliyah, Raquel Rodriguez, Asuka, and Alexa Bliss towards that goal. At Clash the Castle, we saw Bailey has finally taken one step closer as she pinned the champion. But Bianca, she has not taken none of that. And tonight, we're going to see truly if Bailey will have all the control here. For me, the intangibles is who will be in their corner. Because the ladder match, there is no real wrestling involved. It comes down to imagination, it comes down to opportunity, it comes down to ingenuity. And after what we saw this Monday night, if we get a similar plan of approach tonight, we very well could have a new Raw Women's Champion.
And the other thing to consider is will Bianca be able to keep her momentum going as far as the four horse women go? You know, she's already defeated Sasha Banks at WrestleMania last year. She defeated Becky Lynch at WrestleMania this year. And now here we are at Extreme Rules with a ladder match against Bailey. If she defeats Bailey, all that leaves is the Queen, Charlotte, who very easily could be the WrestleMania match come WrestleMania 39, SoFi Stadium, Los Angeles, California.
Again, we talk about the four horsewomen of NXT. You might as well call them the four horsewomen of this generation of WWE: Sasha Banks, Bailey, Becky Lynch, and Charlotte Flair. When you figure about classifying those four women, no disrespect to any of the others, out of the four, the ultimate goal, the ultimate victory sought for is against Charlotte Flair. She is the final boss in this realm of WWE. To beat her on the grandest stage of them all, that solidifies you forever in history. But for right now, Bailey is looking to be a roadblock in that path. And like you said, she's gone through two of them. This is the first time ever we're seeing Bailey versus Bianca Belair in a one-on-one scenario, but it's just under extreme circumstances. With the way that the divisions right now really aren't split, it's kind of like just two different platforms that you're seeing the same people merge across. I gotta imagine that tonight is not going to be the end of the rivalry with these two. What it might be, though, is the start to a new championship rivalry for the ongoing future, maybe all the way into day one, too. It just comes down to who has the power, who has the control. And since Bailey has returned, she has looked phenomenal. Bianca Belair, she is definitely a fought, hard tested champion. But has Bianca been fighting too hard to a degree? Is this too much for her to overcome tonight?
It's always a possibility. And then, you alluded to it. It's like we still haven't gotten the return of Charlotte Flair yet. And if I was WWE booking, which I'm not, she would be a surprise entrant in the Women's Royal Rumble, winning the match to then secure that main event spot at WrestleMania. So, what do we do with Bianca in the meantime, post Bailey? Yeah, you've got Io and Dakota, but with the potential White Rabbit, could Alexa Bliss factor into something here? Could there be a turn of events, whether it's in this match or later in the evening, from some of Bianca's so called friends?
Well, you know what they say: keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Bailey has backup. Bianca Belair seemed like she had backup going in. They got taken out on Monday Night Raw. With this idea of the White Rabbit being teased to finally be revealed tonight, you wonder who the White Rabbit could influence and how could they influence somebody. We all know the connections that Alexa has to Bray Wyatt, to The Fiend, and does that still linger within her somehow? Does Lily still have some sort of control over her as we talk about a month of possession, spooks, and horrors and such? I don't necessarily see an exorcism happening tonight, but I definitely see the numbers game playing a factor in this ladders match. And Bianca Belair, this is new territory for her. She hasn't been involved in a singles ladder match. She has been involved before in Money in the Bank. So I'm not going to say that she's not experienced as far as implementing this weapon into play. But again, there are so many different factors that could be a turning point to this. We also talk about the other women, like you said. We've seen how Damage Control, they've been scouting or maybe warning the likes of Shotzi Blackheart. Of course, they took the towels off Raquel Rodriguez and Aaliyah. I don't know if Aaliyah right now is currently cleared or injured. We've also seen teases now of Candice LeRae either going against them or with them. And with what happened with Candice LeRae's debut against Nikki Cross, could Nikki Cross return here too and finally go back to the way she used to be back in NXT? Crazy and insane. There's so many different ways that this match could play out, but it's all about at the end of the day who climbs the ladder and grasps the prize.
Absolutely. And going back to the White Rabbit, Daniel says that he will be upset if Bray Wyatt is not the White Rabbit. And I feel that's pretty much par for the course. I feel that's the way everybody feels. Unless they pull, excuse the pun here, an even bigger rabbit out of their ass, I think people are going to be beyond pissed if it's not Bray. And then Zach brings up an interesting comment. He says WWE passed out White Rabbit word searches at the show this evening. Inside of the search are the words Zodiac Killer. What does this mean?
Zodiac Killer. That sounds like something of astronomical proportions. That's not even like horoscope based. I'm not really sure, but with the creative mind of Winnie Rotundum, Zodiac Killer could have something to do with the stars aligning tonight. Something
Possibly.
could come out of sight. Again, it's cryptic. It's one of those things that just keeps your brain guessing. And right now, when I think of Zodiac, I think of maybe something to do with, like, calendar or space or constellations or something in the universe, a balancing of forces being interrupted. It's hard to say. And I'm looking at everybody involved on this card and who could relate to that. I mean, Karrion Cross cost himself literally, walking Armageddon. Doomsday is arriving, TikTok, but I don't know necessarily that that comes into play as far as that riddle goes, because that's really a riddle at this point.
Mm. What a great transition there. Speaking of riddles, I don't know what they're going to discuss next, but let's go ahead and move on to Matt Riddle and Seth freaking Rollins.
Oh boy.
This fight pit match with Daniel Cormier as the referee. And before we get too deep in that, let me acknowledge Matt Helms. You know, love the fact that you're here, Matt. Thank you for trying to get everyone to hit that like button. We appreciate it.
Like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend, folks. Have fun tonight with us.
Sean says, live better win. We will definitely get into that when we get to that match.
Hot
But
take.
you mentioned how personal this has gotten with the way that Seth has brought Riddle's family into things. And I know that wrestling, you've got to be diabolical. You got to get that upper mental advantage. But is that the type of thing that we really want to see this day and age? Or would we rather just have it be good old fashioned, rivalries without everything getting so personal?
There comes a point where I feel like you not only test the athletic capabilities of who you're in the ring with, but if you feel like that you cannot overcome what they bring forward, you try and attack them a different way, and then you go to the mental game to prey on someone's psyche when it comes to what has happened along with their family. That is a pretty low bar. But right now, Seth Rollins is in Matt Riddle's head, and he's using that to his advantage. We saw what happened at Clash of the Castle. He was able to prey on Matt Riddle's psyche, catch him in a opportunistic time, the architect always with a plan and curb stomp him into the mat. But Matt Riddle, he has not let up on his hostilities towards the Drip Master yet. And we saw most recently he has been causing Seth Rollins key moments on Monday Night Raw. So, with this being said, Matt Riddle has challenged Seth Rollins in both the physical and mental game. There's only one other way to go from here, and now we're going to, well, pretty much a shoot fight scenario, it seems. The fight pit. This is a world unfamiliar to Seth Rollins, but this is a world very known for Matt Riddle based on his MMA background. It's one of those things where I look at wrestling, progression, and storytelling. There is that mutual beginning where you're seeing who is the better wrestler, the stronger athlete, and then it comes down to which individual deserves to have a happy ending. And I feel like tonight we're finally going to see the culmination of that, at least for the short term. And right now, technically, they only have had one match. This would be their second, even though they had their first physical conflict back at SummerSlam, where Matt Riddle wasn't cleared. So to see how Seth Rollins actually handles himself in a non-wrestling scenario where he's not in control of, let alone the decision, but the environment, I'm very curious how the architect could adapt to this new playground that he's going to be forced to fight in. And it seemed like at first he was reluctant to accept, but at this point, what else can you do? You either keep on playing the same never-ending story on Monday Night Raw where you need a man comes ahead, or you try and sell your differences. But we're going to see tonight how Matt Riddle and Seth Rollins coexist in the fight pit. At least they have an official that understands the rules of the game.
Yeah, now this comment I'm going to make here, I'm not discussing the look of the fight pit or anything like that, because the fight pit that I saw the blueprints for on Raw definitely looked very ominous, but the whole feel of this match kindly takes me back to the Lions Den matches that were had in the late 90s, the likes of Shamrock and Blackman and Shamrock and Owen Hart, you know, just that little extra oomph, if you will, to try to bring things to, at that point, it was Shamrock's home in the octagon. And in this case, it's going to be Riddle's.
And with Daniel Cormier, you wonder will he actually keep Law and Order, or one of the two participants force his hand? Again, in a fight pit, there are no ropes. It is a steel cage structure surrounding just a flat ring map with an upper walking tier surrounded by a railing. Very precarious situation, though. And in this environment, the only way the match can end is via ref stoppage or submission. It's tap out or knockout. There is no pinfalls here. There's also no escape. So again, Seth Rollins needs to be careful. The fight pit, of course, originally originated back in NXT as far as WWE goes, the Black and Gold NXT. And Matt Riddle has also been involved in this environment in the very first fight pit. He lost out to Timothy Thatcher, but he cost Timothy Thatcher two of his teeth. In the second fight pit, it was Tommaso Ciampa and Timothy Thatcher. The fight pit is honestly Timothy Thatcher's playground. It almost makes me wonder if Matt Riddle has reached out to Timothy Thatcher, or Seth Rollins even tried to reach out to Timothy Thatcher for maybe some key points. The only other thing I probably would have added to this, Marlon Nellis should have been on the call, because he can give you a better MMA background feel to this culmination and storytelling than any other person on the announce table tonight.
It's fair. That's fair. Report Card Radio, Mikey T is in the building. Good for you. Thank you for joining us. And he wants to know, where's James at? James contacted us in our group chats earlier today, wanting to know if and when he was going to be needed for the call because of dinner plans and that type of stuff. And I told him that at some point I will need to tag out so that I can have dinner.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't even begun to fix it yet, so still got a ways away, but he will
All right.
be here definitely for open mic night, and I'm sure he'll be here at some point to give his reactions. We're just doing the predictions right now,
And more
giving
so a
our thoughts.
preview. I mean, at this point, we're not really like predicting a winner or the outcome. We're more so just trying to dictate the
True.
story, and we're also looking at the environment and the background. Because when it comes to the night, the first ever Triple H fully creatively built U.S. soil premium live event, no doubt influenced by the likes of Paul Heyman, with the life and feel of an NXT takeover for me. this is a very polarizing night where you wonder if anything's going to be settled, where you got rivalries across the board.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Fair point. The next match we're going to talk about as the actual official panel here continues discussing the I Quit match, which we will come into momentarily, is a match that I'm surprisingly looking forward to, considering the fact that they, at least Walter, was more or less gone from NXT by the time I started watching.
Right.
I'm mildly familiar with Fabian Eichner and Giovanni Vinci, but I am solidly behind Imperium and beyond looking forward to this match. Like this rivalry, ever since Giovanni Vinci made his debut to the main card at Clash of the Castle, has just been exponentially taken up a couple more notches, where you figure that Sheamus and the Brawling Brutes could have very easily probably ended this feud if that move had not been made, if the trigger hadn't been pulled, so to speak. And his addition to the roster, reuniting Imperium and everything that has come subsequently since then, ha- has made me look forward to Sheamus storylines more than I have in a very long time, because it's well documented. I am not a fan of Sheamus whatsoever, period, point blank.
Fella.
Ridge Holland, Ridge Holland, jury is still out on my feelings for him.
That's
You
fair.
know, Pete Dunne, Butch, the little bit that I've seen of him both in NXT before he got the call up and on the main roster, dude is a spitfire. Like he legitimate is like that rabid Wolverine. You back him up against the wall and he is kicking and screaming and clawing and suplexing and punching and whatever he can do to get his back off of that wall. And I love it.
What I like about this six-man feel is the fact that it truly feels like something that is of international proportions. Hello, Nang. Thank you so much for always supporting us. I love the fact that this has an international conflict feel when you consider the background of all six of these men. They've been through Progress, they've been through Asha, they've been through NXT UK, well, five of them to a degree. And Sheamus really has been a trailblazer for many people from across the pond when it comes to making a name, establishing a career, going the distance in the WWE. When I look at this, I started looking at it as Sheamus versus Walter for the Intercontinental Championship. It was a battle for pride, the strongest heart, the toughest will, the more powerful mentality. And it was all brought forward in a pure one on one physical contest at Clash of the Castle. And then you add these outside parties where at this point it comes down to who is the stronger trio right now in WWE. And after what I heard with Friday Night SmackDown, this Donnybrook, it screams just sounds right. Not only for just tonight Extreme Rules, but something I would think that would happen in England at a bar or a pub because at the end of the day, what they do, they love to fight. But for Imperium, where they talk about the sport of professional wrestling, taking it seriously, and how the mat is sacred, I feel like this is unfamiliar territory for them, and whether or not they can take advantage of that is a whole different question. But it adds more to what could the future be for the Intercontinental Championship or even the Tag Team Championships for that matter. You consider Rich Holland has not really had a lot of real opportunity to show us what he's been made of since that match with Big E, get well soon. Rich Holland first came into NXT UK with Northern Grit and had pretty much an undefeated streak at times, it seems. Pete Dunne literally established NXT UK on his back, being the most predominant NXT UK champion before Walter came in and took the title at NXT TakeOver in New York. And then, of course, you talk about the rest of Imperium, Marcel Bartel and Fabian Eichner, as I remember the original names. Those two have been a tremendous duo in tag team wrestling and have been a foundation to the group Imperium since its formation. These three took over NXT UK. What SmackDown's becoming right now is a battle for supremacy among these two trios. And tonight, there's not going to be no diplomacy. There's just going to be anarchy. And I can't wait for this.
Yeah, I mean, and like you alluded to, especially coming off of the heels of the did he or didn't he tap last night on SmackDown, you know that the Brawling Brutes are going to be out for revenge, for vengeance. And I almost wish I could go back and change my prediction in the league for this one because I
You
picked
do
Imperium.
have 3 minutes. You are on the air.
I'm gonna stick with my gut in Imperium because that's just how anti Brawling Brutes I am. But I, I'm I'm not gonna be surprised if Sheamus and Co get their revenge after what happened last night because
Yeah,
there was definitely controversy there, and I
yeah,
feel like we need a definitive third match. You know, we can't do another I Quit match because we're doing that this evening in a different match. But after that tap out, or was it a tap out? You almost need some kind of more definitive finish, whether it's a steel cage or something, trying to think of stipulations that aren't on this pay-per-view because you could do a ladder match. Nope, that's already being done.
yeah.
You could do I Quit. No,
No,
that's
that's our
being done.
another done.
So steel cage is almost like the only other thing that you could do that could give that definitive finish to the Walter Sheamus rivalry, I think.
I more so figure of a couple of other scenarios that I haven't seen in a while that
There we go.
suggest, yeah,
Last
that was
man
one.
standing could work.
Yeah, but we also saw that at SummerSlam. And when it comes to me and
True.
storytelling, you don't want redundancy when it comes to the environmental scenarios. When I look at Sheamus and I look at Walter, I think about endurance. I think about pride. I think about how far you're willing to push a man until they break. And that for me comes down to one of two scenarios: 2 out of 3 falls or Iron Man match. Because I don't see them doing a best series of 7 like they did with Cesaro and Sheamus, that was founded more so on pride of who the better man was. Here, though, this is for the Intercontinental Championship. And while that would be a unique first, and I know that Sheamus and Walter can carry 7 matches, how do you span that out with these two? Like you said, this is right now the second clash among Walter and Sheamus with parties involved now, too. It's only escalated this rivalry. At the end of the day, that comes down to Sheamus finally trying to achieve the Grand Slam, claim the Intercontinental Championship for the first time in his career. So at this point, it's got to be 2 out of 3 falls or Iron Man match for me. And that has to be the end game for this. And maybe the end game for Sheamus' career. I mean, you think about Sheamus, he's done absolutely everything. The man has nothing left to prove. At this point, I feel like all he's doing is leading guys like Pete Dunne and Ridge Holland onto bigger and brighter things as well because he offers so much experience to learn from. So at this point, until Sheamus either gets the championship or has one last one and you're done opportunity, I do see this rivalry continuing, but that's how I would propose the ending.
I totally feel you there. I feel like Walter and Sheamus are conditioned enough that an Iron Man match could definitely work. I don't think we've ever seen an Iron Man match for the Intercontinental title for anything other than the world title, for being completely honest. But Mikey T thinks 2 out of 3 falls is a good call. And I kind of side that way because then, in effect, you're making it a best of 5 series because we've
True.
already had 2 matches. And then by making it 2 out of 3 falls, it's who gets the best of 5.
And during those scenarios, you might have ref bumps. You might still have outside parties being involved here. But
Absolutely.
when it comes to the ligne general, Walter is a guy that does things more often on his own. He doesn't necessarily need backup, or he trusts that his running mates believe not only in his message, but believe in what he brings. So, again, the jury is still out on that. But either way, this to me tonight is the fun match where at the end of the day, nothing's going to be settled, but maybe some hostilities will be unleashed and at least halted for now. So, SmackDown.
There we go. Before we move on to the next match, Ace says that she feels that this is the first time on a Jeff Meacham live stream, but thank you for noticing her and acknowledging. Mikey T also pointed out that he's thinking the Brutes calls the Phantom whatever will probably beat them. I think he's talking about the Legados.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Legado del Fantasma, respect to one of the most prolific families and factions in Black and Gold NXT history.
A also says if this feud escalates and is really that heated, then maybe Hell in a Cell. I don't know.
Doesn't fit with these two when I think about fighting for
Yeah,
the Intercontinental Championship. A
I
title
was
that's known as the workhorse title. Again, break a man's will, prove why you are the champion. Because the Intercontinental Champion makes or breaks somebody. That's why you
right,
need
but
appropriate storytelling scenario there.
my apologies.
Botch.
I I'm looking at the little
The
thumbnail
picture, you
image
can't
and it
tell.
looked like a female. Yeah, so my apologies.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
anyway, I'm also going to say this right now to every wrestling fan and sports entertainment enthusiast. The forum for the No DQ Galaxy is now officially closed. Good luck to all of you.
there we
All right,
go.
so
So
as this,
over on the official preview on the Peacock Network, they're talking about this match. So let's go ahead and get to it too.
all right.
Liv Morgan and Ronda Rousey.
Oh Lord.
The match that pretty much everybody in my house is looking forward to for other reasons. CC, she doesn't even care if Liv crawls out of there with her belt. She just wants to see Ronda beat Liv within an inch of her life.
She's a masochist, and I respect that because I am too.
As does her son Brendan, BB as we call him around here. Same thing. He just wants to see Ronda pummel Liv beyond recognition. And it's like, I'm Harvey Dent here. I'm of two minds about the situation
Can't be
because
trusted.
I'm like, yay, Liv. She finally got her moment. She's the champion and she's been doing well. And then at the other side, I'm like, but it's Ronda. you know? It's like, it's just one of those things. I'm so divided. I think day one is going to be when Liv loses the belt. Whoever she loses it to, well, day one will be that reboot. I feel like if you take the strap away from Liv, even though she's had a decent run with it since Money in the Bank, I just feel like for as long as she waited to get it, it cheapens her run if you take it from her this soon.
I don't necessarily know if that's the case because, again, when you think about how Liv finally came to her first ever singles championship in the 8 years she's been involved in WWE, it was through Money in the Bank means. We know that she can claim the moment. It's a matter if she can rise to the top again. It's like, being the hunter versus the hunted. But when you look at the background here, the fact that she's facing Ronda Rousey for the second time now in a non traditional affair, you wonder if that favors the champion or the challenger. And again, Ronda Rousey, she is known as the baddest bleep on the planet for a reason. When you unleash Ronda Rousey to go beyond her MMA background and apply weapons to play, you can ask Charlotte Flair how that pans out. But Liv Morgan, she has proven a lot to us since she's been champion. She has shown us that she will do absolutely anything for what she holds most precious. And that right now is the SmackDown Women's Championship. This isn't going to come down to wrestling. This is going to come down to the stronger will and the more violent mentality. Ronda Rousey, though, it seems like lately she is literally on zero F mode, which again is the most dangerous thing welcomed by all of us fans right now going in the WWE. For Liv to come out of this, she's going to have to be more violent, more manipulative, more desperate than anything. Championship advantage is out the window because the only way to win Extreme Rules match is pinfall or submission. Anything goes, anyone can get involved. And with the teasers of Ronda trying to bring Shayna Baszler back to what she used to be, back when she ruled Black and Gold NXT with an unapologetic Iron Fist as their champion, if Shayna Baszler comes into play, who just fell short to Liv Morgan ain't got a prayer.
Yeah, 100% there with that. I feel like the end game here needs to be Ronda versus Becky at Mania. And whether we get that match for the title or just as an exhibition, as we've said numerous times, Roman versus Rock doesn't need the title. If it's going to be for the belt, you've got to think about when you're going to put the strap on to Ronda to be able to carry into that moment.
Well, she says, "Watch me tonight." We're gonna watch Liv, but we watch Liv cry out somehow in victory or be broken in defeat. And you do think about outside factors. We don't know when Charlotte is going to return. We don't know when Becky Lynch is going to return. Charlotte has made intentions known she wants to go to the Raw Women's Championship. And as far as Becky and Ronda has never happened. With an inevitable draft that may finally make these brands both look different in their identity, as they've already finally set up unique commentary in and out of the arena setups for all three brands. I would not rule that scenario out, but we got to look at the short run here. With day one being the next real event after the Survivor Series War Games here to conclude not only 2022, but set up 2023. It comes down right now. Do Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler begin their hostile takeover of the WWE? Or does Liv Morgan once again tell us why we should watch her and surprise us? We've seen lately that Liv has been trying to prove a point that I can be as extreme as you used to be in the MMA, as you used to be the baddest woman on the planet. Maybe that moniker no longer applies to you here anymore. Liv Morgan is challenging Ronda Rousey's bravado. Why Ronda Rousey right now? She's just Ryan Liv off, I feel like. She doesn't necessarily take Liv as a serious threat.
I don't think anybody takes Liv as a serious threat, and I think
And
that's
I think
what's
that's
been
why she's being
working to
counted out.
Liv's. I think that's what's been working to Liv's advantage lately.
It has. I mean, again, she overcame Shayna Baszler in a very strong wrestling match, literally challenging Shayna at her own game to a degree while on the mat. She was able to overcome that. As far as her first title match, though, at SummerSlam against Ronda Rousey, she survived that, but almost felt like literally it was a desperate measure. Again, referee out of position. If the referee was in a different position, we would have had a different champion. But tonight, you throw all that out of the window. There's not going to be no decorum. There's not going to be no controversy here to a degree, it seems. There's going to be a broken body. It just comes down to how much she tries to bruise Ronda Rousey or how much mercy, if any, Ronda Rousey shows Liv Morgan. This is going to be a violent affair, to say the least.
Speaking of violent affairs, the semi-main event, if you will, in my perspective, Drew McIntyre and Karrion Kross. This strap match, we got a little bit of a taste of it on SmackDown last night. I went back and I watched SmackDown after our coverage of Battle of the Belts.
Right.
And Kross just began to light his whole back up with a leather strap. And if he can keep that momentum going tonight, I wonder if Drew's even going to be able to walk out of Philadelphia. And perfect timing because it looks like Peacock's getting ready to cover this match too. I mean, you take that belt to the back too much, and your back's going to look like ground beef. Take it from a man who worked the meat department. Like seriously, it just is no joke. And
you could ask Brian Danielson about that when he took on the Fiend for the WWE Universal Championship back at last year's Royal Rumble.
we're being joined by Mikey T, calling himself
Hey,
Mikey
Mikey.
Extreme,
Love the posters.
as we begin to discuss Drew and Karrion Kross. Welcome, Mikey.
As he gets himself in order here.
Yes. I don't think he was expecting me to bring him in that quickly when he came into the room.
Hey, we had to talk. I mean, come on now.
No,
Mikey,
just
first
getting
up, good
myself
to see you.
situated.
Good to hear you. We're talking about the strap match right now. So why don't you go ahead and give your tail of the tape towards this and what you expect?
This one is hard to predict, you guys, because it's like what they need to make Karrion Kross look strong, but are they going to do it at the expense of Drew McIntyre? I mean, what do they really need to build Drew McIntyre up for right now? You know what I mean? What does he need to be built up for? He's not going to challenge Roman Reigns again. Karrion Kross is technically a heel himself, so he's not going to challenge Roman Reigns again. So I really look to what happened at the end of SmackDown with their segment, where at first it looked like Drew McIntyre was kicking Karrion Kross's ass, but then Karrion Kross pretty much, got him up, draped up against the ring post and kept on whipping him. So it looks like Drew McIntyre is coming into this thing with the need for a victory. Plus, Aaron Riff pointed out how Karrion Kross has pretty much got the better of Drew for the last few weeks. If you guys remember 2 weeks ago, the fireball incident where, he put him into the stray jacket or whatever his finishing move is called. And he said, "This is the way it was supposed to be." This very good acting from Karrion Kross there, right?
Yeah, I mean, if history has told us anything, it's that generally speaking, whoever has the momentum going into the pay-per-view, coming off the heels of the go home, is the one who loses at the pay-per-view.
Yes.
But this is a new era. This is Triple H's era. And you're right. It's like, what does Drew really need the push towards right now? Whereas if Bray is coming back, if Bray is the White Rabbit, as we all assume, and if Karrion Kross is going to be a part of that family, as we've all been rumored towards, it very well could be Bray's appearance
Wow.
that helps him get that victory tonight.
Well,
I think you hit that, JJ.
That's just one external factor to think about too. Like I said, back in Lucha Underground, Karrion Kross carried an identity known as the White Rabbit, where he was literally being worshipped by the likes of Paul London, who was like the weird Mad Hatter. And you do wonder if the White Rabbit comes into play on behalf of Karrion Kross or has a different agenda. We don't know necessarily how the White Rabbit factor could play into the night, but we do feel like we will finally feel its presence or influence in some capacity tonight. But you look at these two men, you have a third weapon in play. We both know what these men can bring, but the strap literally binds these two. There is no escape. There may not be no sort of leverage or leniency for either man as well. This is a legalized weapon to use to your advantage. Whether you try to incapacitate your opponent or trap your opponent, hang them up or try to noose them, that could literally be the factor here. Karrion Kross was about changing the timelines. We're talking about this show and how polarizing it is, how Triple H is kind of rewriting the idea of what we used to think WWE booking is, when you consider who needs this more and what could it lead to either in the future. Not necessarily the Roman Reigns agenda, but just some sort of momentum for maybe something bigger for them down the line too. With this being Karrion Kross's first big time program, premium live event, pay-per-view spot, whatever the hell you want to call it, since returning back to the WWE as well, while Drew McIntyre came from the highs of highs, hitting the lows of lows and building yourself back up from there once again. Drew McIntyre is no stranger to that. And that's what I feel like, again, Karrion Kross is going to prey on. If Karrion Kross preys on Drew McIntyre's psyche, that could be the difference maker here in this strap match.
Well, the other thing to factor in is, what role is Scarlett going to play in all this? She's more than likely going to be out there ringside. You've got the strap, you've got Drew's sword, you've got the potential of Bray Wyatt and the White Rabbit. What role is Scarlett going to play in all this? I mean, you almost assume she's going to be the traditional valet causing the distractions, or is she just going to actually stay out of it?
Well, so I think you guys have an interesting point about Bray Wyatt's character getting involved in this. So Drew McIntyre, since Roman Reigns, he got put into this random exhibition feud with Karrion Kross. This is usually what they do sometimes with their former WWE contenders, because they don't know really where to go with them now that they're not challenging for the title anymore.
Exactly.
So honestly, you guys, I think Bray Wyatt could fit in here perfect. Although I don't think they're gonna align Karrion Kross and all these guys like Jerry Slaughter has been saying. I don't think that's gonna happen. But I think, what's going on, Noah?
There's a White Rabbit vignette on the
and there's
TV
a purple
screen.
X being dug up.
Right. That was on SmackDown.
What the heck was that?
Yep, the X, the Extreme Rules X being dug up as if the Fiend or Bray Wyatt will appear tonight. So that's why I changed my prediction. But
well, see, Mikey, you mentioned the whole, you don't think that all these people are going to be aligning with him. Keep in mind that Bray's Twitter handle is Wyndham6.
Oh, no shit.
Very easily could be the new Wyatt family clan name, if you will. Kross, Scarlett, Liv, Bray, Braun, and who was the other one?
Dexter Lumis?
Yes, thank you, Dexter Lumis. The Wyndham 6.
It's entirely theoretically possible, I suppose, since we haven't really seen much more from the whole Miz Dexter Loomis stalking narrative, and whether or not that gets picked up on Monday Night Raw, that might literally have come into play based on what happens tonight. Again, something tonight is going to change our perception of WWE booking because of this White Rabbit X Factor. Because we don't know necessarily when it's going to come into play and against who and by whom. We think Bray Wyatt, but again, does he come alone or does he come with a new family too? What the hell is going to rise out of whatever that White Rabbit dug out of that Purple X tonight, that big yet? It's not going to be 8-bit, I'll tell you that much.
That's
But
interesting.
again, you talk about Drew McIntyre, you talk about, reformatting a former challenger or a champion, Mikey. Again, right now, since Triple H has taken over 100% creative, he has put the script on everything that we don't know necessarily what's to perceive.
So I'm thinking that it's going to be Drew McIntyre and Bray Wyatt going into Crown Jewel, or do you guys think that's more of a WrestleMania feud?
Crown Jewel is one of the things that throws a monkey wrench into everything because you don't necessarily know how that's going to play. Because at the end of the day, that really comes down to almost being a glorified house show, even though they treat it like its own WrestleMania. But we've seen how much events at Country Redacted have actually affected booking going forward. Little to none outside the main championship picture. So with the next show truly being War Games Survivor Series, that might be your War Games scenario right there. It literally might be Bray Wyatt and the Wyatt Six versus an unknown force of six to oppose a new threat. Shades of the Nexus versus the WWE, even though that was at SummerSlam.
Unless they're building Drew up here to get this win to lead a team against Roman at Survivor Series.
Well,
Always a possibility also.
Right now, what's the biggest threat in WWE right now? What's the most dominating state of the WWE right now? It is the Bloodline. And the Bloodline is not even involved in any capacity on tonight's show.
Here we go. The I Quit match right here.
This the feature main event, and as fitting, we got the rest of the party online. James, good to see you.
So, yeah, man.
So
Paul,
JJ,
thank you for joining us. Sorry, Mike, you didn't mean to step over you there. Just wanted to make sure we welcomed everybody else back to the show.
All right. Go ahead, Mike.
What do you got? Like, it really sold it for me when Edge gave that promo at the end of SmackDown, at the end of Raw. Because I was like, after seeing the Judgment Day's dominating performance to start off Raw, I was like, oh, Edge has this all day. But then they did that Edge promo where he was like, there is nothing you can do physically to me to make me say, I quit. And it's like, okay,
that's
so
why I literally said it will not be physical implications that determine the decision. It will be a choice of consciousness that decides the victor at the end of the day. And ultimately, judgment.
Yep.
At the end of the day, I flash back to Rock versus Foley at the Rumble.
I saw that too.
And you think about how Foley gave that promo just before the match began, and then they recycled the verbiage to make it seem like he said, I quit.
Quit.
If this is not the end of the Edge Judgment Day feud, what a beautiful poetic way to go out and to make the match. You figure that's the type of thing that Hunter would book, having been around back in those days. You think about the connection between Edge and Foley back in the days, and the whole ENC crashing the commissioner's office. And for them to bring that out.
Yeah.
I mean, how perfect would it be for them to have used Edge's verbiage from Raw of saying I quit and have that be the way that Finn Balor wins this match?
Well, the thing is, though, like you said, they already played that with Mankind versus The Rock. They even played that against John Cena versus The Miz. When it comes to using a stipulation, I don't think you want to use retcon. I don't think Triple H personally wants to use retcon. I do think that Dominic will put himself in harm's place willingly and Rey Mysterio will be out there to try and change Edge's choice, in which case maybe that very moment determines the end of the match. Like I said, I feel in terms of consciousness, it's going to come down to what really could become a family affair of two sorts. Father versus son, creator versus creation. You got Judgment Day with the former leader versus the new leader at the forefront, while you have a broken-hearted father trying to convey sorrow to his son who wants to hear none of it.
You know, it's funny you mentioned we mentioned the Miz and John Cena. I honestly thought you were going to go the John Cena JBL. That is such an underrated goddamn I Quit match. It's ridiculous.
I still watch it to this day.
It's so good. It's so good. I don't even care if you're a Cena hater. That match was fucking outstanding. Like, that might honestly be the match of their careers. I love that match so much because it was brutal.
I pose this to you based on what I said. Does this match follow suit of a Shakespearean tragedy to Edge, or do you see Finn Balor carrying out Final Judgment? This has to be the end game for Edge and Judgment Day, or not.
I have to see Balor finally getting the W here. And I say this because, I mean, no, I set my expectations low with my gut, so that's where I'll go into it. But in my brain, I'm gonna go with my brain in this case. Prediction: Balor and the Judgment Day have lost like 3 pay-per-views in a row. It feels like to Edge or a team of Edge. They need the fucking W here. It is a must-have for Judgment Day, or there's nothing. There's nothing.
I honestly feel like the only other place to go from here is Survivor Series.
Yep.
You know, and you've got Edge and Priest. You've got AJ against Balor. You've got Ray against Dominic. You've got Beth against Rhea.
There you go.
Problem with that, JJ. Like, what happens when one of the females eliminate one another? It's kind of obsolete. Like, it needs to be saved for another pay-per-view that's not an elimination style.
Well,
You still do that, and you can have them do a double count out. You can have them
maybe you
on
don't
the
have
outside.
Rhea and Beth involved in the War Games environment because of that scenario. You just have to do a one-on-one match because, again, Rhea Ripley, Beth Phoenix, one-on-one has not happened.
Nope, that's got to happen too.
If you're gonna do that, you got to get that belt on Rhea immediately. I don't know how
post that match, yeah.
What I'm saying is, because you have Liv Morgan, I'm gonna just say it. If anybody should dethrone Liv, it's Rhea, because that makes storyline sense, and Rhea would be the perfect person to be the SmackDown Women's Champion going into her match with Beth. I think that would be good, especially to give Beth like one final title match for all the work she's done. Plus, I mean, Beth can still go at like a top level, so I don't see why you don't do it.
And also, though, James, again, we still have to worry about the scenario. Judgment Day has been a focal point only on Monday Night Raw. So unless they do a draft,
bro, don't matter
right now.
That don't matter until fucking after Mania. You and I both know that. Come on.
I know.
Come on. That's why I see Bianca Belair retaining, because I feel like she has more heel challengers, like you're saying, James, like Rhea Ripley, and then eventually whoever comes after that.
Yes, I agree.
Well, Rhea will probably take it, actually.
Yeah, true.
Again, Rhea wasn't injured. It probably would have been Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Right. That prolonged Bianca's title run, I believe, unless she was just going to go over at Money in the Bank.
By the way, it's good to see you again, Mike. Shit.
Hell yeah, James.
We got him hooked so bad. He's like, I'm coming on next week.
Hey, it's 2 weeks in a row we've had Mikey T on the
It's always a pleasure. Welcome conversation too.
Dude, I got hit with a cold this week. I thought I had COVID a few days ago because my temperature was rising up to 100.
That's fucking gnarly that you say that, because my dad's literally dealing with the exact same thing that you just said, and I'm pretty sure it's a cold.
Yeah,
but
it's just the cold.
that's weird. That's weird.
Everyone's
Okay.
just catching colds now. It's like it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
They pretty much confused the two.
Yeah.
right.
COVID helped us battle the vaccine, but in reality, it reversed the effects of what the cold vaccine could do. Shit.
Right.
Good
What
Lord
happened?
Almighty.
Now we're really screwed again.
We got no pre-show match, Noah.
No.
Once again,
We only have 6 matches on the card.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Is there only 6? Oh wow, he NXT takeover this, huh?
He did say it's like about 2 hours and 45 minutes of actual airtime they have for this. So yeah, again, this is the first fully creatively made Triple H US soil WWE Premium Live event, and it already feels like an old school NXT takeover.
Since I was late to the party like big time, can you show me the graphics and I'll speed round my predictions quick? Because
I can do that for you.
Thank you.
Last 2 minutes stand. Go ahead and shoot your brain.
All right, cool.
Let me see here. So first one we'll have you shoot your brain on real quick is Liv and Ronda.
Ronda.
Please let Ronda win this match.
Please.
I agree.
Riddle and Seth.
Riddle.
Bro.
It's gonna go one more time. It's gonna be
Drew and Carrion.
Yeah. Karen.
Damn it.
Bianca and Bailey.
Bianca.
Yep, that Raw finish was too strong.
And then the last one is the Brawling Brutes and Imperium.
Oh, this match is gonna fucking roll. Okay. I didn't expect this from the match.
JJ won't budge on this one. JJ is sticking with Imperium.
I'm with him. But I am happy. Put it this way, Mike. I am happy with either result they decide to go with this.
I love that.
I'm just loving that. That's a match I'm just gonna be ready for.
What I was saying earlier is we got this new group. How do you say their name? Legado Fantasma. Legado del Fantasma.
Yeah,
Legado del Fantasma. Yeah.
So if we just give, sorry, Paul. If we just give Imperium this win over the Brawling Brutes, I really feel like there's nowhere for that group to go as far as being seen as dominant. So why not? You know what I mean? So I see a 3-on-3 feud between those two teams coming up after we get done with Sheamus and Walter. So that's why I say give the Brawling Brutes the win here.
Again, it could go either way, especially because at Donnybrook, it's basically a fight at the bar or the pub.
I mean, they could go that route, or they could go the complete out of nowhere route. And after the bout, Imperium wins. They shake hands and respect, and then they become a super group. I wouldn't be against, to be honest.
Yeah, you know what? That might be what it takes to make me start cheering Sheamus again, guys.
Bro, I would be, dude. Everybody doing that salute? Are you kidding me?
I have not liked a thing Sheamus has done since he portrayed Rocksteady in Out of the Shadows, the Ninja Turtles movie.
That's actually, I don't know. You know what? The bar was awesome. The bar was. Really
I will give you the bar, but the bar also was occurring during my downtime, so I didn't get a whole lot of experience with the bar. But again, I would have been cheering the bar because of Claudio Castagnoli, not because of Sheamus.
Yeah, well, especially if you saw him. Yeah, he's not wrong. Especially if you consider the fact that I don't know, he freaking, what do you call it? He busted Jeff Hardy's tooth. Like Sheamus legit booted him in the face accidentally. So that was great. No, I might need your Peacock information again. For some reason it logged me the fuck out.
Start.
I got you. Hold on.
Actually, I say that actually. Let me see if I can go on. Let me see if I can actually.
Real quick, because
okay.
JJ, back then the people were having a hard time starting to like Sheamus again. Like they were just getting done saying he looks stupid, and then Cesaro and him teaming up kind of brought him back.
Exactly.
I get that. I've had an issue with Sheamus pretty much ever since he won his first championship, because the whole rumor going around back then, and it ended up being true, was that Sheamus was a workout buddy of Hunter.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
so
sure.
it was like, so you were only getting that rub because you were a buddy of Triple H.
James,
Right.
do you still need it?
And
Including-
there
Yeah,
were
yeah,
so
yeah.
many other
Yeah, I
people
do.
that deserved the rub over him. I just had serious issues with it. And then I never got over it.
And that's
Fair.
fair enough. I've
Yeah, you got it.
I've grown to like Sheamus now, especially nowadays.
I
But
definitely have a ton more respect for Sheamus, especially what he's done recently with the programs with Drew McIntyre and how he really has led this trio into this one-of-a-kind unique program against Imperium that feels like an actual international warfare in
Yeah.
Europe.
can I also say about Sheamus as well as his workout routines are freaking insane.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah.
does a whole
Some of
YouTube
the-
channel about Celtic workouts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a crazy workout channel.
I have not had the same level of respect for Sheamus since he lost the world heavyweight title to the Big Show.
Dinner is here. I'll be back, boys.
All
No
right,
worries,
you have
Thank
a
you,
James.
no, by the way.
Now we got a kid and a spelling bee.
Those are
Which
two
means-
of the biggest things that
I
piss
can't.
in the history of wrestling. Randy
Yeah.
Orton losing the world title to Mark Henry and Sheamus losing it to the Big Show.
Oh,
That's fair.
Paul Heyman literally asking a kid to spell extreme. Yep, this is Triple H produced, all right.
Wonder what
Oh, this is gonna be something.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a hell of a show, Extreme Rules in Philadelphia, Paul Heyman is behind part of the creative. Triple H produced. This is going to feel so special.
Oh, that's
that's
There's
why-
no denying that.
And that's why I chose the backgrounds I did, the exterior Viking Hall for the pre-show and then the interior of the ECW arena for the main show. It's like just had to give it that extra little oomph as far as our presentation goes. To all 17 of you that are watching our coverage right now, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Welcome to the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media coverage of Extreme Rules, the WWE Premium Live event. The Renegade JJ Williams, the Simple Man Noah Foster are going to be providing commentary and play-by-play coverage once the official show begins. In the meantime, we've got Paul and Mikey Extreme here to kind of give some thoughts and reactions, and we'll be bringing them back in as well as James post matches. As the event goes on, it'll just be myself and Noah on screen calling the action for the matches as they occur. Gentlemen, welcome to the channel, to the show. It's a privilege to have you guys all here joining me tonight, joining us.
And with that being,
And with that, go ahead and
go
mute
ahead
you
and
because,
because
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, true and professional wrestling fans and enthusiasts, tonight on October the 8th, 2022, 8:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, this is Extreme Rules, where fear could be your downfall and absolutely anything is possible. Welcome to the land of extreme Philadelphia. Welcome to Extreme Rules. I am the Semendo of Foster, with you as always, my color cohort, the Renegade JJ Williams. JJ, it is a night of rivalries. It is a night where we conquer adversity. It is a night we're going to see utter brutality. Are you ready for the carnage that awaits?
Absolutely. I am ready to get into the land of extreme as we are here inside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. As I alluded to earlier, we've got the backdrop of the ECW arena. Man, we've got Corey Graves and Michael Cole providing commentary on the Peacock Network. The Simple Man Noah Foster, the Renegade JJ Williams providing commentary on the Jeff Meacham Network and the Multiverse of Media. What have they got to start us off with? And it looks like we're going to begin with the Donnybrook match.
Everybody,
As they
get
show
your
us
best
shillelaghs,
out.
shillelaghs and kegs at ringside. this is going to be just a bare knuckle brawl for the ages between these two 3-man teams. And the
To put the
Brawling
words in
Brutes are coming out
perspective,
first.
Bagger! It's fight night here in Philly. The Brawler Brutes have arrived. Sheamus, Rich Holland, and Pete Dunne. Sheamus still bearing the scars of war from Friday night. As we know, last night, Sheamus contended against Dalin General Walter for the second time for the Intercontinental Championship. And under controversial means, some would say, Sheamus should be the new Intercontinental Champion, but that was not meant to be. Outside interference and melee ensued, and now these 6 men... What the...
We're seeing the first White Rabbit tease here.
A White Rabbit approaches a purple X, digs into it, and unleashes a fiery inferno. What force is going to be coming forward tonight at Extreme Rules? Stay tuned, folks. But anyway, as we think about that later on, we now go to this 6-man melee as the Brawler Brutes take center stage first, awaiting their competition.
Yeah, something in my gut, Noah, told me this was going to be the curtain jerker match. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but the rivalry between these two teams is just so heated that it's going to be an amazing match to jumpstart this event. And here comes Imperium, led by the ring general, flanked by his cohorts, coming to the ring to do some more damage to the Brawling Brutes.
You have two united fronts here, each with their own stigma and mentality when it comes to the sport of professional wrestling. That is not what tonight is about, though, as Walter still stands our Intercontinental Champion. His cohorts, Fabian Eichner, Marcel Bertel, the Ludwig Kaiser, and Gideon Vinci, as you alluded to, JJ, stand ready to once again prove why their motto stands firm. Will the mat be sacred? Will blood be shed? Will Guinness be enjoyed? We're about to find out here. It is a good old-fashioned Donnybrook, where absolutely anything goes. And whether you're sober or drunk, we can all agree on one thing. This is going to be one hell of a fight.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the bell to ring. They might need an extra referee or two at ringside to try to contain the action here this evening, Noah.
Yeah, no kidding. The bell has rung, and we are underway as these 6 men go at it. This is going to be an all-out war in and out of the ring. Pandemonium is sure to ensue, as you alluded to, JJ. They may need more than one member of the ring. Watch out, Corey.
Sheamus facing off against Walter. It looks like we've got Pete Dunne going up there against Giovanni Vinci, and Ridge Holland is in there with Fabian Eichner.
I know the UK recently lost their queen. God save her soul. I don't know if anyone is going to be fortunate tonight in this melee. Maybe the Bold, as Walter is sent to the barricade. And right now, looks like Rich Holland has Ludwig Kaiser. I'll try and say the current names, folks, just for you. Up in the tree of woe. Meanwhile, Butch has somebody in his sights. Kaiser in big trouble. In comes Butch. Oh, drop kick to the face. Oh, and Walter, one chop, takes down Butch the hard way. Walter, the equalizer, the ultimate factor, no matter what war he's in.
I think it's funny you're trying to stick to current names, Noah. And here I am. Everybody except Giovanni Vinci. I think I've gotten their old names down because Vinci I actually saw enough of in Not Your NXT.
Damn it.
That I'm not that familiar with his old name, but at least Fabian Eichner, and you've got me on the Walter bandwagon instead of calling him Gunther, Pete Dunne instead of Butch. Vinci's the only one I'm flubbing on right now, so
Fabian Eichner, formerly involved on 205 Live, and Fabian Eichner and Marcel Bertel were formerly challenging for the NXT UK Tag Team Championships. And meanwhile, Sheamus, oh my! Again, we're going to need more camera angles, Kevin Dunn. You might want to use a split screen or a wide feed here. And right now, it's a 3-on-1 assault on Sheamus as the beating is underway. Again, for those that don't know, the definition of a good old Donnybrook is just an all-out brawl at the bar after hours.
Yeah, something that the APA would have been definitely fit for. You could almost imagine good old Bradshaw and Farouk just sitting there at that bar watching this as it occurs.
Oof. Yeah, no kidding. Sheamus driven shoulder first into the steel ring steps. I got Shades of Vengeance 2004 where APA had an all-out barroom brawl. And there was a different form of a rabbit there that got stuck for a window. Oh, and Pete Dunne off the steps gets caught. Driven again. Look at that barricade now coming apart. Watch out. Again, I said no one's safe at ringside. The attendants here in Philly might be used to extreme, but they literally might become part of the confrontation if they're not careful.
And Kaiser and Vinci just double teaming on Sheamus there, setting him up for Walter to get into his face.
Oh,
starts lighting him up with those chops.
Oh my word! Ruthless, vicious assault by the Lean General to the Great White. Gonna be a whole different red after the night. And right now, Sheamus, no give on that bar stand.
Not at all.
Oh man.
Sheamus's chest is already turning bright red.
And right now, the Lean General directing traffic as Rich Holland and Pete Dunne are isolated. This has become a handicap match. And now Holland and Pete Dunne are fighting for their lives against Fabian Eichner and Marcel Bartel. The other 2/3 of Imperium, Walter, controlling the field. What a boot. The Lean General literally calling everyone to order. Imperium affirming their dominance right now. Just sticking the boots to the Brawling Brutes, JJ.
And Eichner taking a minute to pose in the ring there. That's never a good idea. But when you've got a unit, a cohesive team as Imperium, you can afford to get a little bit cocky when you've got somebody like Walter in there leading the charge.
Well, all it takes is a moment of hesitation. Again, hubris before your downfall, as Pete Dunne was able to get one shot off the Lean General and Imperium right back to the 2-on-1 assault. And the thing about this, again, you don't really come into this match with a game plan, but Imperium have come in with such one right now where Sheamus is right now a non-factor. And they're literally isolating the Brawling Brutes 2-on-1, 3-on-1 assault.
Look at the
strength of Rich Holland. Are you kidding me? Oh!
I was going to say, hopefully he doesn't break one of their necks doing that, but I feel like that would have been poor taste.
Well, I'm sure poor taste was definitely that boot to Rich Holland's face, courtesy at the Lean General. Again, this goes again. Oh my gosh, what the hell is about to happen here? Oh, European bomb on the floor! On the outside of the ring, Rich Holland dropped.
This tandem of Fabian Eichner and Giovanni Vinci, and again, forgive me for mixing up current and former names. They never cease to impress me, to not impress me. Excuse me. The more and more I see them as a unit, as a tandem, the more and more that I wish I could have seen them in there with the likes of the Hart Foundation, the Rockers, the British Bulldogs, the Brain Busters, Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard. They have got such a presence to them that to have seen them with some of those old school Roughneck teams would have just been amazing fantasy booking, in my opinion.
Well, you figure about, again, you talk about these great families, these factions, these trios that have asserted their absolute dominance in the WWE over history.
Ooh.
As Imperium right now with the double team effort, courtesy of Walter, dropping Pete Dunne from a reverse tree of woe, boots to the side of the head, affirming again their dominance, that the Mott is sacred, but also theirs. Take a look at the replay here. Oh, man.
Yeah, and an empty ring, and once again, here they are just posing for the cameras. For the benefit of those with flash photography, it's a 5-second Imperium pose here.
I don't think Edge and Christian would ever want to be part of that 5-second pose unless they care about their own well-being. Right now, you got to worry about the well-being of Sheamus, Pete Dunne, and Rich Holland. All three men, the worst for wear, as Pete Dunne right now still is literally in a losing battle, it feels like, in 3-on-1 affair at the mercy of Imperium. And it looks like Walter is still looking to unleash punishment. Remember, it was Pete Dunne and Walter at NXT TakeOver in New York. Wait a minute.
Sheamus back to his feet. He has finally recovered, and he's looking at what they're doing.
The Great White rises out from the deep. Oh, the clothesline to Ludwig Kaiser drops also Giovanni Vinci. Oh, send the barricade. I said that Sheamus was going to be a whole different shade of red tonight. I wasn't talking about his face, but I couldn't imagine how furious he is right now as Walter stands in the ring alone.
And
are we going to get a callback once again from the Intercontinental Championship?
You see the eyes and the focus of Sheamus turning back towards Walter as he slowly climbs into the ring.
Oh, man, these two forces are about to collide once again. And here we go. Both men exchanging forearm bombs in the middle of the ring after two titanic affairs with the Intercontinental Championship. But a suplex by Walter to Sheamus.
These two colliding is one of those irresistible force immovable object moments there, Noah.
Yeah, no kidding. But the clothesline that just dropped Walter Sheamus right now. We all know Sheamus loves to fight. It is his MO. It's been that way since day one. Doesn't back down from anybody. Oh, what a power slam. And right now, this fighting spirit fueling Sheamus on as Philadelphia is firmly behind the Brawling Brutes tonight. Sheamus seeing nothing but anger right now. You got to imagine how much hostility, how furious he is that he is not still Intercontinental Champion, the only illustrious accolade to be avoided in his career. And right now, looking for 10 minutes of the bound, but Walter, caught in position.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 as the crowd in Philly counts along with us at home.
And look, Sheamus isn't done yet.
And here comes Butch and Ridge Holland to try to dish some beating into Walter as well.
The Brutes are brawling, as their name implies, tonight against Imperium and Walter. And Sheamus has Walter up.
Setting him up. Is he looking for white noise?
White noise! Planted! But right now, Sheamus needs to continue forward on this momentum. He cannot let this be delayed. We cannot count out the outside factors of Imperium coming back into play.
Sheamus looking to the crowd for approval, and that could be a bad thing here if he takes too long to capitalize.
Might be looking for the brogue, JJ. Brogue kick, lights out. That might do it. Cover 1, 2. Oh, man.
Perfectly timed splash by Giovanni Vinci.
And Rich Holland back in the fight now, fighting with Vinci. As Walter literally is saved from a splash. Oh, man. Just put him in for that clothesline. Took his head off practically. And back in Ludwig Kaiser. Might be looking once again for the European bomb. A backdrop by Rich Holland. Meanwhile, Pete Dunne catches him out of the air with a forearm. Double drop kick. Takes out both the Brawling Brutes. And once again,
the air that Walter.
Wait a minute. Oh, backbreaker.
Irish curse backbreaker. The air that Walter was able to get on that drop kick was gorgeous.
And looking just like last night for the Cloverleaf. And it is in the middle of the ring. Some said that Walter tapped last night. Will he do it again tonight? Will we see him tap? Sheamus has him firmly in play in the middle of the ring. There's
drawing him back to the center.
Sheamus sits down, all his body weight. Meanwhile,
Eichner with the shillelagh to the back of Sheamus.
Breaking it in half. Cover 2. And the Brutes in at the last second.
Whew, I was worried there, Noah. Even though I picked Imperium, I thought that was it right there. Man, look at the way that shillelagh just snapped in half.
Exploded that shillelagh off of Sheamus's back. And right now we have all 6 men in a vulnerable state who can capitalize at this moment. This is Extreme Rules. We are coming to you from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the birthplace of Extreme, as we have 6 men brawling it out in the middle of the ring. And right now, Pete Dunne, you see the ire in his face. Rich Holland also back up in place, and they're doing it out again.
All right, Pete Dunne going toe-to-toe with Fabian Eichner, Giovanni Vinci going head-to-head with Ridge Holland, while Sheamus and Walter, as they rise eye to eye, Noah.
Eye to eye, forehead to forehead, the absolute hatred being exhibited by both these tremendous factions here tonight. Oh, man, you're just wondering which resolve is going to waver for a 3 count here tonight. And Sheamus and Walter exchanging bombs, chops, right hands, hitting everything in sight on each other.
And you hear the crowd echoing their disapproval and approval with the boo yays as they trade chops back and forth.
And right now, both these dueling factions are just trying to get back up to their feet and assist their leaders. Again, you see what these 6 are willing to go through. And Pete Dunne gets caught. What the hell is that, reverse exploder? Crossbody off the second rope. And Walter looks for the clothesline. Sheamus, though, hits him with a rising knee. Drops the champion. The cover, 1, 2, and no. And once again, Imperium saves their general from absolute defeat. Imperium will not be denied in what they stand for. Uh-oh. Well, we got carries, we got bar stools, we got steel ring steps. Why use all that when you got a freaking announce table at ringside, right?
Right. I mean, I think it's a little early in the evening to be clearing the announce table off, but hey, I'm not going to get in the way of Imperium as they try to dish out punishment.
And right now, Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni looking for the European bomb, but Rich Holland coming into play. Meanwhile, Ridge catches Ludwig, sends him spine first into the apron. But still, 2-on-1 right now, as you see Imperium finding out. Wait a minute, what are they looking at? Pete Dunne! Oh my word! Moonsault off the barrels! Wipes out Imperium, and everybody's down once again. This good old-fashioned Donnybrook certainly living up to the names, AJ.
Absolutely. And Sheamus sliding back into the ring. As we take another look at Pete Dunne's moonsault off of the keg there.
And meanwhile, we're back in the ring, and this is unusual for Walter using an actual weapon to level Sheamus, a shillelagh to the back once again, and might be looking for the final shot. Sheamus in his sights. Walter stands ready, and right to the face! That'll do it. The cover, 1, 2, no!
Somehow, some way, Sheamus is still kicking out, Noah.
I don't believe it. What more can the Lean General do to put down Sheamus here tonight? This has been unbridled anarchy, as I alluded to on the pre-show. Everything broken, including human bodies, but somehow resolve has yet to waver. Both factions still in this all-out war.
Yeah, Walter needs to not get frustrated any more than he already is. He is standing. He needs to take the opportunity to try to put the exclamation point here on Sheamus.
And meanwhile, Butch and Rich Holland preventing the attempted powerbomb. Oh, wait a minute. Make a wish. Headbutt from Northern Grit. And right now, the Brawling Brutes have Walter held hostage while Sheamus is up with a shillelagh in hand. Is this redemption? Right to the side of the head.
But Walter being smart and rolling out of the ring so that Sheamus can't capitalize on the attack.
I mean, at this point, who's going to win this thing? Right now, the shillelaghs are winning this as they are literally being used on Imperium every way possible by the Brawling Brutes. Pete Dunne and Rich Holland being the daylights out of Giovanni Vinci and Ludwig Kaiser as Walter watches helplessly from the apron. Even the ref is afraid to get close to the play. And what the hell is Sheamus looking for here? Up in the Razor's Edge position, looking for the Mamma Mia! Celtic Cross for the announce table!
You ask who's going to win this, Noah? As we like to say here across the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media, the fans are winning this match.
Holy tea! That has to be the end of Walter in this brutal rivalry. And now we see Giovanni Vinci is all alone with the Brawling Brutes in position. Sheamus looking for the Brogue to end this Donnybrook brawl. Fella, Brogue kick. The cover, 1, 2, and the Brawling Brutes win this Donnybrook.
Wow. Hell of a match. Hell of a match. You know, I told you when we were doing the discussion, the predictions, I almost changed my prediction for this one. I can honestly not say that I am mad here, even though I stuck to my gut and stuck with an Imperium victory.
I got
Brendan
that.
over here.
Highlights right here, JJ. This Celtic Cross through the announce table on the lean general. Make sure he stayed defouling. And then the emphatic Brogue kick to Giovanni Vinci. Arriva Daci to the Imperium tonight. Sheamus with the cover claims the 3. Brawling Brutes with the victory.
Brendan came over here and joined me as the pay-per-view started. He wanted the Brawling Brutes to win also, so I know he's happy about that victory.
I picked this one right.
My goodness, though, what an absolute war. And this was just our opening contest. Don't forget to tip your waitress or whoever serves you at the pub tonight. Cheers to that. That was a hell of a 6-man fight.
Yeah, for real. Like, I cannot even mad.
That was insane. I was. How do you follow that? How do you if you're the locker room in the back? How the hell do you follow that? That was outstanding.
I'm a little bit behind everybody. I'm a little bit behind everybody, but from they're just beating the shit out of everybody with these shillelaghs right now, and it pretty much looks like Sheamus is about to end this thing with the second Brogue.
Yeah.
All right,
you'd be right.
I'm glad I changed my pick. Noah, you got my change, right?
I remember I said no, didn't I?
JJ, you were wrong. You were wrong, JJ.
It's all good. I'm not even mad. You know
I'm
what?
not mad at all.
A lot of
They never
people,
changed it.
a lot of people, if they picked the wrong one on something like that, they'd be so pissed at themselves. But man, that was the fight, the matchup, the encounter that I knew that it would be. Like, for real, I knew these two
That was
teams
so awesome.
would go
Wow.
in there and just destroy everything.
Yeah, talk about a friggin' orchestra of destruction. They used everything around the ringside area and more. Broken bodies, bruised chests, busted spines. My goodness.
Oh, damn it. But he hit Walter or Gunther through the announce table, so he actually did not get the pin on Gunther.
The champion, that's right.
Nah.
This was a statement of redemption and revenge for the Brawling Brutes tonight. And trust me, this does not mean that Danine General and Sheamus are done with each other by a long shot, but maybe after tonight, Imperium, the Brawling Brutes, will at least try and separate for a little bit.
I think the next logical step is War Games.
But who do you throw in the teams to round it out?
Alexander Wolf can return with Imperium, and Drew McIntyre can join the Brawling Brutes. So, how about that? 4-on-4.
Or probably just the New Day. You could do the New Day and what's
the
that?
Usos?
Team? No, the New Day and what's that team that's coming back? Logan.
Viking Raiders.
If you want to do 5-on-5, I suppose you could do that.
That would be such a mid-card War Games, though.
It would be.
Mid.
These 6 individuals have main event written on them. I don't think you'd want to throw a couple of mid-card teams like that in there to cheapen it.
And we got the Miz
Birthday
back
boy.
again. Happy birthday, by the way, to the Miz.
Who
With,
we got
Megan
going
Moran.
on here?
Don't say his name.
Bianca Belair promo. Or am I way behind everybody?
You're way behind, Mikey.
I can't get this thing synced up live.
It's just the way your streaming service works, my friend. Different areas. Oh, that was so much fun. Everyone look out for Dexter Loomis. See if he's behind the Miz somewhere.
Look for
He's going to
something
be
going on in the
behind one of
background.
those trunks or something.
There's going to be some kind of action in the background. Let's see.
Oh yeah. Did Sun choose Imperium, Noah?
Uh-oh.
I'm gaining on. I'm number 2.
Told you something's happening.
Wait a minute. Miz took his sunglasses off.
What?
Oh,
Hell
Jesus.
is that?
What?
I forget his name, but that's the mascot for the Philadelphia Flyers hockey team.
I learned this a couple years ago from Bar Down on YouTube. I forget.
Well, there you go. Miz, that's what he thinks of that.
I gotta say it. The
You'll look
brawler
it up, but
kicked Death Triangle's ass.
That was a bit rude.
Gritty.
And random.
Yeah.
His name is Gritty.
like I said, I learned
Alright,
that
well,
a couple years ago on YouTube.
I guess Fury is awesome, but
I don't get it.
yeah, that was just random.
That was different. I mean, I know it's a hockey reference, I think, right?
Yeah, it's just the mascot of the Philadelphia Flyers hockey team.
Well, as we try to get back to action from a city that's known for history, hostilities galore, WWE Extreme Rules brought to us from Philadelphia. We move on to our next match. Oh my word! Guys, get ready to get extreme. The SmackDown Women's Championship is next.
Let's go!
Ronda Rousey.
Rousey beat her ass.
Quick thought, maybe Shayna Baszler cost Ronda Rousey this match to start their feud. That's the only way I see Liv retaining.
Again, in this environment, the thing you have to consider, anything goes. She can be as sadistic, hostile, desperate, evil, any words, any ad you want to use. Either of these two can do absolutely anything to one another in the name of coming out as SmackDown Women's Champion.
I told you during the pre-show, Noah, I am of two minds about this, but I've got BB here to the side of me who's looking for Ronda to just cripple Liv. He just went and got his mom to come out in the room, so Cece is in the room now.
Oh, Jesus.
Here to watch Liv get crippled to the point where she can barely crawl out of the ring, let alone walk out of Philadelphia.
Good.
Damn
It is going to be if the match that opened this show is anything to set a standard to, Ronda and Liv is just going to be a knockdown, drag out, brutal encounter, as we all knew that it could and should be, especially with the viciousness of Ronda Rousey.
Again, we talk about the viciousness of Ronda Rousey. This is legitimately one of the baddest women on the planet in combat sports, and I would say in sports entertainment. But we have seen lately that Liv Morgan, she could show a dark side to herself as well, and is willing to go to those lengths above her own fear, above her own expectation, in the name of proving why she is the SmackDown Women's Champion. We saw firsthand what she was willing to do to Lacey Evans with that kendo stick and off the ring post, that ridiculous cannibal senton dive through the table.
Right.
We know that both these women coming tonight with a killer instinct. It comes down to who is willing to shed more blood and break more bones.
Serious question. Am I a freak that I found all that attractive?
Yes.
No, you aren't. But that's in professional wrestling. Damn it.
I'm okay with it.
And here we look at Harley Quinn. I mean, Liv Morgan coming to the ring with the baseball bat.
Look at the tape.
Hey, yo.
His head off. Instead, she suffers Piper's pin.
And I love how Ronda slammed her and the bat just happened to bounce into the ring. Like, you could not have planned that any better.
Hey, I have to ask the $1 million question now that you brought it up. If you put Alexa Bliss and Liv Morgan together as a team, would they be known as the Harley Quinns?
Yes,
Yes,
they would.
Yeah, there you go.
Simple question, simple answer.
There you go.
I think one of them would have to go red, so one could be Harley, the other one could be Poison Ivy.
You know what? You know what?
Very good point there.
Yep.
Very good point there. Even I
That show is fucking funny. Oh my god. Where's my goddamn electric Bruce?
There will be nobody coming into play to pull these two apart. Expect absolutely anything as we go back inside the arena.
Let's go!
Gentlemen, we will see you after this match.
We will see
I'm coming for you, son! Son, I'm coming for you!
Oh, boy. Remember, the only way to win this is by pinfall submission inside the ring. Here we go! Well, here comes the challenger, and of course, the baddest woman on the planet wearing that guy, Rowdy Ronda Rousey. In all black tonight, there is no smile. There is a serious demeanor. She is out to fight. And she got her black belt with her, JJ. You're muted, by the way. Botch. Oh, my gosh.
Sorry, had to mute my microphone so we could rock out to Joan Jett here with the fam in the room.
Okay, I respect that. Whether you love her, whether you hate her, you recognize who Ronda Rousey is.
Yeah, no doubt. She is the baddest woman on the planet for a reason.
As they're talking about stuff that I'm sure you all are looking forward to. That as Halloween ends, that will be in theaters and streaming on the cock soon enough. But that's not what we're about tonight.
No, not
Ronda
at all.
Rousey is ready to get her game on. She is in fight mode tonight.
And here
Liv
comes
Morgan.
the champion, Liv Morgan.
Again, Liv Morgan says, watch me. Tonight, we are certainly going to watch something. As Liv Morgan, well, you did talk about channeling a certain personality. Liv Morgan might very well be doing that tonight. Liv Morgan channeling that baseball bat, coming out in the purple and green, certainly ready to go extreme. But will it be enough to overcome the baddest woman on the planet in 100% condition tonight?
Yeah, that purple jacket is very reminiscent of Jared Leto's Joker.
You know, you got to wonder if Liv Morgan right now is channeling the psychotic nature of Harley Quinn. Will that be enough to not only overcome, obviously, the physical prowess of Ronda Rousey, but how much can these two dig down deep inside themselves when it comes to the killer instinct to break the other? Liv Morgan being the SmackDown Women's Champion after successfully cashing in Money in the Bank on Ronda Rousey, successfully defending it against Ronda Rousey at SummerSlam. Some would say she survived that match. And of course, she successfully defended against Shayna Baszler as we go down the introductions.
See, I think we know how much Ronda can bring to try to break Liv. The question is what can Liv do to try to break Ronda? She's definitely tried to step her game up here in recent weeks and show that she is not one to be messed with, and to live her slogan, trying to make the fans watch her so that she can be taken a little bit more seriously. But when you're in the ring with somebody the caliber of Ronda Rousey, it's going to take something extreme to make the fans take you seriously. And Liv is looking to prove something.
And of course, we are in the neighborhood of where Liv Morgan, what came up in the New Jersey area, similar parts of the United States region. Ronda Rousey, Liv Morgan right now circling each other. Again, the only way to win, pinfall or submission inside the ring. There is no disqualification, no countouts, and anything goes, and anything is legal. And immediately, Liv goes for the bat. Ronda Rousey's having none of that.
Ronda taunting her, you want that? You got to get past me.
But look at Liv Morgan. She's like, okay, so you're not going to take this easy. Oh, man. And Liv just runs into a knee. I almost wonder at this point, oh, look at that. Marty Straw transition, literally trapping the champion. Literally, at this point, if you're trying to stick a move against Ronda Rousey, that is a losing battle. Ronda Rousey literally trapping Liv Morgan like a pretzel. And now triangle lock. Well, the shoulders are down. This is how she caught her at SummerSlam.
Yeah, I was going to say, be careful, Ronda. That's how you ended up losing, because your shoulders were down for the 3 count.
And Liv Morgan grabs the first weapon of the match, that baseball bat she came in with. But will she use it? You see no intimidation, no sense of fear on Ronda Rousey. Once again, stopping the shot and literally flinging Liv away from it. And now Ronda has the bat. Uh-oh. But again, does Ronda Rousey need a weapon?
Ronda Rousey is a weapon.
Very good. And apparently she heard you and agrees to settlements. She is not willing to go to those extreme lengths tonight in front of the ECW faithful that are no doubt here in attendance at Extreme Rules. Oh, the knee to the midsection. And Liv taken down again as Ronda Rousey looks for the ankle lock. And meanwhile, Liv Morgan, using so far her resourcefulness, rolling through, breaking the hold. Liv Morgan following up. Nice knee strike. Takes Ronda off the apron to the floor. And now, what is Liv Morgan going to do here? What's this curious thing telling her? Off the ropes. Might be looking to pick up speed. Might be going for the... Uh-oh. Got caught off the basement drop kick. Oh, and right now, Ronda Rousey teeing off on her like a friggin' body bag. Oh! An
Ronda literally
statement.
slapping the taste out of Liv's mouth.
Well, you talk about Liv Morgan with the killer instinct. How about that shriek where she's like, I don't fear you, fear me. Watch me. Ronda Rousey's like, shut up, eat this. And right now, Liv Morgan in a vulnerable state. Ronda Rousey once again teasing the fans with that baseball bat. I almost wonder if that's going to be the equalizer that comes into play during this match. We hear Ronda Rousey with some subtle jaw jacking. Oh, wait a minute, Liv Morgan! Fire extinguisher!
Yeah, I knew Liv was up to something. She was playing dormant way too well there underneath that apron. That couldn't have been enough to make her take the fetal position. She was up to something.
And somehow of the attempted Russian leg sweep with the bat, Ronda Rousey enough wherewithal to catch Liv with Piper's Pit while blinded. And meanwhile, Liv Morgan step up. Oh my gosh! Batter up, home run! Right to the ribs of Liv Morgan. Oh man, what a swing. Well, it's hard enough being extreme, but you can't breathe, JJ, after that. She might have a busted rib. Good grief. I mean, again, Liv Morgan used a fire extinguisher, and Ronda Rousey's like, that's all you got? Pfft, nothing.
Ronda teeing off on Liv's lower extremities there.
Oh!
One of the only places that has some cushion on her body.
And no kidding. Meanwhile, strike one off that swing, and Liv Morgan follows up with the instant Guri. Take a look at the shot, though. Right to the ribs. Oh, man. I think I heard something crack. And meanwhile, she goes for a second home run, strikes out, and Liv Morgan catches up with instant Guri, causing some separation for the moment. And Liv Morgan has her bat back, but will she use it? Will she go on the attack?
Well, you know she's going to try to. The question is, will Ronda allow her to? Ronda is smartly rolling to the outside.
Yeah, but right now, Liv Morgan, though, she's staying on her. Oh, froze the game right at her face. And meanwhile, what the hell? Oh, black belt! We talked about a strap match right now. Ronda Rousey cracking her own whip on the champion. Jeez.
Yeah, it's a little taste of what's to come later on this evening when Drew McIntyre and Karrion Kross get in the ring. Ronda choking her with that black belt.
And meanwhile, Liv Morgan is literally helpless right now. She is trapped. And right now with the back, Ronda Rousey could literally tee off on Ronda Rousey at this point. Oh, it is doing so. Attacking the hamstring. Good Lord. Oh. But Liv Morgan in desperation drives Ronda Rousey face first into the apron. This is vicious on both women's behalf.
Both women are down. There's no 10 count here. It's pinfall or submission only, Noah. It looks like there might be either some bruising or some blood on Liv's stomach area.
And no kidding. Take a look at the replay here. There's some shots to the upper hamstring, and the next thing you know, Ronda Rousey gets driven face first to the apron as Liv yanks her arm. And it looks like we're bringing out more of the toys here tonight. ECW was known for their tables.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no better weapon to have here in Extreme Rules in Philadelphia than the table.
Yeah,
The Dudleys, pioneers of the table, the Flaming Table, and ECW original. We know damn well this isn't going to get set on fire, but who's going to go through it is the question.
Well, at least it's not a glass table like I saw in TNA. But again, I wonder how much of a killer instinct does Liv Morgan have? She really hasn't mustered a lot of actual offense here that has made her challenger look vulnerable. She's only used the offense she could actually get for a little bit of distance. Ronda Rousey back on the attack, driving Liv Morgan face first into that table. Oh, and another rising knee. We're clocking Liv Morgan on the jaw. Stun the champion, and right now be looking for her to tie her up in the ropes. Again, there are no counts. She's going to hold this all night. You hear Ronda asking Liv Morgan to tap out, and this is 100% legal. Trying to choke her out with the use of the ropes and her legs. Again, the most dangerous thing that could happen to you when you face Ronda Rousey is being trapped.
You know, I've got... Yeah, I was just going to say exactly what CC just typed. You know, to kind of echo James's sentiments earlier, I was a little bit envious of Liv Morgan there, being trapped between Ronda's thighs, but that's a whole other story.
You and every other true American here tonight in Philadelphia.
That would be a whole other kind of Extreme Rules, sponsored by Brazzers.
Don't give them any ideas, JJ. That's actually a brilliant idea for creative. And third-party marketing.
But I digress. Buy the shirt.
Buy that shirt. All the shirts. Buy all the shirts. And meanwhile, Ronda Rousey trying to follow up against the champion. Liv Morgan, though, looking for a steel chair. Oh! And finally attacks the midsection of Ronda Rousey. Again, it's hard to fight, even be extreme, when you can't breathe.
Yeah, without a doubt. I've been through that before myself, having been in wrestling competition. You know, if you're not used to going 10, 15, 20, even 30 minutes in the ring, you can get blown up really quickly just in a regular match. And then you add in the extreme element, the weapons, the fire extinguisher, and it just becomes even harder to keep that breath and the stamina to be able to go through.
Oh! And as you say that, she gets shot put, catapult, literally into the steel ring post, shoulder first. Liv Morgan looking to follow up. Here's our first cover of the match. Is enough to no! Ronda Rousey gets the shoulder up.
It's crazy to think that was the first cover of the match, Noah. This match has been going on for easily between 5 and 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and that was the first pinfall.
All they've been doing so far is trying to injure one another, or at least hinder one another long enough to put him down on the mat to get advantage of a weapon. Ronda Rousey welcoming in the chair shot, saying, Liv, bring me what you got. Liv trying to bring it. Chair shots to the arm. That shoulder set in the steel ring post by Liv Morgan. Ronda Rousey now from underneath, just trying to get away, it seems. Clutching that shoulder. And there's the chair. Oh! Code red, the cover, 1, 2, no!
Ronda kicks out. BB here thinks that Ronda's looking like it's going to lose by something weird, technical or something. You never know. You know, Liv's whole thing here recently has been watch me and trying to prove all of her detractors wrong.
Exactly.
So it would be unlikely, but definitely not out of the realm of possibility for Liv to be able to pull something off. Psycho Jet White, we see you in the room. What is going on, my man? Thank you for joining us this evening. I am acknowledging you, being as how you acknowledged the white rabbit in the corner.
But right now, we're looking at Liv Morgan taking her time, trying to set up something. You talked about maybe what it's going to take here. In the land of extreme, the only thing, again, that limits you is your imagination. Doesn't matter what the gimmick is, but literally when it's extreme rules, absolutely anything should be possible for you to do. It just comes down to, are you willing to do it? To go extreme is a choice of will, knowing you are putting your own body, your heart, your soul, your career on the line to a degree, it seems. And right now, Liv Morgan might be looking to go to the high-risk district just for that purpose, to put away Ronda Rousey. Vulnerable on a table. Is she taking too long to play possum? Oh, Cannibal Senton! Got all of it! Will she retain the championship? Here's the cover. High stack two. No. What the hell? And look at that. Ronda Rousey literally turning things around, trapping the arm.
Playing
again,
possum was Ronda Rousey.
What I tell you, Ronda Rousey is the most dangerous when she is on the mat and if you get trapped. But look at Liv Morgan fighting back. This deadlift. Oh, and threw the broken bear on the table. There's a cover, too. No, that was a bit resourceful there, but Ronda Rousey still refusing to release her hold. And again, you hear Liv Morgan screaming right now in pain. Ronda Rousey turning her body, leaving her shoulders off the mat, trying to literally pop that arm out of its socket. Look at this transition.
The sheer strength of Liv Morgan, I think, should be something to make the fans take note of her and actually start paying a little bit more attention to her.
But meanwhile,
that was amazing.
Gosh. And Liv Morgan literally trying to take Liv Morgan. Oh, wait a minute. Look at Rousey. She's made the adjustment. Liv Morgan might be going out. Is Liv Morgan going to pass out? Is this it? Liv Morgan down on the mat.
She looks like she's smiling, though.
That's it. With the pressure of the tail on the legs, Ronda Rousey has incapacitated Liv Morgan. Ronda Rousey is the new SmackDown Women's Champion.
She knocked her out, made her pass out to the point where her fake eyelash fell off. I don't know if you noticed that as she was in the submission.
And you look at the MMA background of Ronda Rousey, that's what came into play. That was the signing factor. That was the end game. Not first just extenuating the arm, but literally incapacitating Liv Morgan to the point she couldn't breathe. Once Liv Morgan was down on the mat, that's all she wrote. Ronda Rousey, once again, SmackDown Women's Champion. Watch that. Again, it was referee's choice, referee's stoppage. Liv Morgan did not willingly submit. Let's put that in perspective here. Whether you like it or not, referee for own discretion and the safety of the competitor chose to stop the match. Let's go ahead and look at some of the replays here. Look at this ridiculous senton off the top rope. Through Ronda Rousey, through the table, broke it in half. We thought this was it. But somehow, you look at the fall here, referee in perfect position, she was able to kick out. But look at this transition here. With a piece of broken table and her legs trapped underneath the carotid artery of the champion, Liv Morgan unable to answer the referee. And that was that. Ronda Rousey, once again, has the strap.
And you know, nothing against Liv, but deservingly so. Ronda is an amazing champion. She's that champion that you want to bring the casual fan eyes to the product. Events like Crown Jewel at Country Redacted and heading into WrestleMania and the Royal Rumble, you know, that's the name that you want to be making the media circuit and doing the tours and getting that coverage to bring eyes on the product.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, definitely from that point, but you also heard what Ronda Rousey said, right? My strap, bitch. Yeah, it's her strap, all right. And I don't think we're going to see babyface Ronda Rousey anytime again.
That finish ruled, man. That finish ruled.
That was MMA fighter, fight me or die, Ronda Rousey mentality. And Liv Morgan passed out.
Yeah, that's right.
That was
Ronda
pretty good.
Rousey once again the baddest champion in all of WWE.
Psycho Jet White says the White Rabbit in the corner was really clever. Thank you. I don't know how many other people caught that over there in the corner. I've got the little White Rabbit there.
Yeah.
So Jet White. It turns out, by the way, that Psycho Jet White is the White Rabbit. Makes his debut tonight.
There you go.
Were the people booing
After
Ronda
reaction
here at the
time.
end of the match?
Fucking.
All right. Anyway, so Mikey, I saw your excitement. Give us some of your thoughts towards what you saw out of Ronda Rousey in this match. Because let's be honest here, guys. 85% of this match, Liv Morgan had nothing.
Well, Noah, honestly, the longer this match went on, I was like, damn, they cannot be having this match go 12, 13, 14 minutes, and then Ronda's going to win. Like, they're making this match go long so they can make Liv look better. But then it dawned on me. It dawned on me. They're not going to Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes this thing. They're definitely not giving Liv 3 victories over Ronda Rousey.
No.
So I'm very happy.
After Adam Pearce lost his arm after saying how he felt about Ronda Rousey, and Ronda Rousey reminding him, you really think I'm going to list you over one of the biggest stars acquired in WWE history, including the most baddest woman in all combat sports? Kiss my ass. Yeah, Ronda Rousey right now is the most dangerous force in WWE, and she don't give a damn if you like it or not.
And Liv, go work on it a little bit. Work on it a little bit because I noticed that little botch when you were going to spray the fire extinguisher at Ronda. You almost botched that spot.
To be fair, fire extinguishers are unpredictable anyways. So
yeah,
Ooh,
I wouldn't hardly call that a
under
botch.
the ring, JJ. She almost sprayed it under the ring. But
hey man, the apron needed some cleaning. She was just doing good work. It's fine. She was part of ring crew too.
Housekeeping, right?
She's just getting an early start. That's all.
we got a little bit of a tease of this match in that match as we saw the black belt of Ronda Rousey being used as a strap.
Oh,
this,
how fitting.
What a segue.
This is the match right here. Can it end with these two men shaking hands?
No.
Is this the one
from Aaron Ritt. One of these two men is going night-night. That's how I see this ending.
I'm convinced Bray Wyatt is involved with this.
Really?
I think so too. You know,
Ray Carey Cross was the White Rabbit.
I know.
Especially with the whole Wyndham Wyatt 6.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
And
All
TNA,
6
he had the X. He always used the X thing with TNA. So,
but
the whole White Rabbit with the X.
Someone said, what's the main event? The main event is obviously the ladder match because if it was Edge versus Finn Balor, I would have to change my pick because they would have.
The main event right now is going to be the Fight Pit.
Yeah, Fight Pit.
Oh, it's Fight Pit, really?
That might be the main event. That's the new match. That's new for the main roster. Not to take anything away from Noah's NXT, but it's the new match. It's the one they've been hyping with the blueprints and the video package, much like when they did the Elimination Chamber and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I think that's probably going to be the main event, especially considering how personal it's become with Seth freaking Rollins bringing Riddle's family into it.
Noah, how interesting was that last Fight Pit match with Tommaso Ciampa and Thatcher? Because that match seemed to make no sense to me. Was that the last one?
That was the last one, and honestly, that was just founded on bitter hostilities, and then it became a tag team out of the two. What was most interesting about me was the way Timothy Thatcher used the cage in the end to literally trap Ciampa's leg, and if he held on long enough, he literally could have probably broke it. The way you look at the Fight Pit is how you utilize the environment to your advantage, especially when it comes to manipulating the human body, because there are no ropes and there is an upper walkway, but honestly, you could pull off a dastardly move from there too. I thought
Like
that
the
the
stomp.
second fight pit was more interesting with how far and how physical both Chuba and Thatcher got. So I'm looking very much of intrigue with the fight pit that's ahead. But before then, someone has to pay the toll. Time for the strap match.
Oh yeah.
I'm ready for this.
And this is the one that me and Son Goshku differ on. So this one's gonna really make a difference.
A lot of people differ on this, actually. A few
Yes,
years.
I did.
You fool.
I just don't think I can win this one, you guys. I think it's got to go to Carrion.
Well, we're about to find out as here comes Drew McIntyre.
He got swords. Did you know
Gentlemen,
that?
we'll see you again after this match.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep, there we go. Got it. All right. Well, as Drew McIntyre makes his way with Angelica, Drew McIntyre,
Psycho-
of course, coming off an incredible battle at Clash at the Castle for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship, falling short, unfortunately, to the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns. But even before then, ever since Karrion Kross has made his return to WWE, he talks about how he's trying to change timelines and how everybody pays the toll. Since day one, Drew McIntyre has been in his sights as his first target. We figure out the hourglass. Has time run out on Drew McIntyre tonight?
You know, that's an interesting point in question. I'm not really sure, and the whole hourglass is one of the things, one of the key clues that leads me with Karrion Kross being part of this whole White Rabbit debacle. Because you think about the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland and how he's late for a very important date, how he's constantly looking at his watch.
Exactly.
And could that be one of the things that ties Karrion Kross into the returning Bray Wyatt, the Fiend, Wyndham Rotunda, whatever name he's going to use?
Yeah, some name.
Psycho Jet White, before we get too deep into this, yes, beginning October 18th through the rest of the month, I'll be covering the entire Halloween franchise. So make sure you tune in to Renegade's reviews for that. But
We also
getting
gotta
back
consider-
to this,
We also got to consider how much Drew McIntyre has fully healed after the multiple assaults lately he has faced at the hands of Karrion Kross. And is he in 100% peak fighting condition after his battle with Roman Reigns? As here comes Doomsday. And I'm not talking about Fires J. Mitchell. I am talking about walking Armageddon being ushered in with a dark angel at his side. Karrion Kross has arrived.
you know, and their entire presentation since Cross's return, granted, I wasn't watching when he was in NXT and had his initial run with the company, but their entire presentation has just been so captivating to me.
No kidding. Oh my Lord, Scarlet.
And not, I'm trying to find the right words to say this because I don't want this comparison to come off as snarky. That's not the way I mean it, but Scarlet, in her appearance and her outfits lately, really harkened me back to Sable when she was with Mark Marrow.
I agree 110%. As again, the one that controls the field, dominates the play, is definitely Scarlet Bordeaux. As we now all will fall and pray.
You know, I just didn't want, with the bad blood that Sable had left with the company, I didn't want it to be a negative comparison there. And I definitely didn't want there to be a negative stigma comparing Kross to Mark Marrow. But just their whole presentation and her outfits and her look really take me back to that time in the Attitude Era.
It also proves that Karrion Kross is willing to do anything to Drew McIntyre to win this match. And all that separates these two tonight is something that will bond them together. A leather strap. Oh my Lord. In more ways than one. As Scarlet Bordeaux takes her leave now and just stands at ringside as referee Jessica Carr prepares to strap both men. So there is absolutely no way for there to be any real separation. As we know, this strap match, the strap can be used as a legal weapon. The only way to win is by pinfall or submission inside the ring. And wait a second, what's Karrion Kross doing? It's almost like McIntyre is not surprised with the fact that Karrion Kross is like, you see this strap? I don't need this to beat you. But you want this? You got it. Remember, it was Drew McIntyre who wanted this match, yet Karrion Kross demanded for Drew McIntyre and again denies putting on the strap. And meanwhile, Scarlett Bordeaux, a distraction factor. The bell is not rung yet. Karrion Kross already on the assault.
And now that he's taken control of the match, just watch, he'll grab the other end and strap it on to make it legal.
Okay, well, there's no disqualification. So, again, this is all perfectly legal. But as we alluded to, JJ, the bell has not rung yet. And the strap, almost used. Again, this strap was the advantage that Karrion Kross used last night to get the better of his challenger. And sending Drew McIntyre face first in the steel ring post. Regular steel ring post, by the way, tonight, not LED. Probably because you got to put on the fight pit around it. And meanwhile, Drew McIntyre sent into the WWE Universe. And again, that strap technically still binding the two together as they fight among the attendees in Philly. I knew that nothing was going to contain these two, but you figured the strap at least kept them inside the ring. And this match hasn't even started yet. Oof. And right now, Karrion Kross and Drew McIntyre just fighting out among the stands. The referee's got to get some sort of control here, JJ, or these two might fight all night.
I would not be opposed to that. Start the match now and the match lose all control to the point where they have to go to the next match and then come back to this down the way.
Well,
kind of like they did
the first time we had something like that. That's to say the least. And Drew McIntyre sent inside the ringside area the hard way. Again, Drew McIntyre still has the strap on his wrist. Karrion Kross has yet to be strapped. This match has not even begun yet, but the strap is already being used to Karrion Kross's advantage. And what is Karrion Kross looking for here? Eyeing the steel ring steps. Oh, no. And Kross right now looking for a suplex, but Drew McIntyre trying to counter it. It does so! With a suplex on Karrion Kross to the floor. And now Drew McIntyre looking to add some punishment, sending Karrion Kross face first into the announce table. Using everything possible to his advantage. Except the strap, it seems, right now. Again,
James in the chat room talking about God bless Scarlett, ruin me.
I'm not one to usually say this, but James, I agree with you. And meanwhile, Karrion Kross, I am a simple man, keyword man, folks. And meanwhile, Karrion Kross, though, on the steps in Drew McIntyre's hands. Drop back first, sidewalk slam on the apron. Damn!
Noah had his moment with Scarlett here tonight, just like I had mine with Liv getting trapped between Ronda's thighs earlier. But anyway, back to the match at hand.
We are literally giving poor third-party ideas to the WWE right now. We need to stop. And meanwhile, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
And there's the bell.
Finally strapped to Drew McIntyre. The bell has rung. This strap match is underway. And Drew McIntyre looking to finally use it to unleash his form of punishment. Man. And again, you hear the whip of the leather strap tearing the flesh of the back of Karrion Kross. And again. And McIntyre right now looking to unleash absolute punishment tonight on the one that looks to bring doomsday here. Looks like the hourglass might be turned upside down. Man, you hear that? Eesh. Echoing out the arena, JJ. I can only imagine how that feels. That's got to be worse than a freaking frying pan off the stove. And meanwhile, Drew McIntyre being confronted by Scarlett Bordeaux. You interpret that how you wish, folks. And Drew McIntyre was like, whatever. Oh, and Karrion Kross taking advantage, driving Drew McIntyre upper left arm first in the steel ring post. Again, using the strap to his advantage.
Yeah, Cross is just trying to get back control of this like he had last night on SmackDown. Run Drew into the ring post. Oh.
And again, the shoulder. And think about this, JJ. Over the last few weeks, we have seen how much physical assault Drew McIntyre has faced at the hands of Karrion Kross, including his shoulder. As you saw, Jessica Carr checking on the well-being of the competitors, asking Drew if he wants to continue. You know Drew willingly will never say, I don't want to. This is going to have to come down to wrestler resolve versus referee decision if we keep going down that road.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you figure that.
And again, on the bad shoulder, DDT to a degree. Karrion Kross putting all his body weight, slamming Drew McIntyre down.
Noah, I'm going to leave this question for you.
Would it be a stupid babyface move if it's a distraction from someone as hot as Scarlett? No. Anyway, back to the match. Karrion Kross right now ties Drew McIntyre up in the ropes. And right now, Karrion Kross firmly in control here, as this match has basically come down to kind of a fever pitch. Kross has picked his target, though. It is definitely the upper left arm and shoulder of Drew McIntyre. If nothing else, that could hinder Drew McIntyre from hitting the Future Sock DDT, which involves both double undercooking arms of his challenger. And Karrion Kross right now, driving the knee into the midsection. But the Scottish Warrior with Braveheart resolve will not stay down that easily. We know how much Drew McIntyre has fought his entire career. And meanwhile, Karrion Kross looking for the clutch. Trying to trap Drew McIntyre in the submission. Oh, and once again, breaks the hold. But again, you can only have so much reprieve when you're strapped to your opponent. Jeez, oh, peace.
I think my chest felt that.
I understand the term put some hair on your chest. That raises the hair on your chest. Oh, man. And right now, Karrion Kross looking to add more punishment, taking Drew McIntyre to the outside of the ring. Again, there are no countouts. There are no disqualifications. Jessica Carr is there to count a pinfall submission inside the ring. And meanwhile, what is this? Oh,
somehow
no.
they have a new announce table, though. I think if I'm ever going to invest in something, I need to invest in wherever WWE gets their announce tables from.
Yeah, no kidding. I don't know how good that announce table was built, though. Definitely better than the last one. You just saw what Karrion Kross did. Driving Drew McIntyre shoulder again into the announce table. Almost shades of a reverse flatliner. The absolute pure vengeance of this evil resolve by Karrion Kross being put on full display tonight. You gotta wonder what Karrion Kross's intentions and motives are to be in the long run here. Drew McIntyre is the first. Why was it Drew McIntyre, though? Where does he go from here? Should he actually make sure that McIntyre pays the toll? As it looks like he's trying to tie him up. Oh, my gosh. A whipping the likes of old school punishments like Salem witch trials here and just assaulting McIntyre relentlessly with that leather strap, and Scarlett Bordeaux laughs. This is just sadistic. And Scarlett's screaming at him for more. You put that into terms that you wish. And meanwhile, Karrion Kross with a sense of euphoria here right now as Drew McIntyre is laid out at ringside. It's almost like Karrion Kross is playing with Drew McIntyre at this point. This match has become equally physical and mental, courtesy of Karrion Kross and Scarlett Bordeaux. And right now, Karrion Kross looking to drag Drew McIntyre back inside the ring. That is mostly dead weight at this point, I gotta imagine, JJ.
Yeah, without a doubt. But Kross realizes that he's got to get him in the ring to beat him.
There's the dangerous Saito as you say that. There's the first cover, too. And no, Drew McIntyre lifts the good shoulder up, the right shoulder. Look at the replay here. Look at the Saito suplex. Man! On the right shoulder, though, thankfully. And you got to imagine that helped alleviate some of the pressure of that impact on the bad shoulder, too, as you saw Drew McIntyre kicking out with the right arm. But you still see him grasping that left arm. You see that sick smile on this sadistic, evil human being carrying Cross right now. And again, the strap coming to play.
Cross going back to lighting up that
this.
back of Drew McIntyre, getting those shots in.
But look at Drew McIntyre, JJ. There's a certain point we've seen in matches before. When it comes to Drew McIntyre, he will not only endure punishment, he will thrive from it. And you see the face on that Scotsman. Oh! And now Drew McIntyre looking to rally here, build some momentum, taking Karrion Kross down, asking him to get up. And meanwhile, Drew McIntyre, belly to belly throw. Karrion Kross right now, not in the driver's seat, using the strap for a neck breaker. And a kip up from the Scotsman. I think there's a count on the Doomsday. It looks like Drew McIntyre is trying to delay that. This is the first time we're seeing Drew McIntyre in control since the bell ring. Looking for the future slot DDT. As I said earlier, the Karrion Kross, a great awareness, drives McIntyre into the corner.
Tried to set up for it, but Kross had enough within him to be able to resist.
Yeah, right now runs to an elbow, though. Meanwhile, planted! Spine buster! Jackknife roll through, cover two! No!
Beautiful spine buster.
Again, this is Extreme Rules. Thank you for those that are allowing us to trend. Hashtag Extreme Rules, trending #1 in the United States. Thank you for those that are watching across the JMN Multiverse of Media. Please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. This is Extreme Rules. Drew McIntyre vs. Karrion Kross. And this is being sold in a strap match. The only way to win via pinfall or submission inside the ring. No countouts, no disqualifications. Both men bound by a leather strap. And Drew McIntyre has faced the worst of that, to say the least, so far. And now both these men just squaring off, trading bombs, forearms, fists, side of the head, middle of the ring. Neither man giving way. Oh, boy.
I feel like if something is going to happen in this match, Noah, it needs to be coming like right around now. Drew's getting that momentum back. Both men are standing. This would be the opportune moment if something were to happen.
Well, right now, the only opportunity I'm seeing is both men willingly, openly asking for the strap to be used against each other. These are two sick, twisted, driven madmen that are willing to endure punishment in the name of victory. What in the world? The strap is literally being used against both men. Side of the face, side of the arm, and to the back. Karrion Kross down to one knee. Drew McIntyre getting the bear of the exchange. What the hell are these two made of? And once again, looking for the... Hold it. Can you get it? There's the call. Future Shock DDT.
Hashtag my Drew McIntyre.
And there's the kip up. And right now, this does not bode well as you see a certain countdown, not to Doomsday, but to a one-way trip to Claymore Country. 3, 2, 1. Hello. And the barricade comes into play in the name of Scarlett Bordeaux. Once again, walking around. Oh, what the world? Is that pepper spray? Scarlett Bordeaux just blinded Drew McIntyre with a ton of pepper spray in the face. And there's time's up. The forearm back of the head to cover. 2, Karrion Kross makes sure that Drew McIntyre pays the toll.
Wow. Not what I expected for this match, but
Good
creative.
Lord.
Creative, definitely.
Well, I mean, creative, resourceful, violent, brutal, definitely blinding. That had to have been pepper spray. Drew McIntyre asking for a towel, getting water sprayed into his eyes. that was like a whole canister of pepper spray being sprayed down in Drew McIntyre's face. Let's take a look at the replay here. You saw the ending, JJ. A count on the Claymore country, hit a roadblock with Scarlett Bordeaux with the stop sign. And with Drew McIntyre trying to break through it, pepper spray driven viciously into the face of Drew McIntyre. And then
No!
that clubbing blow to the back of the head. Time was up for the Scotsman.
Oh my God! Fuck!
Really quickly to answer Psycho Jet White's comment in the chat room here. No, I don't think Cross should shave his head again. Absolutely not.
The
Scarlett
hourglass finally runs out on Drew McIntyre tonight at Extreme Rules. Karrion Kross, your victor in this strap match.
Noah touched on it. Noah touched on it briefly during that last match. Thank you to the 17 people that are still tuned into us here across the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media. We appreciate you guys being with us.
Oh, my word. Well, that was certainly not a finish I was expecting, and that is definitely the X factor that you deal with when it comes to Karrion Kross and Scarlett Bordeaux. Good grief, pepper spray in the face.
That's crazy.
That was sorry, there was a match that went on. I kind of was distracted a little.
We know you were watching Scarlett Bordeaux on the outside the entire time.
A little bit. Huh?
Mikey, anything you have to say?
That is crazy. The mace to the face.
Yeah, that was apparently it was pepper. The way Corey described it was law enforcement grade A mace.
Wow. But I did say that Scarlett Bordeaux was the roadblock to Claymore Country. If you try to assault and figure of authority, they have the right to use lethal force. So there you go.
Yep.
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I guess this is probably going to continue to country redacted and like I think we'll see Edge and Balor there as well.
It's possible.
We'll see.
Noah's like, well, I will not be seeing it.
I don't have much more to say about that. Good grief.
Yeah. How'd y'all like the match, though?
I think it's safe to say that going forward, at least for a short bit, Drew McIntyre is truly only going to be seeing red.
Well, I'll tell you, Mikey T. BB over here was really disappointed in the pepper spray finish.
Who was?
CC's son, Brendan.
What about overall the match? Did you guys find it boring? Like
I thought it was good. I thought it was a good story. I knew
that type of finish. But again, you saw the punishment these two are willing to unleash on each other at the hands of that leather strap. But Karrion Kross was out to make a statement out of Drew McIntyre tonight. And they both did just that.
Absolutely. I knew that if Kross was going to win, there was going to be some shenanigans, whether it was the debuting Bray Wyatt or something. So I'm not disappointed because shenanigans ensued by the T-shirt. But, you know, and as we take a look at Miz again backstage
we got the
on the
Brood.
cell phone.
Someone's in the background.
Oh, my. What about the Brood? Did you guys see that?
Someone's in the background.
Gritty again, mocking him on his cell phone.
Oh, Jesus. Edge's teeth on the elimination.
Dexter's definitely under there.
You know, you're probably right.
Oh, well, it looks like we got the I Quit match next. And let
Nope.
me think.
Nope, ladder match.
Who
Ladder
will
match?
stand the ladder and claim full control of the Raw Women's Division? Bianca Belair versus Bayley. It is time for Raw Women's Championship ladder match.
By the way, did
Let's
anyone
go!
notice the person poking their head behind the door in that mid segment?
No.
Sorry, my mind still
Random
got Scarlet on the
poking their
brain.
head behind the door.
So I'm
I
a bit
didn't
out.
see it. I didn't see it yet. I'm still in the middle of this Edge promo.
Yeah, he's way behind us, guys.
Watching mid
I
segment.
don't know why I can't get synced up.
They're really pushing that Edge is is going to retire if he loses.
Wow. Hopefully, I didn't
anyway.
screw up on this pick too.
But Edge still has another year left.
Well, I mean, if he
James-
wins tonight, end the bloodline. But anyway, you were saying, sorry.
Judgment
what
Day,
did
you
you?
mean, James?
I was going to
Yeah.
say, James,
Go ahead,
Mikey,
your applause.
you weren't here.
Real quick, guys.
You guys weren't here when we were doing the pre-show earlier. We discussed how Bianca has already beaten Sasha and Becky. Does she keep the momentum going tonight by defeating the third of 4 horsewomen before plowing on to taking on Charlotte, possibly at Mania next year?
Yeah.
Again, it's hard to say.
I'm
don't
watching
know.
this Miz segment right now. Sorry.
No, you're
Okay,
good.
tell me if you see
Yeah.
the guy behind the door poking his head out.
All right, I see like the mascot. I'm on the
Okay,
phone.
you're way ahead. You're way behind.
All right,
We're
let me
on
see
a
if there's a guy
promo.
poking his head out. All I
Behind
saw
the
was a guy
background,
on
there's
the tablet, Paul.
Yeah, the guy behind him, there'd be the door back there. There's a guy poking his head out.
No, all I saw was a guy on the tablet.
It's honestly probably a connection issue.
It's just a botchamania moment, probably. Just,
Yeah, just stream Botchamania moment.
but
I'm
So yes, Scarlett Bordeaux though.
James,
But
she's not on the screen
Renegade, what
anymore.
was your
Come back to
question about
reality.
Rhea Ripley?
She's on the
My
screen
question
in my
had nothing
mind.
to do with Rhea Ripley. My question had to do with Bianca Belair.
Oh, okay.
She's already gone through Sasha and Becky. Does she keep the momentum going through the third of 4 horsewomen tonight, hopefully going on to then take on Charlotte at Mania?
Yeah, that's pretty much what you would think. You know what I mean? That's what you would be led to believe. Although they did do, was it a triple threat match that they did before with Bianca, Rhea Ripley, and Charlotte at one point?
I'm not sure. I don't think I was watching then.
But yeah, so I think you're right. That could be a practical
more thing to
build.
say.
I don't see Bailey being the one to take the title off of
Time to find
Bianca,
out.
because if you remember their prior feud, she was not going to take it. But back to the action.
Yeah,
See you
have to
guys
go
after
back
the
inside
match.
the arena.
And this is for the Raw Women's Championship. For if you have the gold, you take control. Here comes Bailey. And Bailey is heavily accoladed, as we know, former Raw, SmackDown, and Women's Tag Team Champion, former NXT Women's Champion. She has done it all in the WWE. And since her return at SummerSlam, this trio she's formed, Damage Control, to literally take control of the entire WWE. It's been hostile, to say the least, on Monday Night Raw. And now Dakota Kai Sky claimed the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. And after what we saw on Monday night, is Bailey truly having everybody in her corner. And Bianca Belair, will she be going into this on her own? Will the numbers come into play? Or will the ladder, of course, be the end game? It is a ladder match. The only way to win, ascend the ladder, grab the championship. Bailey is no stranger to doing that when it comes to Money in the Bank. But this is the first time ever in a singles women's ladder match. And there is NXT's Nakia Lyons at ringside. Interesting.
Trying to get me distracted like James was distracted all last match with Scarlett Bordeaux, but I digress. You notice, though, Noah, that Bailey did not come out with the rest of Damage Control. She's coming out solo tonight.
At this point, Bailey probably thinks that I have everything on my side. I will control the result of this match on my own tonight. And we'll see. Again, Bailey has all the confidence, all the momentum going into this. She pinned the champion back at Clash at the Castle. And as we saw on Monday night, Alexa Bliss and Asuka, they have been taken care of. As Bailey looks at the task that is awaiting her above her, the Raw Women's Championship held high above the ring. Only one thing stands in her way from maintaining that control with an iron fist, and that would be the champion.
Paul says that the rumors are that was Joe Gacy in that Miz segment. That would be an interesting twist if that ends up being the case. But as you alluded to, here comes the champ.
The fastest, the toughest, the roughest, the greatest, the smartest, but is she the most resourceful? The EST of WWE, Bianca Belair, holding the Raw Women's Championship since WrestleMania after being Becky Lynch. And in their rematch back at SummerSlam, they found respect among each other, but the next night, Bayley made sure that Becky would not be a factor tonight or for quite a while. Bianca Belair comes in with all the confidence, but does she have a plan of her own to take control of the match of tonight? As we go to Mike Rome, who will shortly give us the introductions.
Well, you figure she's got to have a game plan. You figure she's gone back. She's probably done some scouting. She's looked at Bayley in ladder match scenarios. She's conversed with her colleagues, her friends, if you will, Asuka and Alexa Bliss. She's got to have something going into this match, some kind of game plan here. And we look at people like Roman and the Usos who've had over a year-long reigns here lately. Who's to say that Bianca isn't just going to keep on pushing even past WrestleMania next year?
That's a very fair point, as Mike Rome's with the introductions here. And Bailey already jaw-jacking Michael Cole. Oh, I love it. And of course, JJ, you could talk all night about Bianca Belair and what she has done so far in the WWE. And as you alluded to, is Bianca Belair the one to dethrone the four pillars of NXT's women's division? She's done it with two. Tonight, she looks to do it with a third.
Yeah, I definitely think that Bianca is going to be the one to possibly do that. You've got to figure the I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. No.
Bell rings are underway. That's okay, as these two right now are clubbing each other. You think about these ladder matches, though, that have culminated in the ones who have full control. Oh, and both women collide immediately with each other. All right. I mean, I understand the idea of incapacitating your opponent, but geez, we're not even 15 seconds in, and both these women already collided midsection in the middle of the ring. And it looks like both are looking for the same game plan, implementing the tool to victory, a ladder. Oh, Bianca's going for the bigger one, it looks like.
Bigger isn't always better. Sometimes you just need the one that'll get the job done.
Ain't that the truth, especially when you can become a victim of your own weapon. And we've seen that plenty of times tonight. But you do see how much taller that ladder is compared to the other, as Bayley already starts making the ascent. And meanwhile, Bianca Belair might be looking to, well, one up Bayley. Size matters here, it seems, in the ladder match, as Bayley immediately sees the difference. The sense of urgency takes Bianca off that ladder. Again, climb as fast as you can. Discretion, the better part of valor. And meanwhile, Bianca and Bayley in a ladder tug of war. This one ended well for somebody. Again, I don't think Bayley's going to win this contest. She's the strongest for a reason. Whoa!
Sending Bayley to the outside.
And right now, what is Bianca doing here? Just leaving that ladder there? Well, Bianca's going to climb that ladder. Why not? And Bayley immediately stopping that pursuit and sending Bianca to the outside of the ring. Now, will Bayley? Nope. And we think about these ladder matches, like I said. You think about Razor Ramon, Shawn Michaels. You think about Randy Orton and John Cena. You think about Jon Moxley and Seth Rollins. You think about, the type of things that these type of competitors have done to claim a championship in this type of environment.
You think about Rock and Triple H, one of my all-time favorites from SummerSlam 98.
And that was for their Continental Championship, if I remember correctly.
It was. And despite the fact that Triple H won the match, you could arguably say that The Rock became the bigger star out of it, and then Triple H had to surrender it anyways due to a knee injury. So he didn't even really get to reap the benefits.
And right now setting up Bianca. Catapult!
Ooh.
Oh, wait, look at that!
The
Great
resourcefulness and
Bianca.
resiliency of Bianca.
And right now, Bianca leaps her way back inside the ring, makes the ascent once again, and Bayley will have none of it, as Bayley immediately goes after the champion. Again, We look at Bianca, we look at Bayley, we look at the ladder match, we look at the strategy. Bianca's strategy is climb as fast as possible. For Bayley, it's trying to incapacitate the champion. But the agility right now of Bianca Belair on full display, Bayley can't seem to get a hold of her or slow her down.
Yeah, no, one of the
Whoa.
main things about Bianca is her
Oh!
athleticism. She is arguably one of the most athletic females to ever come through the WWE doors. And that's something Bayley's going to seriously have to contend with if she wants to win the championship in this match. You're right, Noah. She's going to have to incapacitate her, keep her down, damn near cripple her in order to get this victory tonight.
Yeah, you may be honest, but if you can't climb, you have a bad leg or two. Oh, scoop slam on the ladder. Bayley endures the punishment. And now the handstand, springboard, moonsault. Got it! Oh! And Bianca putting her own body at risk here in the ladder match with that maneuver. But again, big opportunity. We talk about incapacitation. Sometimes you have to put your own well-being and body on the line. There's a reason why certain individuals have never been involved in a ladder match. It has shortened careers. Damn where near ended them.
Absolutely. Cape Rayer in the comments mentioning Taker and Hardy as his favorite ladder match. You know, that one breeded respect.
Exactly.
Something I definitely don't think we'd see coming out of this match with the blood feud that's going between Damage Control and Bianca and her squad. No Raymond the White Rabbit has yet to be revealed, but stay tuned because it will be coming at some point this evening.
Again, we still have 2 matches left, folks, believe it or not. And this has been a crazy night on the fast lane, to say the least. And meanwhile, Bayley looking for some more punishment, use of the ladder. Bianca thankfully gets out of the way. Doesn't hit the clothesline. Oh, back elbow strike. And again, these two, they're just trying to get control of the other. Oh, sunset flip!
Power bomb into the ladder.
First into the ladder. And is that the moment that Bayley needs to finally set a ladder and grab the championship? Take a look at the replay here, JJ. Look at this. Oh!
While we watch the replay, I echo Psycho Jet White's sentiment. This show has flown by. The pacing has been so good. There has not been a dead beat in the entire Extreme Rules card tonight. Even the backstage segments have flowed beautifully.
And right now,
Bayley goes to try to climb again.
Looking to have a beautiful victory here tonight. Extreme Rules, climbs the ladder, sees Bianca. Oh, Bianca immediately, though, back up on her feet. It's going to take more than that to keep down the EST of WWE, it seems. Driven face first into the ladder. Bayley needs to continue the punishment, needs to try and render the champion a non-factor. As long as Bianca is inside that ring, there is no way Bayley is going to climb and claim that championship. And I think Bayley's aware of it.
If she's not aware of it yet, she's definitely starting to suspect it.
And right now, driving the top of that ladder into the midsection of Bianca Belair. Bianca Belair just trying to get up on her own 2 feet. Again, we talk about rendering your adversary unable to climb. Maybe making sure they don't breathe is another way. Oh, and that could have been very bad for Bianca Belair.
I'm going to leave that comment right there for you, Noah.
Feels like NXT TakeOver. Noah's NXT. I did say that before coming into the night, and it absolutely does to a degree. There has not really been one note, to say the least. Hello, Elizabeth. And meanwhile, Bayley right now looking to leave a sour taste in everybody's mouths here in Philly to claim the Raw Women's Championship. What on earth is she doing?
Looks like she's trying to set it up kind of like a table, probably going to try to power bomb or suplex her onto it.
We talked about earlier, though, JJ, what you choose to do could be your own demise. That is a very precarious bridge over troubled water, suspended between the steel steps and the LED barricade. And right now, what's Bayley got there? A sign.
And is Nikita Lyons going to play into this? The fact that they showed her just prior to this match
is
a huge question mark.
What the hell? Oh, my
elbow drop onto Bianca on the ladder. And it definitely looks like Bayley may have suffered the worst of that.
Again, you put your own body on the line in this environment. Not for the moment, but for the victory. Let's take a look at the replay here, JJ. You might be on to something. You see that elbow. Yep, pinpoint accuracy on Bianca Belair while suspended on that ladder, but Bayley still collided with the ladder afterwards, too. I'm not sure who got the worst of that, but Bayley is up on her feet. Whoa, and Bayley literally ripping apart a ladder. And Bianca back up, grasping her midsection in a world of hurt right now.
That's definitely not a smart move of Bayley. That hinge is what keeps the ladder set up.
Well, right now, again, we talk about strategy here. I don't think the strategy is to climb the ladder. Bayley knows that Bianca will not stop to go after her. Bayley has to make sure, as you said, she's a non-factor.
Here we go. She just ripped that hinge out. She's going to sandwich her in between it
or
and
break
just
her
start
leg,
slamming it on top of her.
Yeah,
like you said,
help.
trying to incapacitate
missed.
her. But Bianca, the wherewithal to get out of the way.
And that fan looks like, geez, Bayley, calm down. And right now, Bianca, drives the ladder in the back of Bayley. Well, one half a ladder anyway. And meanwhile, Bianca goes back inside the ring. What? Nope, maybe not. Right now, I feel like Bianca's a bit right now trying to figure out something. I feel like Bianca's a bit unprepared right now.
I feel like she's a little bit out of it. She rolled in the ring where there was a ladder that she could have set up, only to roll back outside to grab another bigger ladder to try to set up.
Well, I mean, again, to be fair, she did see the difference earlier in ladders, and the bigger ladder she did grab earlier, I believe, is the same size as this one. It is definitely tall enough to go after the championship. And right now, Bianca looking to retain that very title, but Bayley once again in the back door, crawling back inside the ring.
Yeah, that's the downside, is all that extra time that Bianca wasted gave Bayley the time to recuperate and get back in the ring as soon as she started climbing.
And meanwhile, Bianca has Bayley, up and down, planted in the power bomb. And now Bianca with one arm climbing the ladder. And meanwhile, Bayley from underneath pushing the ladder out. And sending Bianca to the outside of the ring.
Referee checking on Bianca.
Looks like a one-arm participant. And right now, neither woman is in a good state to climb the ladder. And there is no ladder set up inside the ring to procure the championship. Bayley's grabbing her knee. Bianca's grabbing her arm. We are seeing the wear and tear and the casualties being taken up both in this battle. And what the hell is that? Is that a piece of Bayley's knee brace?
That is a piece of Bayley's knee brace. At first, I thought it was a boomerang. I'm like, why the hell is she bringing a boomerang into this match? Then I thought it was another one of the hinges.
And meanwhile, JJ KOD! But Belair cannot pin or submit her. She has to take this opportunity to climb the ladder
Bianca,
and claim the championship.
There is no better moment.
The ladder is set. The audience feels it. Bianca
Billy
is there.
Is on their feet. Here comes.
Oh, wait a minute. Damage control. Io Sky, Dakota Kai. Dumping Bianca Belair. And again, that sense of urgency, the numbers game coming into play.
That second that Bianca hesitated as they came in the ring cost her the belt. She very easily could have pulled it down at that point.
And right now, Bianca Belair in a 2-on-1 handicap match as Io Sky ascends to the high risk position, but Bianca fighting back. Bianca fighting against the world. Dakota Kai misses that kick. And meanwhile, you have got JJ.
She is the strongest for a reason, Noah.
This is absolutely incredible. Io Sky, Dakota Kai up on the shoulders of Bianca Belair. Can she hit it?
KOD.
KOD. Holy D. What the
Brendan
hell?
is losing his crap over here off of that double KOD, just like the rest of the crowd in Philly is.
I haven't seen that feat of strength since John Cena. And barely back inside the ring.
I'm looking at the control room, and James is even like jaw on the floor at
Look
that
at
double
this!
KOD.
That is unbelievable strength.
Yeah,
Holy hell!
It may not be the prettiest double KOD, but dude, when you've got two bodies on your shoulder like that, it's not gonna be, the prettiest thing in the world. It's just got to be effective.
Yeah, I'm about to say, call it whatever you want. I call it effective. That was as effective as you could get,
Bailey
especially with
setting
both
up
of them
another
colliding on
ladder.
top of each other. But
Bailey
again,
setting up another ladder in the corner there. See what she's got planned for that.
bad intentions to say the least. Oh, midsection first. And Bailey right now assaulting the champion. Oh, planted. And right now, Bailey looks like the plan is under control and the title is in good hands for Bailey to claim tonight. Bianca Belair laid out after that move. And planting. Wait a minute. The title. Well, hold that thought.
That was a botch. She dropped the
Bailey
ladder. It looked
realizes
like
it
she was
too.
trying to set up Bianca underneath it. Make that exclamation point. You've got to imagine, Noah, that after Damage Control just got involved, that Asuka and Alexa have to be coming out at this point to stop Bailey.
Well, that's if they're, clear. And it looks like Bianca planted underneath, looking up as Bailey is climbing. Can Bianca find a way to wait a second, Bailey? No. Whoa! And Bailey lifted off the ladder into the ring ropes. Watch how Bailey lands. Oh, man, throat first, body first, whatever you want to call it, off the ring ropes. Bianca able to lift that ladder up with Bailey on it, just enough to stop the ascent. Who is going to take control of Monday Night Raw as the Raw Women's Championship? This is what this match is about tonight at Extreme Rules. And the only thing that stands in the way of that question being answered is a ladder. This is definitely a pinnacle moment for both these two here. You see Io Sky, Dakota Kai laid out at ringside.
You see both females fighting to set the ladder up, racing up on each side of it.
And we got both up at the top, JJ. Bianca and Bailey frailing, fighting, punching, reaching for the prize at hand and what comes with it. And the braid may be coming into play. Oh, no. Bianca face first into the ladder. But Bailey claimed the championship. Crack that whip. Bailey knocked off the ladder and enduring what Sasha Banks and others have over the years. The whip, the braid of Bianca Belair. Belair right now with a moment. Can she capitalize?
She needs to make her move. Bianca is stalling. She's wasting too much time. This is how you lose the Raw Women's Championship, Bianca. Oh, I think I see
Bianca
what's coming here.
Looking for another KOD. Meanwhile, Bailey with a piece of the ladder. Are you kidding me? Ladder in hand. Bailey up on the shoulders. What the hell's about to happen here? This is going to be bad. KOD on the ladder piece. Face first. Bianca
this
Belair
is your opportunity, Bianca.
Shot, a clear ascent. Climbing the ladder to glory. Can she claim the prize? She is there. She is there. Bianca Belair wins.
Holy hell.
Bianca Belair once again assumes control and is still your Raw Women's Champion.
And look at that image, Noah. Her sitting on top of the ladder, flexing her muscle, raising the belt. She is on top of the mountain here in the WWE.
And
who is going to knock her off?
To that move, the KOD on the ladder piece, face first for Bailey, for Bianca to finally climb the ladder and claim her prize and once again reassume control. Bianca Belair is still the Raw Women's Champion as the EST of WWE stands triumphant at the top of the ladder in victory, and Bailey might have some busted teeth.
Yeah, Psycho Jed White saying Bailey's mouth is just like Joey Mercury's mouth.
No,
I understand
No, it
that
ain't.
reference, and
but no, it ain't. No, it ain't. Joey,
Yeah, I agree.
Joey, that was an explosion of a face. That one. That wasn't.
Yeah,
that's
and
not what happened here.
I
And
usually don't wish.
Bianca
I
Belair
us-
did it all on her own against the world, against Damage Control in full. Congratulations, Bianca Belair. The EST reigns supreme. Okay, y'all can talk for a moment as we come up.
Yeah, JJ, you were saying something.
I was
You were
just gonna
trying
say
to.
I usually don't wish harm on people, but when that happened to Joey Mercury, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Damn.
I met Joey. He was nice to me, but I think that's because I made a good gimmick for him. It's like
You may have met him after his demons.
Yeah. Okay. So you met him before.
Yeah, I met him when he was still running with Johnny Nitro and Eminem, and we were all standing outside of the San Diego arena trying to get autographs. We were asking him very nicely to come over and sign. He looked at me and called me an effing faggot.
Oh.
Oh, he uttered
He
the
called
F
me an
word.
effing faggot, and
I
I wasn't gonna take that from him. I was like, me? You're the one hanging out with Johnny Nitro trying to get his sloppy seconds. So, you know.
Just keep driving the nail in there, JJ. Why did you just keep doing that?
Of course. And then you fast forward to when that match happened. It was like, thank you, Hardy Boys.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And I made a gimmick of him, like where he was just doing heel stuff at like a House of Hardcore show, and I was like, every time he did a heel tactic, I was just taking the piss. I just kept I was like just so disappointed, like a disappointed dad. I was just like, Joey, why you do that, Joey? Why stop it, be a good boy, stop it, Joey. Like everybody started doing it. Joey.
As we sit here and we look at this highlight package of Roman Reigns, I want to get back to the Bianca match we just saw. I have a question for everyone in the room. And this is a serious question. Paul, you've been pretty quiet, so we'll go to you first.
Yeah.
Is Bianca becoming the female John Cena? And what I mean by that is just that dominant, the kids love her. She's doing all this stuff for charities. We saw the commercials over the past month with the St. Jude's or whatever it was charities, the ING playing off of the EST. Is it safe to say that Bianca Belair is becoming the WWE's female version of Cena in that aspect?
I can see that. I don't know if I'd go that far.
It's not like she has 16 championships.
No.
Yet. But she's on a dominant run, and if you think about Cena's first run, that was a pretty dominant long run too. WrestleMania until New Year's Revolution.
Yep.
She got it at WrestleMania. Could she hold it till day one? It would basically be a similar thing. James, what do you think?
Yeah, no kidding.
So I don't know. Like, to me, it's like I don't know, because Bianca's great in the ring. I think like from day one, like Cena was green as goose shit when he was pushed.
Yeah, that's true. That's not a lie. That is accurate.
You know what I mean? Bianca, not so much. Bianca's paid her dues, which I think is the biggest difference between the two. If we're really going to compare the two. That's where I think the biggest difference lies. As far as booking philosophy, yeah, a little bit. It's definitely Hogan-esque. It's definitely very Cena-esque in that regard.
But the thing is, though, right now, she's not that polarizing. It's not like Bailey has tried to turn the fans against her. And it's not like you get dueling chants necessarily against the EST. But I do understand when it comes to her incredible in-ring athleticism, the strength we saw tonight, and the championships and the moments that she has been building so far in her very young WWE career, I feel she definitely could be on the road to that sort of look, but we have to wait and see. But speaking of roads and waiting and seeing what the future holds, Finn Balor, Edge, Judgment Day awaits. Who will be found guilty and will the innocent suffer? This has to be it, as the creator looks to destroy his creation. Go ahead and talk about this one, James. A story of return 11 years in the making for the rated R superstar who looked to reascend his championship glory. And when he fell short of that, realizing where he's been at his career lately, he looked to go back to a different way. And thus he created the Judgment Day. However, what he started turned against him from within. It made him look back inside of himself. And after that, we have seen what has developed since then, as Rhea Ripley, Finn Balor, and Damian Priest have looked to once again put Edge back on the injury reserve list. We saw Edge literally rise out of hell, and now he looks to destroy the very thing he created. This is definitely a match with all different levels of personal animosity.
Yeah, this is one of the ones that I've been looking the most forward to on this card. Not to slight anything tonight, because the card has been stacked top to bottom.
Yes.
And again, going back to the comment that was made earlier, this show has just flowed beautifully. There has been not a dull beat on the entire show.
What a difference it makes when you actually have some different direction in creativity. Anyway, fair to Finn Balor. We gotta consider this. The match says Edge versus Finn Balor, I quit. In an I quit match, you are literally trying to break a man's will and force them to utter the two words that could follow them the rest of their career, where they might never be able to recover. An I quit match has changed people's resolve and has literally altered the flow of them in WWE. We can talk about those that have been affected by this match, the victors and those in defeat. But we got to consider this. Is it just Edge and Finn Balor tonight at that stake? Or is there more than that? At the end of the day, it's Edge versus Judgment Day. And we're going to see who finally carries out the final verdict.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Joe, we've all noticed and commented on that as well, about the ring not being the usual ring. We think it's got to do with the fight pit that's going to surround it. Granted, the White Rabbit has to make its appearance at some point here, either this match or the next match, but we're pretty sure that the fight pit is what is the reason that we don't have the LED ring posts, and instead we have the OG ring posts.
Yeah, usually with the any cage match in WWE.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, gentlemen, we will see you guys after this match as we turn things back over to Noah and myself.
Well, JJ, this is it. What
Let's
Edge
fucking
created.
go.
What Edge created, starting all the way back at WrestleMania this year when he faced AJ Styles and Damian Priest, was taken under his wing. And then you look at WrestleMania Backlash, the rematch where Rhea Ripley joined the ranks. And we've seen how Judgment Day have been a united front, carrying out their form of what they believe is right in the WWE. Instead, something was growing from within as Finn Balor not only joined the ranks, but looked to overthrow him. Since then, we have seen the personal animosity build since Edge has returned, but every step of the way, Finn Balor and the Judgment Day have tried to make sure that Edge stays on the injury reserve list. And now Dominic has become an extra factor in play. You might as well add Rey Mysterio to that. As I alluded to, in an I Quit match, it is about breaking a man's will. And whether you do it willingly or by force, that remains to be seen. But is tonight going to be literally the final verdict for the Rated R Superstar? Or will he once again take the ultimate opportunity to make Finn Balor say, I quit?
It all remains to be seen, Noah. We talked a little bit during the pre-show about the Rock and Mankind I Quit match from Royal Rumble 99 when Mankind's audio was played over the loudspeaker, and could something similar happen to Edge tonight with that passionate promo he cut where he uttered the words, I quit?
And here comes Finn Balor. Some would say that Rhea Ripley is the leader of the Judgment Day. But tonight, the Prince comes forward. And again, when you face the Prince, you best not miss the first ever WWE Universal Champion, former two-time NXT Champion, Intercontinental Champion, and now the leading force of the Judgment Day. And check out this mask. I'm not sure what this represents exactly, but there's definitely a different feel tonight when it comes to Finn Balor.
Possibly some kind of executioner reference here. You think about the olden days. I'm curious why Finn hasn't resorted back to his demon persona while being in the Judgment Day. You would think that it would be perfect for him in that gimmick.
Yeah, and we will also figure that the demon would rise again after Brood inspired Rated R Superstar came forward at SummerSlam. Here, that is not the case. The Rated R Superstar looks for an end, but could it be the opposite case with Finn Balor at hand? And we've all heard the speculation when it comes to Finn Balor and what could be ahead for him in the WWE. Is tonight that first step? Remember, 1 year ago, the Demon Finn Balor, the last time that persona was last seen, faced Roman Reigns in the main event of this very forum for the WWE Universal Championship and fell short. Tonight, there will be no excuses and there will be no conspiracy or circumstances. Tonight, it is just about two men and a ref with a microphone and two simple words: I quit.
We got a good look there of Finn Balor's cold blue eyes staring a hole through Edge.
You could say the same thing, though, about Edge and that wide-eyed stare gazing at his opponent at hand. You can only imagine what lengths these two are going to go to force the other to finally say, I quit. And Edge immediately goes after Finn Balor and drives him into the corner.
We know what it's going to take for one man to have to beat the other one senseless enough to get the two words, I quit, uttered. It's just a matter of which man is going to be able to get his opposition there first.
It also comes down to if you're going to see outside forces come into play. We talked about it on No DQ. We talked about it here on Championship Network. I talked about it with the Galaxy 2. Oh! And a nice net breaker by Edge. Will it be willing? Will it be forceful? Will it be someone else's own doing? And right now, we are just down to these two, as it should be, in my opinion. And right now, neither of these men are nowhere near that point. They're just looking to punish each other. And right now, we got our first response. Finn Balor says no. Have you ever had that point where you just hated somebody so badly, you wanted to break them of their will? You wanted to force them to be no longer a part of where you exist. I feel like in this sort of circumstance, saying I quit will ensure that.
You know, I'd be lying if I said that there was never a point when I felt that way. And I think we all have been there at some point in our lives.
No, without a doubt.
You know, in recent years, no, I always try to look the other way. If someone doesn't like me, then I don't waste my
Oh,
time with it. I don't breed hatred anymore. But I can definitely put myself in that situation. I have been there in the past, and you think back on it, and it's like how much joy it would
oh,
bring you to just be able to make them crumble from within. And I think that's what Finn Balor is really looking at with Edge. You know, he basically already usurped the Judgment Day from him by joining the same night that Edge was unceremoniously kicked out.
you
And
gotta
if he
wonder
can
was
put that
Finn
final nail in the coffin here tonight,
right, proverbially. You gotta wonder though, was it Rhea Ripley who employed that? Was it Finn Balor who employed that? How long did the scheme come into play? Was it of a single man's doing, or the whole group in part? As Finn Balor right now targets the left leg of Edge. Again, Edge came back after 11 years where he retired willingly on Monday Night Raw, had triple fusion neck surgery. And ever since he's come back at the Royal Rumble, it's almost like truly a second coming. And right now, Finn Balor working the leg of Edge. Oh, and a headbutt. Edge taking the opportunity at hand that was presented to him and looking to capitalize. Finn Balor once again picks the ankle, though, traps the leg, looking to wear down the Rated R superstar. And again, Finn Balor right now, he is probably at the strongest he's been his entire WWE career. When you figure about his showcasing and also his conditioning as of late.
yeah, no doubt. And it's weird to say that considering that he's not even the champion. You know, to think that he's towards the top of his career in the company and he's not even holding any of the gold right now.
And meanwhile, he might be holding a figure four leg lock on the Radar Superstar as the Woos reign out of Philadelphia. You also consider this the fact that Edge and Finn Balor, this is a first time ever one-on-one match. And it's an I quit match. And look at the resolve on Edge. As we know, a figure four leg lock, it's literally your own leg moving against you to try and alleviate the pressure. You turn your own body over. Edge looking to try and do that. Finn Balor trying to resist. Can he roll over? And yes, he does. And Finn Balor right now in excruciating pain.
Yeah, all that force, all that momentum, all that agony just reversed into Finn Balor.
And the thing is, Finn Balor was the one that first applied the hold. He cannot willingly let it go. And Edge once again rolled back on his back. Finn Balor back in control. Again, there are no pinfalls. Shoulders can be down as long as needed on either both challenger or the one that's delivering the move. The only way this match ends is through two words at one person's mouth. And again, it might not be Edge or Finn Balor that says it. And there's some separation with some shots to the head of Finn Balor. And right now, though, JJ, I feel like Edge right now, he is, of course, the aged veteran, but I feel he's suffered more in this match, too.
Yeah, with age comes weakened bones and joints, you know, and it's a lot easier to beat somebody down and give them Charlie horses, you know, and really work them over when they get to that age.
Finn Balor working the upper back and the shoulder blades of Edge, trapping him in between the apron and the floor. Vicious stomps as Edge just slumps down. But again, Edge says no, and Finn Balor staying on the attack. Has Edge trapped. Needs to get out from underneath there, for Pete's sake. Again, using the environment to your advantage. Uh-oh, and once again, we've had how many times that announce table come into play tonight?
Too many to count.
First.
It's a good thing we're not playing a drinking game where we have to take a shot every time the announce table comes into play.
It wouldn't matter with me because I'm straight edge. And meanwhile, again and again, how much punishment can one man take? Oh, jeez. Hey, damn. Balor relentless assault on the Rated R superstar, driving him face first into the announce table.
And Balor just soaking up the crowd reaction, jaw-jacking with Michael Cole You need to focus on Edge because Edge is resilient. And as you touched on, Noah, he is the aged, grizzled vet.
He also,
Knows how to overcome these type of odds.
he also has the moniker of the ultimate opportunist for a reason. Oh, and there's one right there driving Finn Balor into the ring post. And again, we talked about a wrestler, the strategy, their mentality. A wrestler can be their own worst enemy here. And as you said, the pride, the hubris of Finn Balor, right now jaw-jacking the announcers, Edge right now capitalizing. Until he got Sling Blade on the floor just that moment ago. And again, Finn Balor working on the surgically repaired neck of Edge.
Balor asking once again for the referee to check on Edge, and Edge telling them no.
Let's take a look at the replay here. Look at this reversal of the clothesline, just planting Edge with that sling blade.
Beautiful.
Heavy assault again on the neck. And right now, Edge has Finn Balor up. Driving Finn Balor through the barricade.
Holy
into the
hell.
timekeeper area. Finn Balor right now grasping for breath.
Referee doing his due diligence, checking on Balor.
Again, the referee, he cannot stop this match. In this match, this isn't Extreme Rules. This isn't no DQ. This is I Quit. It doesn't end any other way. And right now, it looks like these two are going to take the fight out into the WWE Universe. Again, watch out, people. Whoa, good grief. That woman, you might get on TikTok with a few of those views, but you might also get a right fist in the face, too. Be careful. Security out there. Just trying to make sure that both these men stay within sight as we're back at the kickoff panel area.
Psycho Jed White, just so you know, I have your most recent comment starred. We will address that after the match. Don't think we're ignoring you.
This is Extreme Rules. We are live from Philadelphia. We are live across the JMN Multiverse of Media as we bring you play-by-play reactions and coverage from Extreme Rules tonight, the latest WWE Premium Live event. It has been a great paced, aggressive, extreme night. Bianca Belair retaining the Raw Women's Championship against Bayley in the ladder match. Oh, man, what a suplex on the floor. And Finn Balor in agonizing pain, screaming in angst. Oh, an emphatic never. Where's Edge going? Oh, boy. There's a lot of toys and weapons and tools out there to use to your advantage. You can only imagine what Edge might be looking for. What the hell? Oh!
It's a hockey stick. They're in Philadelphia, home of the Flyers. We saw Gritty earlier, so the Canadian grabbed himself a hockey stick.
How fitting a Canadian grabs a hockey stick. That just sounds like it writes itself. And I literally got done watching Impact Wrestling. And meanwhile, Edge using the hockey stick in the jaw of Finn Balor.
Payback. Remember when Edge took the metal pipe from the steel chair through his mouth? He's giving it back to Finn Balor here tonight with the hockey stick.
He literally could rearrange Finn Balor's jaw with this. I don't think that's as bad as a steel chair piece, but still, that has to absolutely be brutal on your fillers. And what now? Finn Balor just looking to create some distance. Doesn't know where he is right now, probably. Edge in full pursuit. And yeah, we did see Gritty earlier, so I guess it would make sense. Maybe Gritty was the one that gave him that hockey stick.
It's always possible.
Oh, driven face first into the steel steps, ascending the arena. And Finn Balor still with a no. There's a kid in a white rabbit shirt. What does that tell you? Both of these men, again, refuse. In other words, I quit. Finn Balor, they are climbing up into the cheap seats, into the common area almost.
You see people with fiend masks as we go into the crowd. Could one of those possibly be a diversion?
Oh.
You know, we've seen in the past with people wearing Steen masks, and Steen is one of them.
Oh. If we're not careful here, these two might fight each other outside the arena all the way to the freaking Liberty Bell.
It's always possible. You think about all the hardcore matches in the past. You think about how people have gotten jumped in the bathroom. You think about Undertaker and Maven slamming his head through the popcorn vendor.
How about
You know?
Edge? Oh! Planting Finn Balor face first, elevating him into an exit sign. Well, I guess if nothing else, JJ, there is a wall of fans and event staff preventing them from going out any further. Looks like the Dippin' Dots will be safe. Yeah,
I'm not worried
Finn,
about the Dippin' Dots, but I'd
Not the
love to
damn
see them
Dippin'
get the
Dots.
nachos.
I'd be worried more about the hot dogs and the Mountain Dew, but that's just me. And meanwhile,
I know you, but I think the Philadelphia Arena would be more worried about the $20 a pop beers.
that's probably accurate. And what the hell is? Oh no!
Looking for a
Edge
spear.
in position. Looking for a spear.
Oh. Took that steel railing right into his midsection and his upper chest.
Yep, and Edge right now grabs him for air, but that fan's like, "Hi, Mom, I'm on TV."
Right.
Good grief! This is the
I'm not gonna.
This is the world
I've
we
been
live in.
there, done that.
This is the world we live in. People on their cell phones just waving out their hashtag internet wrestling community, hashtag extreme rules. And meanwhile, Finn Balor chasing Edge down the steps. Maybe we'll finally get back to the ring center at some point.
Down the rabbit hole, maybe?
I don't know about that. And meanwhile, Finn Balor trapping Edge inside the steel railing. Almost a clutch maneuver, chin lock. And Edge still says no. Somehow still breathing too. And Finn Balor back in control. I mean, you think about an I Quit match. You think about how far this could go out. I didn't think it would go this far out into the arena.
I'm not surprised, though. You got to think
I'm not
about
surprised
it.
either.
This is the Triple H era, and this is something that's been sorely missing since the PG era, if we're being completely honest, is this kind of chaos and destruction and fan interaction, which is something that Hunter has always been a fan of.
Hello, AEW. Thanks. How you been doing? And meanwhile,
and again, this is Philadelphia, home of bring your own weapons matches.
Yeah. And finally, we're back inside the in-ring area. Good grief. And you think about that fan interaction, I mean, that's become a mainstay in this day and age. Almost every AEW pay-per-view. Triple H knows how important the fans are, not only to booking your show and selling it, but also engaging in your ecosystem. And that's being put on display here firsthand tonight. And what the hell is Finn Balor looking for here? Oh, why not? Steel chair. Why not?
Yeah, after all of that, we'll just go with the simple old steel chair.
I mean, that's about as simple as it gets, right?
But Edge, of course, the master of the concerto.
Well, I only see one chair so far, but I wouldn't rule that out. And meanwhile, Edge grasping for air after eating that steel chair to his ribs, to his midsection. Again, the thing about ribs, yeah, you can recover from them. They might remain bruised, but you never truly breathe the same after your ribs have been exposed to any sort of injury.
Yeah, no. And I think Finn knows that because he is just targeting the lower midsection there of Edge.
With the edge of the steel chair right now, driving it 3 or 4 times. And right now, Edge gasping for air. You hear Edge gasping for air. He said, screw you, Finn, so this match will continue. And now he just pissed Finn off even more. And now we're getting chair shots to the back. Oh, jeez. But Edge will not stay down. Well, now he might for a moment. Is Edge going to say it? I don't quit. Psych Finn Balor. And Finn looks a bit shocked.
Definitely a little
again,
bit
talk
pissed
about
off.
really playing with the mind. And Finn Balor saying, but still ring chair right now in the corner, in between the third and second ring rope. Maybe that's set up better than what Liv Morgan tried to do earlier. And meanwhile, a chop again in the corner. Again, we talk about matches. We talk about adversity. We talk about rivalries. That has been the formula tonight. Every match has been equally physical and mental. And this one might be the most right now, to say the least.
Yeah, and
I feel
every
it's more
match,
mental than physical.
And every match has had that devoted, dedicated rivalry. None of these were just thrown together on a whim a week or two out. Every match has had that great build-up.
Look at the way that Finn Balor is contorting Edge in this unique stretch. And right
Psycho
now,
just
Balor transitioning.
Psycho
for a
Jed White. I
crossface.
did not catch that because I've got my volume turned down so that we don't get copyright dinged. But apparently Michael Cole just said Renegade. Michael
Hey.
Cole there giving shout outs there to the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media.
Edge still not saying I quit. And Finn Balor continuing the assault, grounding the Radar Superstar, driving his knees into the ribs, into the kidneys. Finn Balor right now just doing absolutely anything. Asking Edge again. Edge still just trying to get his breath. Again, both these men, they are proud, they are prideful, they are stubborn, they are driven. And right now, Edge is definitely one who will not say I quit. Oh, driving Finn Balor face first into that chair. Again, you become a victim of what you bring.
He who sets it up generally ends up tasting it.
And right now, Edge with a bit of reprieve. Get a few seconds to draw his breath. Take a look at the replay here. Look at the velocity. Ooh. Jeez.
That was cold-blooded. James, if you can, check your Facebook message from me real quick.
Oh! And right now, Edge taking out the leg of Finn Balor, the left leg, working the left leg right now, constantly assaulting with the steel ring chair, trying to blow out that knee, blow out that hamstring. We talk about what Edge brings. He talks about how he has grit, and it very well might be that grit that leads Edge through tonight.
Grit like Gritty, the mascot of the Philadelphia Flyers, whose colors Edge is wearing tonight?
Well, to be fair, I think the red and orange for Gritty. For Edge, it's orange and black. And as far as Grit goes, there's Grit as a hockey team mascot, and then there's Grit as a WWE superstar. I think I know which one is stronger, especially with this veteran. And look at this going old school with this move. Trapping the legs, assaulting Finn Balor's back, asking Finn if he quit. And wait a minute, look at this.
Here comes Damian Priest.
The Judgment Day coming into play. And Edge right now taking out Priest, driving him over the top rope to the outside of the ring. Finn Balor sent over the rope to the apron. Meanwhile, Dominic has come into play. What the hell is Edge picking up here? Edge picking up Spear! Good grief!
Holy crap.
Finn Balor from the middle rope to the floor. Wiping out the Judgment Day in the process. Look at this, JJ. Jeez. Start off throwing caution to the wind.
Hell of a spot there. Great job by Damian Priest and Dominic Mysterio catching them so that none of them got seriously injured. Did I just praise Dominic Mysterio on a wrestling move?
Folks, please timestamp that and clip that. Yes, you did.
Granted, it wasn't on a move he executed, but still.
You want to talk about execute? How about execution that's still to come for either Finn Balor or Edge? As Edge looks in that zone, eyes wide open. He is in position. Wait a second. Rhea Ripley with a handcuff.
With some handcuffs.
Rhea Ripley with a pair of handcuffs. Edge is trapped.
You know, I'm going to leave that one alone. We already gave WWE ideas earlier. Just Rhea Ripley in handcuffs, and I'm just going to leave it there.
Rhea Ripley has handcuffed Edge to the top rope.
I see James cracking up in the green room. He's with me on that one.
Okay, for once, can you get your head out of the dungeon and focus on what's happening inside the wrestling ring as Edge realizes what he has to face now?
All three men standing behind him.
And Edge has
with
nowhere to go. He is at their mercy. If Edge is going to say, I quit right now, this is probably the best time to do it. Or Edge is going to fight until he can't fight no more. Damian Priest and Dominic Mysterio applying the boots to Edge. Again, Edge has been handcuffed to the top rope. He has nowhere to go. And right now, Finn Balor with a smile on his face and Rhea Ripley also following suit. And right now, I'm getting shades of Breaking Point, Randy Orton, John Cena, as Finn Balor has a couple of kendo sticks. About to be a whole different form of punishment and a beating here at the hands of the Judgment Day.
Oh,
golly! JJ, you can attest that it doesn't matter where you get hit, how you get hit, a kendo stick sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are in ECW where that was referred to as a Singapore cane.
I remember that terminology. Oh man, talk about
Favorite
getting
weapon
caning.
of
Finn
the
Balor
Sandman.
mercilessly caning
Think
Edge.
back to Tommy Dreamer getting caned, asking, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?"
Well, how about another friend to help you out? Here comes Rey Mysterio with a steel chair in hand. And this is what I was talking about. Oh, and Damian Priest taken out. And right now, Rey Mysterio goes after Finn Balor. Crossbody off the second rope. The Judgment Day has been put away for the time being. And meanwhile, Rey Mysterio picking up speed. Dial up 619 in the back of Damian Priest.
But here comes Dominic,
and
throwing
Dominic
bows
gets
at his father.
What the hell are you doing? That's your own flesh and blood, damn it. That is the guy that conceived you and brought you into this industry. Right across the face, driving Rey Mysterio to the barricade. This is absolutely just downright barbaric. How can a son turn against their own father? Dominic Mysterio right now assaulting Rey Mysterio. Again, you wonder, did Dominic Mysterio make the biggest mistake of his life? Rhea Ripley right now just applauding. And meanwhile, Dominic Mysterio is literally unleashing who knows how many years of pent-up frustration and aggression. You gotta wonder, Dominic Mysterio, he has been through a lot his whole life, especially in the shadow of his father. Who can forget the first time we saw Dominic Mysterio after a period of time when CM Punk was literally insulting Rey Mysterio's daughter, Dominic's sister. And meanwhile, Finn Balor with more punishment, caning Edge. Oh,
And
wait a minute!
Beth Phoenix getting involved with that kendo stick, laying it into Finn Balor.
If there's anything more dangerous than a man with a kendo stick, it's Beth Phoenix with a kendo stick. And Dominic, do not go back to the Glamazon. Look at that kendo stick, literally splintered. Oh,
and
my
here
Lord.
comes Rhea Ripley.
This is the
Elizabeth,
match
we have not forgotten about
waiting
that
to
angle.
see for years. Look at this face-off. The Glamazon and the bringer of brutality. Beth Phoenix, Rhea Ripley. What the hell's about to happen here?
Rhea licking her lips at the opportunity to tie up with Beth Phoenix. This Philadelphia crowd wants it.
And
there they go.
We're getting it. Go get her, Beth. Beth Phoenix. Rhea Ripley squared off in the middle of the ring. And Rhea trying to fight back. Beth Phoenix doesn't it off the ropes. Spear! Beth Phoenix spears Rhea Ripley. Get her, Beth. And Dominic Mysterio to Rhea Ripley's aid. And look, Beth has the key. Thank goodness. Edge, man, if Edge needed a guardian angel tonight, Beth Phoenix was definitely the person to come forward and be that. Edge has been freed. And right now, Edge
spear
to Damian Priest. And now eye to eye with Dominic Mysterio.
And now Dominic's trying to play like easy Uncle Edge, easy.
Oh, man. There's a subtle 3-word sentence I would say here right now, but I think the audience is already saying it. You bleeped up.
Yeah.
Dominic looking for a handshake of apology, of sympathy.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
Right now with some thinking again, I mean, they were family. It's Rey Mysterio's son. Oh!
Pie face. And Dominic needs to be thankful that's all he's getting from Uncle Edge.
I mean, again, low blow, good grief. Oh, and a sling blade by Finn Balor, looking to capitalize off the absolute anarchy we have seen. Beth Phoenix in the corner. Beth can't believe it. Spear
Spear!
by Edge! Out of nowhere! Cutting Finn Balor in half!
He's
Looking
setting
for
up
it
for
again.
another one.
Spear again! And Edge is firmly in the driver's seat. Beth Phoenix rooting him on. Call it back.
Third time's the charm. Is that going to be what finally makes Finn say, I quit?
But if Finn's unconscious, he can't say it. And Beth right now being alerted by Edge to bring in a steel chair. And once again, the Grits couple, the rated R duo, have taken control of the. Oh no. That steel bar, the divine rod. And we've seen this before. Oh, Rhea Ripley just clocked Beth Phoenix. Damian Priest now has Edge up.
South of
Choke
heaven.
slam. South of heaven. And Rhea Ripley with a knuckle duster, brass knuckles. Uh-oh. Oh, that's what she used. She literally KO'd Beth Phoenix.
Finn going up. Is he looking for the coup de grace here?
Yep, and Dominic Mysterio and Damian Priest holds Edge in place. It's the coup de grace. And it looks like Finn Balor might be going up again. Second time, brutalizing the midsection, collapsing the chest cavity and the ribs of Edge. And again, Finn Balor looking to render Edge unconscious.
But Edge still has not said those two words.
Again, Finn Balor with the microphone. And asking Edge to say it. Last chance. Will Edge say it? His wife laid out. What will Edge do? There's nobody else. Oh, a final definitive statement by Edge. Go to hell. Someone's about to suffer. And Bev is literally out cold. And what's Rhea Ripley going to do here? Again, Edge is literally looking down at his wife, not unconscious, by Rhea Ripley and a set of brass knuckles as Edge is being held hostage by the Judgment Day. And JJ, what does this formula equal? Rhea Ripley plus 2 chairs plus an unconscious Beth Phoenix.
A one-woman concerto, Noah.
Oh my God, you can't do this. She's a mother, for God's sake. You can't do this. Edge, do something. This literally could end Beth. He said it. He said it. Ed said it. Ed said
Wow.
I quit for the sake of his wife. Stopping Rhea. Seeing the sense of urgency that was at hand.
But look at what it took, Noah. It took the
called it.
entire
I called it.
Judgment Day.
I called it a choice of willingness. And meanwhile, Rhea, no! Oh my God!
And Rhea still
Get some
delivers
help.
the one-woman
Get some help
concerto
out
to
there.
Beth
We
Phoenix.
need help. We need help out here. Someone get some help, please. Get some help, damn it. Absolute despicable display. Judgment Day carrying out the final verdict at the hands of the execution of brutality. Beth Phoenix concertoed after Edge was forced to say, I quit. Finn Balor wins.
Holy hell. And as I bring everybody back into the chat here, Elizabeth, I definitely do not forget that Ray Eddie storyline in 2005. I remember that vividly.
Go ahead.
I don't talk about it because I try not to talk about it. It was just that horrid.
You want to talk about horrid? Look at this picture. The Judgment Day stand in absolute triumphant, positive victory with the actions they have done tonight. at the cost of Edge's own wife.
And Psycho
Stevie
Jed White,
Williams
I
and
think
Edge
you're right
in the
here.
ring together.
I think it will be a mixed tag at Country Redacted.
Fuck that. That Phoenix is out. We need to get medical help.
Yeah, Petey Williams and Edge in the same ring.
Wow,
Yeah.
Ratnick saying this is awesome for Rhea and exactly what should happen to DX on Monday. That's nuts.
I am 4-1. I have got 4 out of 5 tonight so far.
And here we are getting a little tease at Charlotte Flair. Psycho Jed White said earlier.
Rhea Ripley carried out Final Judgment at the expense of Beth Phoenix to break Edge's will and probably his wife's neck.
She's probably returning on Raw or something.
Oh, please tell me they don't do it.
That was sick.
I mean, Monday's the season premiere.
I just didn't don't mean jack shit. Anyway. Whew. Okay,
Psycho Jed White mentioned that nobody has brought it up, but what if Elias comes into the new Wyatt family or Firefly Funhouse stable? That would be interesting to be sure.
Jeez, oh, jeez.
You got Bray Wyatt, Dexter Lumis, Joe Gacy.
Damn.
And then Elizabeth
That
says
was
that hockey
fucking
starts
nuts.
Wednesday. She's ready to root for the Canes. Who are you rooting for? Well, I know Noah isn't a professional sports person.
Nope.
I am a Kings fan. So LA Kings over here. I know Statboy is for the Anaheim Ducks, as well as the Nashville Predators, as well as the Minnesota Wild, as well as whatever team's winning. He always bandwagons along. Anybody else here, hockey fans?
No,
I don't-
not I
They've
sure.
been
So
bad for so long, but I'm a Red Wings fan.
There you go.
Red Wings have promise this year.
Damn. The Judgment Day finally gets the opportunity to be dominant.
I called it. I knew that neither man was willing to say I quit. It was going to be forced with a sacrificial lamb. And
No,
unfortunately,
Hey, Noah.
tonight that was Beth Phoenix.
Noah, you're gonna have to unmute. I have no battery on my.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks
wait,
like we
no.
get no Bray Wyatt tonight.
Never mind.
That's it. You fool.
Well, we still have the main event,
whoa,
Mikey.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
As Miz is going into Triple H's locker room, but there's Gritty. You know what? How much you want to bet Dexter Lumis is Gritty?
He's once again giving him that shirt.
How much do you want to bet that Dexter Lumis is Gritty?
I guess Miz hates mascot. All right. Well, that's a thing. Well.
Nope.
You were saying, JJ.
It would have made sense.
And once again,
Kidnapping
Dexter
him on his
Lumis
birthday.
traps the Miz in his clutches.
What's going on?
Miz is getting
Miz is
choked out
going
by
night-night.
Dexter Lumis after assaulting Gritty, thinking that it might have been Dexter.
Oh, it's crazy.
Who is it? Who is it? Is it Indy Hartwell?
He's up in the mascot now.
Yeah, where's this Loomis thing going? Like, why are they not doing a match here tonight?
Oh!
Gritty just kicks Miz while he's down,
Yeah,
storming
that's
off
not
with
normal.
Dexter Lumis.
I don't know what to think about that.
Main event.
Well,
It
coming
is
up
main
next
event
is an
time,
absolute
gentlemen.
Wild night of emotions tested and
This is
wills
gonna
broken.
go.
Move forward to our main event. Seth Rollins goes one-on-one with Matt Riddle in the fight pit. Man,
We take a look at how we got there with this video package narrated by Ariel Helwani.
12-time MMA Journalist of the Year.
Just to let the fans know, I will be stepping away for the main event. James will be stepping in to do the color commentary on this one. It is dinner time here at the house. As soon as this match is over, we'll come on, we'll give our final thoughts like we normally do. Then we'll probably take about a 5-10 minute intermission before open mic night begins here across the multiverse of media.
What are you having for dinner, JJ?
Chicken and rice, as far as I know.
Okay, enjoy, man. So why was this match canceled at Money in the Bank? Does anybody know? Was it just overbooked?
Injury.
Oh, injury.
Riddle was injured.
Riddle was injured?
Yeah.
Wow,
They had the
that's
injury
crazy.
angle. Like he was legit injured, and they had to do the injury angle the week before.
Oh, no, that's crazy because it was actually supposed to be Riddle versus Reigns had Money in the Bank been inside been in the stadium.
Yeah, that's true.
So are we saying that Riddle would have been injured for that match?
I think so, yeah.
And it would have been canceled anyways? Damn, that's crazy.
Again, they had just
Oh wait.
booking.
Oh no, I'm thinking of something else.
Maybe it wasn't a legit. I don't remember an injury.
There have only been 2 fight pits in
No,
WWE
it's when they
history.
canceled the Rollins match. Is what I'm thinking of. Sorry.
I was saying, Paul, you got your facts straight?
Yeah, I can't
Yeah, I'm getting
exactly.
confused with the Rollins match that got canceled.
Yeah, I can tell.
Joe, the only film that I can think of that The Miz had that was theatrically released was his cameo role in Fighting with My Family. None of his movies have been theatrically released.
Yep, true.
Yeah.
Was that movie with him and Paige a real thing, JJ? What was it, a holiday film?
It is a legitimate movie. I will actually be covering it come this holiday season.
Nice. What is that one called? Do you know off top, Ted?
Santa's Little Helper.
Yep.
I will also be covering Christmas Bounty this holiday, which is also a Mike Mizanin holiday movie.
What about this new horror Halloween holiday movie? What's it called? Violent Night?
I'll be doing that too as one of my new release Saturdays. Cece and I actually got to see a sneak peek of it before it comes out, so we've already seen it.
Oh, really? That's what's up.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Waiting to see what they do to it as far as, further edits or reshoots or whatnot, but we enjoyed it.
Let's see here.
Oh, man, this is going to be downright brutal.
Yeah, this is just going to be nuts.
This is not a spectacle. This is not a showcase. This is a fight.
And here comes the fight pit being lowered around the ring.
No ropes, only steel, no escape. The only way the match wins is by knockout or tap out. And here comes our special guest referee.
Gentlemen, kick ass on the call. I'll see you guys after the match.
Peace, JJ.
James, has been an absolute night of emotional warfare and physical brutality. And now we end this incredible night of extreme circumstances with an absolute war that is ahead of personal animosity in the highest degree. Matt Riddle, Seth Rollins, they finally collide and maybe conclude inside the confines of the fight pit. We all know Matt Riddle comes in here with a former UFC mixed martial arts background. Seth freaking Rollins has never been involved in anything MMA. He enters Matt Riddle's world tonight. When it comes to the architect, he always has a plan. We have seen him prey on the psyche and on the neck of the original bro. Could those type of traits come into play tonight and lead to victory for Seth freaking Rollins? This is going to be Very interesting. And of course, in the fight pit, there is no escape. But you could use the structure to your advantage. Of course, Corey Graves idolizing Seth friggin' Rollins. What a stand. Anyway, we saw Clash the Castle, Matt Riddle and Seth Rollins collide one-on-one, and it took 2 curb stomps to the back of Riddle's neck to finally put down the original bro. We've seen these two continue their hostilities on Monday Night Raw these last few weeks, and out of nowhere, Matt Riddle challenged him to the fight pit, and Seth just willingly said yes. Again, there is no ropes in the fight pit, folks. It is nothing but steel and wood.
Yep.
And there is the current NXT champion, Braun Breaker, watching on from the audience.
Oh, okay. Okay, we need to talk about this. Braun's literally just in the same place that Nikita Lyons was at. They just rotated them out.
Exactly.
Come on, man. Make an effort.
I told you not my NXT doesn't matter. And here comes Seth freaking Rollins.
Mistress Audio in the chat saying, "Hey, Jan, good to see you in your natural habitat. Check her out, folks. She does best way I could describe it is story-driven narrations on her YouTube channel. ASMR kinda, but in a story form. So go check that out if you're interested in something like that."
Appreciate you, Mistress Audio. Thank you for tuning in and supporting us, and of course, being a great friend to James here. Seth friggin' Rollins channeling the whole effing show tonight with this attire. Rob Van Dam, a true original of Extreme, but also a great pioneer of innovation.
Now, while I got Mistress Audio in here, I just wanted to say hello and shout her out. That was mainly the reason I came in here. Now, getting to the match here with Seth Rollins and Matt Riddle.
Bro.
This is insane. Because basically what we have here is Daniel Cormier, UFC Hall of Famer, officiating this contest. Probably going to be the most durable referee, if we're going to be honest, in this, whatever the hell this thing is. We are going to be seeing some brutality unlike anything I think we've ever seen before.
There have only been 2 fight pit matches in WWE history. Matt Riddle was involved in the very first one. It was a flash knee strike that took out 2 teeth of Timothy Thatcher during that war, even though Matt Riddle ended up losing. In the second ever fight pit in NXT, Timothy Thatcher won that as well. Timothy Thatcher is known as the king of the fight pit. And tonight, Matt Riddle looks to add his name to that. We, of course, know we got the Muay Thai background, Jiu-Jitsu background, the CrossFit background coming into play. Both these men have a high level of endurance and cardio for days. It's going to come down to trapping the other, using the structure, or literally incapacitating them. Tommaso Ciampa nearly lost his leg at the hand of Timothy Thatcher thanks to the use of this cage. And again, there is no ropes. There is nothing between these two but steel. So here we go. This is the fight pit. And the only way to win, again, is by knockout or submission. No ropes, no escape. 2 men, 1 referee, 1 result yet to be seen. Here we go.
There it is. And here we go. This is going to be I'm going to tell you right now, what you're going to see is Matt Riddle in his natural habitat. He's no stranger to a UFC-style situation. Daniel Cormier is very familiar with that as he goes for the leg kicks right to the hamstring of Seth Rollins here.
Got one off, but Seth Rollins, again, you see Seth Rollins. He is keeping his distance away from Matt Riddle. Close range combat right here could be Seth Rollins' enemy. And again, Seth, for the first time, literally feeling the fight pit. Again, there are no ropes. Looking to try and pick a leg.
Yeah, that was smart by Rollins, but Matt Riddle just too quick.
Well, again, both these men definitely have speed. Seth Rollins is going to have to use his brains to survive this game.
Yep.
And meanwhile, Matt Riddle
wow,
Seth Rollins down.
takedown.
And the ground and pound.
Yeah, that's
dragging away at Seth Rollins. Look at the cover up.
And I mean, you think of stuff like the Ultimate Fighter. We've seen him do stuff like that before back in the Octagon. And look at that! What an enziguri kick! That was just pro wrestling, but he used a cage as a springboard. You don't see that often.
Well, of course, Matt Riddle wrestles barefoot, and so of course he had no problem using that to his advantage.
Yeah, stuck his anatomy basically to the cage, just kicked right in the face, and now again ground and pound. Daniel Cormier right on top of the action. Seth Rollins trying to cover up. He just punched Daniel Cormier. I don't know how smart that is. And
my! Again, as you alluded to, James, this referee is going to take no bullcrap from anybody, even if it's accidental.
Yeah, no.
And Seth Rollins right now seizing the moment, taking advantage of the opening. And again, Matt Riddle's emotions are coming into play. Seth Rollins has preyed on that constantly to take advantage every step of the way. And apparently what I've heard, James, it was Seth Rollins that called Daniel Cormier to be the referee for this in the first place.
Yes. By the way, thank you, Joe Hill.
Oh, triangle. Meanwhile,
my
deadlift.
God. Nice deadlift by Rollins.
Whoa.
Tries to go for a flash kick. Tries to go for a German suplex. And now look at that. What a triangle choke. Great maneuvering there by Matt Riddle. Going right to the submission game. Looked like he was going to go for a head scissor takeover, but transitions it into a triangle choke. But there's Seth Rollins with the thumb to the eye, trying to claw the face off of Riddle here. And face first into the beams.
Well, I call that a desperation maneuver. As we know, James, again, there is no pinfall submissions. If Matt Riddle wanted to firmly place his shoulders down and further add pressure to that move, he very well could have. I don't think that was wise.
You just pissed off the raw motherfucker, Seth.
Again, Daniel Cormier simply saying, you're not here to fight me. But don't think Daniel Cormier won't knock out either of these two here. Daniel Cormier comes in with an incredible record. Again, retired UFC fighter. He has won more of his matches via submission and knockout. Only has 3 losses in his UFC career.
Oh my God.
And again,
he just sent him face first into it.
Matt Riddle driven head first. Again, this is what Riddle needed to avoid. He needed to avoid Seth Rollins taking advantage of his emotions. Ever since then, Seth Rollins has been able to counterattack. And meanwhile, Matt Riddle being hoisted up and eating the steel, breaking the epidermis of the original bro, Seth freaking Rollins, driving Riddle head first into the cage.
Yeah, hey, bro, how about some cheese with that face grinding?
I don't think he wanted that graded. And meanwhile, shot.
Taking shades of Cassius Ohno, the Chris Hero with that freaking KO blow right to the back of the head.
And you see Daniel Cormier starting his 10 count. Again, the only way this match ends, fight, is via knockout or submission. And we see right now Matt Riddle might be showing an open wound, a scar of battle at the hands of Seth freaking Rollins. Seth looking to capitalize, picks him up, and Matt Riddle out the back door. Oh, but big back elbow strike. Super kick rocks the original bro to his knees. And a follow-up indeed. Bending it backwards. And once again, Riddle staring up at the lights.
This is definitely something that I don't think Daniel Cormier is even used to. Now, granted, we've seen similar matchups before. We've seen this in WWE before, if you remember the Lion's Den, but that was a much smaller structure, a much smaller fight style, or a much smaller fight area. This is way bigger than that.
It also had a door of escape, and it wasn't a square, it was an octagon or a circle.
Yes.
As Seth Rollins once again praying on Matt Riddle's psyche, calling him a loser. Oh!
Jesus, what an open hand chop by Riddle.
Seth Rollins fighting back, though, as Riddle was looking for the exploder, it seemed. And once again, Riddle driven into the steel.
No.
Seth
Oh,
Rollins.
no!
Oh!
Snap suplex into the steel.
And once again, working on that neck, James. We know that Seth Rollins loves to go for that curb stomp. What is Seth thinking here?
What in the hell are you thinking here?
Well, there are no ropes, but there is an upper level to this fight pit. And if he's channeling Rob Van Dam,
be kidding me.
splash!
Oh my God!
That was not 5 stars, but it was damn sure effective.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt Riddle. I think he might have even hit him a little low there, too.
Which is legal. Again, that is legal in this. Let's keep that in mind. Take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, look at his knee.
Off!
Oh, no, his elbow. His elbow hit his elbow hit him right in the midsection, I think.
Still knocking out the air inside of Matt Riddle. Count of 8. And Seth is aware that Riddle was going to break the 10 count. Meanwhile, Kawada kicks to the side of the head.
Right to the side of the head. Matt Riddle's in a world of trouble right now. Seth Rollins has completely changed the momentum of this matchup here.
Again, the maniacal Monday Night Messiah conducting his own orchestra here tonight in Philadelphia. Preying on Riddle's neck and his psyche, still calling him a loser. But again, in the fight pit, you don't take this type of time to take this sort of advantage against your opponent.
And you look at Daniel Cormier here. The story here is there's got to be some sympathy from that man, despite how impartial he's been so far. Because keep in mind, Daniel Cormier knows what it's like to have his family attacked. Remember,
no doubt.
John Jones and him. But look at that! RKO by Riddle! RKO by Riddle!
Out of nowhere, James! Good Lord! Again, Riddle is the real deal when it comes to the structure, but that was purely a sports entertainment maneuver. Bam! RKO out of nowhere after rolling out the attempted Peruvian nut tie by Seth freaking Rollins, and both men are down right now as Daniel Cormier starts his 10 count.
No doubt.
It has been an absolute incredible night here in Philadelphia as we have spectated this warfare we have seen, culminating now with these two gentlemen inside the fight pit. Seth Rollins and Matt Riddle both back up to their feet and exchanging.
Oh my God! Did you hear that?
I felt that. And that was just a loving arm.
That forearm shiver just rocked Riddle.
That's bone on bone impact.
Now. Jesus. And a stiff side kick right to the chest. And now, here we go.
My. Oh,
multiple palm strikes by Riddle. Roaring elbow.
RKO, a goal blocked. And meanwhile, Seth Rollins looking for the curb stop. Curb stop. He hit it. Start third count.
Yeah, that might be it.
Cormier right now checking on the status of Matt Riddle. Take a look at the replay here. Went for the RKO again, James. And Seth Rollins wrenching Riddle's head.
Jesus almighty.
It's one of those things, though, that Daniel Cormier actually checked on the status of Matt Riddle. He did not start his count immediately.
This is very, very rough around the edges. This is not for the faint of heart. Any woman or child that is watching this, you're going to want to turn away.
Hold that thought, James. Matt Riddle has Seth Rollins up in the electric chair position, but Seth Rollins and Riddle might finally be going up to the second tier.
I say that, and then we saw Ronda Rousey, Liv Morgan, Bianca Belair, and Bayley kill each other, so, you know.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I mean, is that really any surprise right now tonight?
Okay. Children only. This ain't going to be for the faint of heart.
I think Seth Rollins is challenging Riddle to meet him up at the higher level. I don't know how wise this is.
Smart at all. And keep in mind, that is it's a sturdy platform. Don't get me wrong,
and there's no give on that either if one of them gets slammed back first. That is solid wood and steel.
Yeah, and listen to this. Look at DC trying to talk sense into these guys. There's no way you're going to do that,
Yeah,
Daniel.
That ain't happening
No
tonight.
way. And now look at that. Seth
right
Rollins now just teeing off on Riddle as he's scaling the top.
Oh,
and now
boy.
look at that. Oh, no.
And Riddle in a very precarious situation.
This is not great. Oh, no. And now he's biting the fingers.
Uh-oh. And Seth Rollins, though, now in the clutches of Riddle.
Oh, wait a minute.
This.
Oh, my God. That's innovative there by Riddle.
That's a rear naked choke, literally using the supported chain for leverage.
Yeah.
Oh, but Seth hyperextends the left arm. Oh, and driving Riddle sternum first into that supporting chain.
Like, keep in mind how high they are too, Noah. The height of this structure is damn near almost as tall. Oh, look at this. Just smashing his head right into the steel. This is almost as tall as the Hell in a Cell structure in height. They are wicked high up there.
Yeah, no kidding. A fall from here would be devastating for either of these two. Matt Riddle driven face first inside the steel fence grating. And again, there is no escape. And Daniel Cormier is just looking brutal. Down, up from below.
Yeah, dude, Daniel has got to be.
Whoa!
Daniel Cormier has got to be worried sick. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh God! No! Oh my God! Buckle bomb! God damn it!
Against the steel fencing, supporting the outer level of the freaking upper tier of the fight pit. Thank God it held in place.
Yeah, thank God it's reinforced. You can tell from that. And listen to the crowd here. DC, get up there. That really could have been bad for the crowd if you're the crowd, you don't know if that thing's reinforced or not. They could have just had a person careen onto them and crush them.
Yeah, about to say that's 220 plus pounds of force against steel fencing. Just saying.
This is how personal and this is how dangerous this feud has become.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, nice maneuvering by Riddle, though.
Oh, Seth Rollins, though, got him double underhook. Pedigree
on the top of the structure.
On the platform, face first. Oh, Seth Rollins threatening Daniel Cormier with a chokehold. What the hell are you thinking, man?
What the hell are you expecting Cormier to do? He's not trained for shit like this. He hasn't trained for combat sports in years.
And you can't get a count out from there. It has to be inside the bottom of the fight pit.
Yeah, no doubt. So what the hell are you talking about?
It almost makes you wonder why you even have this second tier level here in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
And meanwhile, Seth Rollins has Matt Riddle very vulnerable state looking for the curve stop. Oh, he missed.
Jesus.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus.
No. Uh-oh. And Seth slumps on down into the mat. Good Lord. I'm glad it was just a slump and not just a roll-off free fall. Again, you talk about the dangers here, James. Seth Rollins could have had a really horrible landing.
This is bad.
Take a look at the replay here. The curb stomp, miss. Matt Riddle capitalizes. Planting! Seth freaking Rollins with an RKO, but on the second tier.
I want you
Seth
to keep
up, but grabbed on way down and finally falls to the mat.
No. I knew that look was coming.
Oh,
We've seen this before from Riddle.
Yeah.
Matt Riddle looking for the floating bro. I can tell in his eyes right now. You crazy son of a bitch, don't do it.
What the hell? Riddle, don't do it, Matt Riddle. It's not worth it, man.
What is he doing here?
Oh
my God! Broton! Holy fuck, both of them are hurt.
That was a Broton bomb from the freaking second level of the fight pit, crashing onto Seth freaking Rollins. Holy tea! Take a look at the replay here, James. Jesus. From the top on down. Bam!
Look at the way he hit him, too. I'm not sure who got the worst of that.
This angle will show us.
Because look at this.
Look at that. The hang time.
Jesus.
God!
But his back got to be screwed up. That was not a clean landing for Riddle. That hurt him just as much as it hurt Rollins, I'm pretty sure.
And not the win out both of them as Daniel Cormier starts
And look
his
at
count.
this. I want you
That's
to
a
take a
five.
look at Riddle here. He can barely even move here. Like it's almost like he's battling like being paralyzed after that. That was a very dangerous stump by Riddle that could have ended disastrous for both guys.
And Seth Rollins somehow back up to his feet as well. You can say the same thing about Seth. Meanwhile, Matt Riddle looks.
Oh, here
Seth
we go.
down.
Triangle. Here we go.
No, wait. Seth
Triangle by
Rollins,
Riddle.
one arm deadlift. Oh, literally using the fight pin to try and break the hold of Matt Riddle. The freaking strength of Seth freaking Rollins. And again, Riddle refusing to let go.
And
Still
remember,
the triangle
knockout or submission is the only way you can win this.
That's right. And right now, literally, Seth freaking Rollins might be going out. Knockout or tap out. Wait.
Riddle wins.
And he tapped. Seth Rollins tapped. Matt Riddle wins inside the fight pit. Whoa.
That was brutal.
That
Wow.
was just ridiculous. Oh, okay. Well. Yeah. Imagine how emotional of a toll this battle was for the original bro against Seth freaking Rollins after all the verbal and physical punishment he's been through in this rivalry. Let's take a look at the replay here. This was the turning point. I'm surprised it didn't end it, James.
Yeah, this should have.
God!
I'll be honest with you. After that, Riddle's back was not the same after that happened.
No, it wasn't.
There's no way.
But somehow Riddle was able to hold on to the triangle, even though Seth Rollins drove him into the fight pit twice. One arm deadlift, and somehow Riddle was able to bring Seth Rollins back down, fully clutch his neck and head in position. Seth Rollins had no choice but to tap out.
That was insane.
There you go. You see the tap out right there. Daniel Cormier doing his job. Matt Riddle, your victor in the first ever WWE main roster fight pit. And ladies and gentlemen, this has been Extreme Rules for JJ, for James. I am the Seminole Foster saying good.
Wait a minute. The lights have gone out.
What the hell? Wait, what?
Hold on.
What's happening? I don't see anything. Guys, why am I seeing a bunch of lights? Like fireflies? It's a flashlight?
Oh, shit.
Holy shit. No way. What the? In his hands. That sounds like a certain leader. Oh, James, are we familiar with this song?
Hippity hoppity, why it's on his way.
What the hell?
Oh.
There was Huskus.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
What the hell is happening here? There's the buzzard.
Holy hell. The theory about the Firefly Funhouse characters coming to life could very well be true, gentlemen.
3.
This is.
There's the rabbit.
There's the rabbit.
Okay, that's
that's Strowman. For some reason.
Okay. Who's that? That's the witch. That's 4. What the hell is happening here? Ah! Jesus.
What the hell?
Was that the mask?
I don't know. That's 5. Guys.
Holy
That's the
shit.
hell?
Holy shit.
That's 6. There's a door.
And there's the doorway.
What the hell? Hello? Who is it? Oh my. The Firefly
like we're in
Funhouse
Spike-
in absolute abandoned disarray as the music bizarrely plays. What in the hell is happening here? The TV. Huh? Who killed the world? Who killed the world? You did. What
the
in
shirt
the
that
hell?
they've been promoting on Shop Zone.
What in the hell is happening? All right. And now I see nothing. Black screen. There's a light in the doorway. What in the name of all things normal is going on here?
Nothing normal, that's for sure, Noah.
That's for damn sure.
No.
I think a force is coming back from another realm or welcoming themselves onto this plane for the first time ever. Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
What? What?
What is happening here?
I don't know, but I'm getting freaked out.
Thankfully, I watch enough scary movies that I'm not getting freaked out.
That's a lantern.
There's that lantern.
Oh my God.
We know that lantern.
Oh, I've seen it more than enough times to know who can hold that thing.
And it's Wyatt. No mask. It's full on.
Bray Wyatt!
Bray Wyatt
Bray
is
Wyatt!
back in the WWE, ladies and gentlemen.
Bray freaking Wyatt! It's
Whatever
back!
this new persona is of his,
Holy shit! In Philadelphia, taking the words right out of my mouth. The Eater of Worlds, Bray Wyatt, is back. Yeah, you're here. The reverse monarch.
and that is how we go off the air, ladies and gentlemen.
Uh,
Holy crap. What an ending to this show. Definitely got to make sure we turn into Raw, SmackDown, whatever show that Wyatt is going to be a part of to see what happens with this beginning on Monday on WWE programming. Holy hell.
I only got one more thing to say at this point.
Would that be
they let him in.
There we go.
Bray Wyatt is back, ladies and gentlemen. James,
Wow.
oh,
what the hell is next?
nightmares. That's what's next.
I think that's a fair point. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning into this first episode of Jump Kingdom Network presentation as this watch-along comes to a close. For James Hebert and the Renegade JJ Williams, I'm the Seminole Foster saying stay tuned for part 2 as I bring it back to our producer. Bray Wyatt is back. What a night. What a showcase of Extreme Rules.
Yeah, that was just holy hell. You know, we knew it was going to be Bray. You know, somebody mentioned in the chat room that if it wasn't Bray, what about Orton? And I don't think we would have accepted anybody else. That was the perfect return, and I'm definitely curious to see where it goes. Speaking of seeing where things goes, everyone in the chat room, all 22 of you guys that are still tuned in watching us, we greatly appreciate it. We are going to take about a 10-minute hiatus until 8:25 here on the Pacific time, you know, the West Coast. 11:25 East Coast, and then we will be back to kick off open mic night. Give us all a chance to use the bathroom, have a smoke break, stock up our drinks, whatever, before we get into our normal Saturday night shenanigans. We've got a lot of topics to talk about tonight, so make sure you guys tune in. We will see everybody in about 10 minutes.
See you all very soon.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's edition of Open Mic Night here on the Casa D18 Studios channel and across the entire Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media. Man, Noah, James, Big Baller G, thank you for joining us. They let him back in, y'all. I still can't get over that.
That was so cool.
That was fucking amazing how they did that.
So well booked. Mikey T is going to be joining us again here momentarily as soon as he notices that the link is the same. We didn't change studios or anything. So I messaged him, but if somebody else can reach out to him, let him know.
What's his Facebook? Well, somebody has to DM me his Facebook. I'm not trying to dox him.
Right. No, I get it.
Oh, here it is.
Woo wee.
I found him, I think. Mikey T is on here somewhere.
Mikey Thurston, actually.
A says that death of Sarah Lee still has me shook. I remember having a crush on her during Tough Enough season 6 in 2015 and rooting for her to win the whole thing. Yeah, unfortunately, I had no idea who she was. 2015 was during that era when I wasn't paying attention, wasn't even following Tough Enough or anything like that.
Yeah, it was like the rebirth of the Tough Enough season where they had Paige and Jericho kind of like as coaches and other people, and she, along with somebody else, won at the time. The fact, though, that again, 30 years old, so young in life, a mother of children as well. You can understand right now how literally the family has to be heartbroken, and now those young ones don't have that sort of influence or future in their lives. That's devastating if you don't understand wrestling or the wrestler, but you understand what that means in the realm of family. So the entire loved ones and family members of Sarah Lee, prayers and condolences, wish them all the best. And if people can contribute to the fun, like we have seen lately, it's all over so many other great people in and out of the wrestling industry that were encouraged, inspired, or even worked with this individual. So at the end of the day, if you can't contribute to that donation fund, let this be a symbol. Let this be an example that treasure your loved ones, be grateful and value life, for tomorrow is never guaranteed. Every day should be looked at as a blessing.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. And it's with that in mind that we're going to touch on drama. There's definitely wrestling drama. That's going to be saved for our main event. Yes. But we're going to try to have a little bit of a lighter show today. I tried to find some topics that weren't all negative. It seems like that's what gets covered the most because that's the easiest to discuss and debate is the negativity. Negativity breeds negativity. Positivity breeds positivity. And in light of all this, I tried to find a few things for us to discuss that are positive this week. Let's just jump right into things. Last night.
Oh, before we jump into things, can I give a shout out again? I know I shouted out earlier, but I wanted to shout out Mistress Audio again, only because if you guys like really good voice acting as well, which I didn't mention before, definitely one of the best in the game, beyond question. Go check her out. She's got inflection in her voice when acting that I wish I could replicate. So go check that out if you're interested in that.
Keep on.
And she's by Pride. Yeah.
There you go. So we're gonna kick things off. Last night was a hell of a night for professional wrestling. You figure you had Rampage, you had Battle of the Belts, you had Bound for Glory, you had SmackDown. So to kick things off, we're gonna kind of recap a little bit of what happened last night, and here we were tonight, Extreme Rules in Philadelphia. A hardcore legend was welcomed into the Impact Wrestling Hall of Fame. Raven got inducted, and that's so cool for Raven, man. Like, I hope that WWE can put him into their Hall of Fame when they go to Philadelphia for WrestleMania 40. Along with guys like Paul Heyman and Tommy Dreamer, like, Raven, you got to think, is virtually a shoe-in for that class.
No doubt.
Yeah. He's had such amazing career. And granted, his WWF run, both of them were nothing really to write home about. Of course, originally he was Johnny Polo, went to ECW, reinvented himself with the Raven gimmick.
Wolf the Raven.
Nevermore.
Feud with Sandman and Tommy Dreamer, then going to WCW, bringing the Flock over there, giving Saturn and Kidman the rub, coming back to ECW the night that they debuted on the Nashville Network and winning the tag titles with Tommy Dreamer, his longtime rival of all people, defeating the Dudleys on their last night in the company. And then, of course, coming to WWF, part of the Invasion angle. And he really could have stopped there because WWE killed all the Raven momentum, but then going to TNA in their early days, becoming NWA champion. You know, you gotta figure him to be a WWE Hall of Famer, and hopefully that on the heels of this induction in Impact Wrestling, they'll follow suit in a couple years. On on Bound for Glory, excuse me.
Gosh.
For the record, before you continue, I think your microphone for whatever reason sounds muffled, JJ. I don't know if it just auto switched.
Check.
There we go.
Okay, maybe it was just a little too far from my face.
Yeah.
I think I botched, Noah, because the backgrounds of both these images, one's for Bound for Glory, one is for Battle of the Belts, they both look so similar. Me and you discussed this Bound for Glory one a little bit last night when we covered Battle of the Belts, because I was the only one that called this. But longtime friend of the Jeff Meacham Network and the Casa D18 Studios.
Dang it!
And new X Division champion, Frankie, no longer the future, now the Kazarian, the X Division champion. Congrats to him.
What?
Yeah.
Yep.
The 100th X Division champion in TNA Impact Wrestling history.
Wait, has he never won the belt?
No, he has.
I think
Four
this is
previous
his third or
times. Now
fourth.
Kazarian is a 5-time X Division champion. He dethroned Speedball Mike Bailey, who had, get this, 9 successful defenses. Is his 129 only reign ever as X Division champion. What a phenomenal champion he was.
Not to mention the last guest on NoDQ.com.
Yes, because of the Jeff Meacham thing, I believe. Yeah, when Jeff had his Talk Wrestling on anniversary, Frankie came on there for a little bit.
Nice.
Big G, I thought you were at the show tonight for some reason. My bad.
I had what tonight?
I thought you were at Extreme Rules.
No, I wish, man. I wish I would have gone, but I didn't get off of work. I got off at work at 8 o'clock exactly, and I have other stuff coming up next weekend. So,
you already
Fish joint.
You already got other things, and I will say this before we get any deeper. For the first fully creatively made and guided PLE right here in the States from the mind of Triple H, and no doubt encouraged by Paul Heyman. That was an incredible show tonight.
This was great. Yeah,
absolutely. It goes to show that the train is on the right track.
Man, I'm so pissed I didn't go now. I was like, oh my God.
I know, right? You could have been there for the return of Bray Wyatt.
Yeah, I thought I saw Big G when they showed the Huskus at first. I was like, is that Big G right there?
Right there.
Nah, but damn, Jerry called that, right? With all the creatures from the show coming to life.
Well, we talked about it a couple weeks ago on Open Mic Night also.
Yeah,
we kind of saw this going this way.
I thought they were
leaning to it.
Here's the thing, though, guys. We talked about characters connected to each. We don't necessarily know who was behind those costumes, or was that just symbolism for what was the past? Now Bray Wyatt comes in on his own under this new, no idea what we're going to get scenario.
Well, I kind of looked at it like it's Bray Wyatt and he's in control of all these characters. He's actually going to determine when he wants to unleash the Fiend or any of these other guys, which I feel like, honestly, the role that Braun Strowman's playing right now, he's so interchangeable that he could come in as the big guy, and they could just fit Dexter Loomis in there, and then they could just whoever else and just put him under these masks.
That's true.
That's an interesting way that they could do it. Absolutely. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen something like that before.
And we also got to consider where this influence will be showcased across both or one brand in particular. Bottom line is this: for the first time in a long time, we are all truly engaged thoroughly at what's ahead in WWE, particularly for no other reason, Bray Wyatt.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of reminding me of the Winnie the Pooh horror movie a little bit.
Wait, there was a horror movie?
Absolutely. I'm
Winnie
still
the Pooh.
curious to see that. It hasn't
Yeah.
dropped yet, but it's supposed to.
Is that a real thing? Is it-
Yes.
Let's just ruin every childhood that ever was. God.
Yep. And
So-
that new Hellraiser was awesome, JJ.
I haven't seen that yet. Hellraiser was never my cup of tea.
This is
All
different.
right. Well, while you all keep talking, guess what? I'm going to update the graph and leaderboard. So continue.
Yeah, I think I'm
Continuing
still
on-
number 2.
Continuing on with last night and how great a night of wrestling it was.
Something dropped.
And still that bitch.
Yes, she is.
Jade Cargill, 39-0.
Damn it.
Who's next?
Did
You know, I think that's the proverbial question. It's getting to be like Goldberg. You know, who's next?
Well, I think we got a good idea after watching Battle of the Belts, JJ, because she took the title in possession.
Well, the
Did,
thing is, sorry, Big G.
Was it Nyla Rose that took the title?
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't watch it, but I saw on Twitter, like Jade Cargill had posted something saying, give me back my belt or something like that, and tag Nyla in there.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I had seen Nyla Rose in person a couple of times at a couple conventions, and she's big in person. I was like, holy shit.
Now the thing is with this, when Jade Cargill was gonna face Willow, which they need to drop Nightingale and just go Willow, before they even go with the Willow match, they literally did a promo with Nyla Rose and Jade Cargill once again. So it's like they kind of already blew the outcome of that match. I noticed Tony Khan does this a lot. He double books. Like he's doing it with the championship right now, for crying out loud. Jon Moxley is going to face Hangman Page, and then he's going to face MJF. I don't get why he keeps double booking like this, because it makes outcomes completely obvious. For a second, I was like, damn, they're really going to have Willow. They're giving Willow this rejuvenated push, but I guess it was just literally a 2-week span.
And just further testing the champion while further trying to push forward somebody else in the eyes of the audience. You could call it exposure if nothing else, but I do understand what you're saying. Why we went into a sub-tangent.
No,
Yeah,
that's all
exposure.
good. That's what we're here for on this channel. And let me remind
Hey,
the
sub-tangents
people-
are good.
Let me remind everyone in the comments that if you want to ask a question or suggest a topic, make sure it's got a super chat attached to it. We've got a few different topics we're going to try and get through tonight. So if you want to make sure that yours catches our attention and does get discussed,
TikTok.
add a super chat to it. It doesn't have to be a lot, just a little something to help make it pop and catch our attention.
Something. Chart side super
Show
chat.
some love.
So the first real topic we're going to talk about, and since he's been quiet, I'm going to let Big G sound off on this one.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, from the big brother. Been a while, brother.
This is something that was submitted to me by Jeff, and I didn't even know about it until he sent it to me. But apparently, for those of us that in the early 2000s were big into the reality craze, The Surreal Life is coming back on VH1, and included in its cast are Rodzilla, NWO member Dennis Rodman, as well as Lana C.J. Perry.
What?
Okay, yeah.
So
I see Frankie Muniz on the other side.
Frankie Muniz is in there. Stormy Daniels,
Oh yeah, I see
who's
her
been
now.
in the media in recent years because of her connection to Trump.
Oh boy.
You know, there's a lot of pieces playing into this,
August Alsina?
but the reason it's being brought out specifically is because the wrestling connections with Rodman and Lana. You know, what's everybody's thoughts on this type of reality show coming back, and what is it really going to do for either of those personalities?
I mean, I've never watched any of those like reality shows like Real World or Surreal Life or
Me
anything
neither.
like that. But I mean, it gives. Lana or CJ, you know, she hasn't been doing anything big since she left WWE. So she's been. I think she did like a couple movies here and there, and she's doing her modeling thing and TikTok thing and
Oh my God, TikTok
everything else. So I mean, if this gets her more exposure, that's awesome. That's good for her. You know, hopefully, eventually, one day she'll join up with her husband in AEW. That's if she wants to go back to wrestling. You know, maybe she doesn't want to go back. And Dennis Rodman, God, who knows why? He probably just needs the money at this point.
Yeah,
you're probably not wrong.
Assessment.
You know, I mean, he had success with the Chicago Bulls in the 90s, and that's pretty much when I watched basketball was in the 90s.
Basketball jokes.
You know, and then I know he was on that wrestling show with Hulk Hogan back in 2000 or whatever, and
Brother.
WCW?
No, not WC. No. Hogan had this wrestling show.
Yeah, it was like a Hulk Hogan celebrity wrestling thing where he tried to teach
Hogan
celebrities.
knows best.
No. That was something different. But he had a celebrity wrestling show where they tried to teach celebrities how to wrestle.
Yeah.
And then Rodman won it. It was like the biggest stage thing because, you know, when you're NWO, you're NWO for life.
Yeah, that was like, I want to say that was like mid 2000s. I want to say.
I bet that show lasted only one season. You know,
it
only lasted one season.
It did. And
Micro
I think funny thing
Championship
was,
Wrestling.
I think it was on VH1 too. That's so funny.
Ouch, James, but accurate.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, Robin's in it probably just for the money, and just to like get that last bit of 15 minutes of fame.
Money.
No, that's my. Like I said, I really don't watch any of that stuff. So that's
the thing with these reality shows is that a lot of times they're mainly, like you said, they're B, C, maybe even D-list celebrities that are just trying to clean at that 15 minutes of fame and get back in the spotlight, possibly rejuvenate their career. It worked for Corey Feldman back in the day.
Yeah.
It worked for Christopher Knight, Peter Brady back in the day. He was able to extend his career a little bit and have a little bit more time in the sun.
Stevie
China was on one of these series.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was Surreal Life. In fact, Surreal Life is basically a celebrity version of the real world, where all these celebrities live in a house and have to engage in activities and social stuff with each other. So
coexist.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So
that's
you get personalities like Rodman, and then you get some of these other personalities, and it's like, how are they going to clash? How is Frankie Muniz going to clash with Rodman?
Yeah, that's going to be funny.
He's Malcolm in the Middle again.
You know?
What are you doing touching my OJ? Why are you touching my drink?
On one of the Surreal Life episodes that China was on, X-Pac came to visit her because this was during the time that they were on again, off again. And rapper DeBrat, who was on the same season, grabbed a couple of champagne bottles and started to roll up on X-Pac. You know, she was ready to start cracking bottles over his head if he didn't leave China alone.
Damn.
You know, it's all drama. It's all, gutter television, if you will. But it's got its demographic. It's got people. It's got people that watch it. It's the equivalent of TMZ, The Inquirer, etc. So, but again, it was brought to my attention by Jeff, and considering that we are across the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media, had to throw it out there.
Might as well.
Yeah. Call it the icebreaker.
Yeah, there you go. So then we've got this topic, which has to do with Randy Orton and a lawsuit that was brought up
Oh,
one
I
of
can't wait to rant on this.
from one of his tattoo designers.
Good Lord.
Because the tattoos are being recreated and used in the 2K video game series without her permission. So her side has been granted $37.50 in damages, $3,750 in damages for the recreated tattoos. WWE and Take-Two did not respond to requests on the comment. It says that the companies were sued in 2018, accusing them of infringing her rights in the tattoos by using them on Orton's avatar in 2K16, 17, and 18, respectively, without a license.
Wow.
And then WWE tried to say that the game made fair use of the tattoos in order to depict Orton realistically. This is an interesting lawsuit here that's been filed and awarded in her favor, because what's going to happen to all these other video games that use real scan digital technology to try to make their characters look as realistic as possible? Right. Mikey, what are your thoughts on this?
You know, this is pretty interesting because I had done an interview in the past with a rapper from Philly named Tone Trump, who actually did a cameo in the movie Creed. You remember the movie Creed?
Yeah. The son of Apollo Creed, Michael B. Jordan.
Fucking love that movie.
He called him Baby Creed, and he was like, "Don't call me that." And then he punches the guy.
Yeah.
So that guy actually, I did an interview with him, and he was explaining to me that when I asked him about why he didn't have music in the movie, about getting his music put in the movie. He also told me about the tattoos he had. They all had to get cleared for some reason that seemingly sounds something like this. You know, with the years and the technology getting so crystal clear, they're seeing the tattoos, and this woman is like, that is a tattoo that I made. That is my personal design or some shit along those lines. She's like, I want
intellectual
money.
property.
That's my that's my intellectual property. I want to be compensated for it. All types of lawsuits can pop up like this. I mean, it's kind of a small lawsuit in this grand scheme of things. That's why I could see people trying to sweep it under the rug. You said WWE didn't even comment on it, or they said we were just trying to do. They said something like we're just trying to make it look realistic to Randy Orton or something.
Yeah. The first graphic says that the attorneys didn't immediately respond to requests, but then the second one says that there was a claim made for fair use by using them to depict Orton realistically. Right. All this is taken from the same article, so there may have been a jumble in some of the wording and whatnot, but I tried to represent as best as I could here.
Well, SmackDown versus Raw, Here Comes the Pain, SmackDown versus Raw 2007, they probably weren't facing these issues because you really couldn't make out anything on the characters. I mean, I've been playing these games pretty religiously with my older brother since like the early days of it, the first days of it. You know, the graphics have just become that much better. You know, why wouldn't they pay these people? You know what I mean? These people that, you know, they know have put. I remember back in the day, you guys, when they didn't even want Randy Orton getting any tattoos. You remember that shit?
Vaguely, yeah.
They let him sleeve up his whole arms.
I think to me it's semi ridiculous. Although I will say, hey, WWE, it's not fucking fun being on the fair use side being abused, is it? Not fun, huh?
How about a piece of humble pie, James? Just keep going.
Just a little jab at you for, you know, claiming the video with the freaking 9/11 tribute. That's the jab right at you.
And for further, we got dinged last night. No, I don't know if you saw it on your channel, for the 8-bit version of Darby Allin's "I Fell" that played before the show came on.
Yeah,
they're pinging us now for 8-bit versions, dude. Like we used to be able to get away from that.
So much for that working. Dang.
Yeah.
Well, WWE got pinged this time for those very, very realistic Randy Orton tattoos.
I say this is what I say though, because I'd be hypocritical if I said, "Well, turnabout's fair play." I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit ridiculous that they had to go this route when they easily could have just worked out a deal to get some compensation from a non-conflicting perspective. If they tried that and WWE still tried to basically brush it under the freaking rug, then that's a different story. Then, yeah, fair enough. But I don't think it's... I think this is a bit of an overreaction if that step wasn't taken first. I don't see why, especially with Triple H running the company now, why they wouldn't pay for their art being used on people. I remember this. I never would have thought this would be a thing in like 2022 though. Like this is going to, if you want a way to deter people from ever getting tattoos, I mean, there you go. Like this is not a good situation in any regard. Like if you have people that have that are already marked up and have tattoos and they go into wrestling or they go to any form of entertainment and now you have to pay for the license or otherwise CGI it out, man, that's no good for anybody. And that's going to discriminate against an entire group of people on accident because you're basically trying to get yourself compensated when in actuality you should really just be working out a deal with Take-Two Interactive in this case, and just for the future of all tattoo artists, working out a deal if there are celebrities that are getting paid to at least get some compensation for it. This is not the way to go. This is not the way to do business. This is really bad on all fronts. Like this shouldn't have gone down this way. I think it's ridiculous. I feel bad for Orton because I don't think Orton expected that this was going to be a problem. I don't think anybody really expected that this was going to be a problem.
Ooh, so
that's
what the WrestleMania 40 logo looks like. Continue.
Yeah.
Take into consideration, James, it's a new company making the video game as well. I mean,
yeah, true.
That's right.
They switched all companies, I do believe.
And, well, here's my thing, too. Regardless of what it is, I mean, a lot of people are now jumping the gun saying that his tattoos won't appear in the game. Here's the deal. From the looks of it, he got compensated, whoever the artist was. So I assume going forward, there's a deal now that's worked out where he will be compensated for the art that was put on Orton's body. So they'll be fine, right? They'll be fine. You know, I just hope this doesn't make people in wrestling just say, nah, we're not going to bring them in if we can't even use these tattoos on screen. You know what I mean? Like, granted, you could use them IRL, but it's like, I think it's a bit much to be going this far with it when you realistically could have just banded together and just, gone to Congress and be like, hey, we should be allowed to get some compensation for our work. We're not trying to sue anybody. We just want to be compensated.
Well,
I think that would have been a better way to go. But
another thing to consider is the WWE action figures as well. Was something already in place with that, or is the same thing going to happen? Because WWE's been using Real Scan for years, trying to get the accurate tattoos, as close to possible for their depictions. Is this going to be something that happens with Mattel down the road?
It very well could be.
Yeah.
Could be a domino effect.
The only issue is, though, on toys, it's a lot harder because you can barely see the ink in a lot of cases. Like on Orton, it's really hard to see that freaking print of the tattoo. And it doesn't even look like the same tattoo in a lot of cases. And, like, keep in mind, Orton's sleeved up like you wouldn't believe. Like,
true.
If it's a distinct tattoo, like say somebody were to get like the Raging Demon tattoo from Street Fighter on their back, that's clearly a Street Fighter thing, right? So if that is on the back, obviously you got to compensate Capcom for that, like as an example.
Like Punk's Cobra Commander and Pepsi tattoos.
Yeah, which by the way,
Pepsi, good grief.
Cobra Commander and Pepsi's tattoos on Punk's designs back then were completely changed, where it was just a red and blue
circle,
whatever the hell, and then the other one I don't even know, but it wasn't Cobra Commander. They just changed the freaking snake design entirely.
Raymond, I responded to you via tweet.
But yeah, that's my thing with it. Anybody
Noah,
else?
do you have anything else you want to add to this, or G?
He kind of basically covered all the points. Again, I'm not a legal counsel. I understand taking pride in your work and feeling like that you deserve to be paid the worth of what you believe the quality is, especially when you feel like it's being disgraced or disrespected by another company that you gave them rights to, whether you gave them rights willingly, on paper, etc. To me, that just feels like a bunch of domino effect waiting to happen. If a tattoo artist can go against a company for rendering their work not to the proper degree on something, who's to say that this can't be applied to other industries when it comes to any sort of branding, whether it is toys, video games, or some other like third-party way of merchandise selling and marketing? It just tells me that right now, poor business practices are going to lead to, I deserve the almighty dollar. I'm going to do anything possible, it seems. It's also going to add more scrutiny to the fact that if you choose to use your body as a canvas, like a lot of wrestlers do, how can this affect them being involved in future projects too? Would that mean that they would have to cover up? Would that mean that, oh, we can't use your tattoos in this game? And will the people then be offended? Will this become more of a cultural indifference type of thing? And then you got a whole different type of case in your hands that could become a civil case in court. So for me, this feels like something that was maybe taken out of context to a degree and could have been handled differently.
Now, this was for 2K16, 17, and 18, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So did they fix the issue and work something out with her for like the 2K19 and forward? Do we know that?
Yeah, because
we
they
do not
weren't
know.
mentioned. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's almost like we don't know all the details, but we know to a degree what this is about and what it's involving. We just don't necessarily know the post-match story. And again, maybe that's not for us to know, but in the world of the internet, what is private?
Exactly.
Well, they're going to have to settle it with those tattoos, man. You know, or in some of these guys, I remember back in the day, they would take issue with superstars coming in with too many tattoos. And that's why at the beginning, you remember Orton didn't have any. He comes back. He had 2 massive tattoos on both of his arms, and they were just kind of like, oh, damn. But they really couldn't do anything.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, though, as well, like, without those tattoos, he's not the Viper in 09. There's no way he's the Viper in 09, because he literally looked like a snake with that sleeve.
Yeah, it looked like a,
you know what I mean? Like,
skin.
It looked great, like, visually.
That made his character.
Yeah,
again.
Sometimes the tattoos will make your character. I mean, I don't really know what's going on with Karrion Kross. Didn't it look like he had filled in a few more things, like from the last few weeks, like on his back?
Yeah,
possibly.
Yes, obviously.
Look at Malachi Black and his tattoos.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like you can't. You're gonna be doing this a lot, but it's like it's frustrating because it's like, all right, well, this is the exact same issue that we have taken up when it comes to, you know, the media or specifically music media, like the labels, you know, getting basically their grubby paws on the majority of the damn shares of artists. When if you take a look at like independent artists in music, like Jonathan Young or whoever that do rock, or some people that do rap, when they put their stuff on Spotify via SoundHound or whatever app they decide to use to put it on there, they get a large majority of the compensation, and they don't need a label attached to them. Which is exactly why KSI has been so successful all these years, because he has earned so much money from just that in order to start his own label. And I'm sure boxing helped in that regard too. So, you know, if he was a part of a music label, you really think he'd be doing boxing right now? Hell no.
No, are you kidding me?
Like that's the issue, really. Like that's where this all goes to. Too much of a power trip with this stuff can lead to dire consequences for media as a whole. And in this case, the media is the body of a person and the tattoos they decide to get. and whatever show they appear on going forward. Like, what's to stop them from being like, I want to be compensated because I saw him on TV and I want to be paid $1 million per appearance. It's extreme, but like,
yeah, I don't
how
know if
far is
something
too
like
far, you
that.
know?
I don't know if something like that could go down, but
Still would not count it out.
it's, I think that what the tattoo artist is going for, and I could be out of my league here, but think about how WWE licenses songs for certain periods. You know, like how The Undertaker used American Badass and Rolling for a period of time as the American Badass, the biker. Now, if you go back and you watch some of those things, a lot of times it's been dubbed over. That's because they only had the rights to them for X amount of time.
Right.
You know, if they released a DVD with that during that time, then because it came during that time frame, they were able to get away with it and sell that DVD that featured that song because they had obtained the rights during that period. But if you put out a DVD of The Streak today, then you've got to renegotiate the rights with Kid Rock and Limp Bizkit to be like, hey, we're going to put out this merchandise. And during this time, you know, Mark Calloway, The Undertaker, used your songs for an entrance theme. Is it okay if we include that as part of the presentation? And if Kid Rock or Fred Durst or whoever say no, then in goes the generic dub over music instead of the original aired product.
What do you mean, man? I love Roll With Me, Roll With Me. It's
And
great.
I think that's kind of where
James.
I think that's where
the dub is
tattoo
Roll With Me.
artist. I think that's where the tattoo artist is coming from, because it's like Randy Orton paid for these tattoos, but I don't think the tattoo artist realized that they were going to be replicated for then money to be made off of this other platform.
Right.
I
That's
mean,
probably
He
the
was
case that he's
famous when
going
he
with.
got those tattoos, though, JJ.
What's that?
The majority of those tattoos, Randy Orton was famous when he got those. Like, he's added to them since he got realistically famous.
I know. I'm not saying it's right, Mikey. I'm just trying to lay out where I feel that the tattoo artist is coming from in all this.
So that just begs the question that going forward, are they going to actually ask, if you want to be involved in this project, you need to give us some sort of resources list of where you got this type of ink, so that way we can probably compensate the artist to avoid the situation again.
Well,
Who says what happened again?
Think about Brock's dagger tattoo and how iconic that is.
The sword, the sword Damocles.
You know,
and his back.
If
back and
if the
front.
tattoo artist decides to pull that same thing, how much does WWE got to cough up because of the sword?
JJ, that's what I was saying. That hip hop artist that I was talking about, he had told me the producers of the film wanted to make sure that he was, I can't remember the term, I'd have to watch the interview, but that he owned his tattoos. They wanted to make sure that he was licensed to own. I'm pretty damn sure Brock Lesnar owns that sword tattoo. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that might be what wrestlers and any people in entertainment are going to have to do. Is they're probably going to have to pay the money up front just to own the freaking rights, or a majority of the rights.
How about the new Rock tattoo, you guys? Have you seen that new Rocky tattoo?
I have not. No.
That shit is crazy. It's all the whole sleeve of his other arm.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys got to check.
He must have gotten that. I assume for another role coming up, because he got the Scorpion King tattoo on his left for literally the Scorpion King. So
yeah, I mean, I saw it on his Instagram, so I'm thinking it's a real tattoo, a choice on his own. But you're right; it could just be something from Black
Adam or something.
Yeah, Black Adam tattoo. Although, when is he ever not going to have his suit on? Are there going to be moments like that? I don't know.
It could be a different movie as well.
I mean, Moana, he didn't have a suit, and his character did have tattoos in that, but that's
different. It will never make sense to me why a Samoan is playing a man from Greece. Doesn't make sense. Sorry, you cannot give it to me otherwise. That is profiling, and profiling is wrong.
All right.
He's not wrong. He's
You're
out of
killing
line,
me,
but he's not
James.
wrong.
You're killing me, Smalls. So the next topic we're going to move to, I'm going to try to just kind of highlight what's being said here, but Scott Demore gave an interview recently
I
with
remember this.
PW Insider, and he's talking about his job as Impact Wrestling EVP.
Mhm.
And
Okay, so Scott Demore is an Impact Wrestling EVP.
That's
yes.
correct.
Okay.
And he's talking about how 2022 has been a great year for Impact Wrestling. You know, how last year's Bound for Glory was kind of a reset of sorts. The culmination of how 2021 was kind of the year of Kenny Omega and the crossover. And last year's Bound for Glory had that perfect moment with the passing of the torch from Christian Cage to Josh Alexander. And then here came Moose with cashing in the call, the shot, turning everything that you thought you knew upside down to kind of jumpstart this new era. And then he goes on to talk about other stuff, you know, AEW, WCW, WWE. But then he goes back to the earlier point, and this is the comment that I really wanted to highlight in all this because I feel like it kind of ties into our main event later. 2022 was the year Impact Wrestling started focusing on Impact, the people of Impact, the growth of Impact, the feel and the tone of Impact. And I feel pretty good about where we were heading into Bound for Glory this Friday and where we start to head as we get towards 2023.
think you said enough right there with that sentence.
It's almost like Tony Khan should have taken that advice when they were negotiating to still keep them as a fucking partner.
James, let's be subtle here.
Pump the brakes a little bit. Remember, we're talking about positive right now before we go to the negative, James.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that to James. I'll just be
we
spitting
need
back
James
to
with the milk and the cookies and the warm fireplace. You
When
know,
you're talking
happy
about
thoughts.
Impact, what positive is there to say?
Dude, did
As
you
far
see Bound for Glory? Like, granted, I didn't watch it, but I watched Noah do play-by-play commentary last night, Joey Styles like, and Bound for Glory sounded like a fucking amazing show to me.
I looked at the card. I looked at the card. Noah had posted, I believe, a card with the forum or something like that. I didn't know 9/10 of the people on the card.
That's fair.
Because you haven't kept up with the product, because maybe at one point, based on, you know, politics and just outrage and maybe just the outlook, you weren't supporting or following Impact Wrestling as thoroughly as I was.
Because of, yeah.
And
obvious
let's
reasons.
let's put it out there.
Hogan!
James Storm said it at Slammiversary when America's Most Wanted returned. Some people thought this company wouldn't be around for 1 month, 1 year, 10 years, and here we are still kicking 20 years later. And that being said goes to the testament of what truly has been the alternative in the wrestling industry. Scott Demore is on point here. Since Impact Wrestling has focused on solely internal growth of their roster, they have really cultivated a constant following, yes, but also more fans with a brighter outreach to the product. And you figure about who they develop in the likes of Jordan Grace, Masha Slamovic, reigniting that passion in the likes of Killer Kelly. You see what Macadona and Chelsea Green have done with their time and impact, and Brian Myers. You see the stars that have risen, like Tasha Steeles. Everything about Impact Wrestling, when they don't focus so much on the nostalgia aspect, has really gone strong for them to a degree. They have their own ecosystem of a roster they're constantly booking, rotating, and growing for a different variety of character showcasing. Strongest example right now is the former Jessica Havoc, now Jessica, and now she's a Knockouts Tag Team Champion. The beauty of Impact Wrestling is what they do with so little, yet they put out so much in a 2-hour period weekly on Access TV. Their weakness is their past and where they do the marketing. But if you can connect with that, something as simple as YouTube 90-minute free, commercial-free weekly broadcasting with an internal non-toxic community, then you will see yourself why it is good to follow Impact Wrestling and what Scott D'Amore is doing with Gail Kim's help as the leader of the Knockouts division is guiding this company the right way.
No, I mean trying to keep that non-toxic. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they just don't want to be bigger than what they want to be. I think that's really what it is. You look at every other company that has gotten so big to the point where the community has been toxic. You really think Impact wants that?
Again,
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And to what you mentioned, Noah, you talked about the nostalgia and not focusing on that as much, but look at the nostalgia that's been able to look at the new regime, put the past behind them, and come out of the mothballs to give back to this new Impact. You got guys like Frankie Kazarian, the new X Division champion. You've got Sabin and Shelley back competing as the Machine Guns on a regular basis. You've got Bully Ray, who won the Call Your Shot last night.
Out of the New York area, former two-time Impact World Champion is back, and he has delivered a message to the current face of Josh Alexander, current Impact World Champion. I'm going to be your toughest test. Be prepared. I cannot wait to see how these two clash. And again, it's the fact they don't solely heavily politically focus on nostalgia. Part-timers are big name value. They use that to help cultivate the future while pushing forward in the present. And as you said, it's not just TNA originals. It's also those that left to do work somewhere else but came back to see what happened. Again, we had Christian Cage, instant classic for a little while as Impact World Champion. As you alluded to, that right there was the bridge point in really seeing what they have done in the past, but what they could do now. Here's the point, Josh Alexander and Moose.
Impact, granted, Impact Wrestling, TNA, whatever you want to call it, definitely had its dark days.
Yeah.
But much like Nathan Banks here, I've been a fan of NWA TNA Impact since the first day I saw it. My dad and I bought the 1-year anniversary pay-per-view for a penny when it was still a weekly pay-per-view because that's what they were doing to try to promote it. They offered the 1-year show for a penny. We enjoyed it so much, we bought the following week's pay-per-view at the full $9.99 price. So there's 2 pay-per-views in a row for under $10.
It comes down to perception and what sort of perception you hold this company to. If you dwell on the past, you cannot see what the future could bring forward to you. Impact Wrestling, in my opinion, is in a better state more than ever because of the way they are booking and outlooking their internal roster.
Yeah.
So there's a reason that I own that replica, Mikey, because of the way that I gravitated towards it back in those early days. That's a bucket list item that I now have right here sitting next to me every time I do a live stream out here.
What is the red made out of?
It's paint.
What a fucking
random question.
No,
that was
I
amazing.
Want you to tell me.
All right.
The comparison.
It's the blood of children's souls.
No, because I want the comparison of Impact to NXT then. Not the new NXT 2.0, but the classic NXT black and gold that you rocked with, man. What's the comparison? Because people that watched NXT back in the day, you saw character development. You saw people not being overbooked. Sometimes people wouldn't be booked 2 weeks in a row. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
What are we seeing on Impact Wrestling? That is it similar to what NXT was? Is it better than what NXT became on USA Network?
I would say that's definitely similar to what the Black and Gold was trying to cultivate in its own internal ecosystem under the WWE. It definitely takes a lot of those practices, it seems, to heart more so today than it has before. And again, that comes down to what regimes we were dealing with. And I'm not just talking about Eric Bischoff and Hulk Hogan, brother. I'm also talking about Dixie Carter land, and also during the early days of Anthem era, Jim Cornette. Jesus Christ, help us all during that time. That being said, you didn't hear that from me. But I would definitely say it's that booking structure of the fact that you don't see the same people in every match every week, but you see constant development in character and storytelling over a period of time. Speedball Mike Bailey might have held the title for over practically near 200 days, but he wasn't on every week. And you felt that when you watched Impact at times and he wasn't even involved in the match. Then you see 2 weeks later, possibly him in an open challenge match, and you're like, wow, he is quite a champion. I'm glad I waited for this. And you don't know who's going to face because, again, it's open challenge. It's that suspension of disbelief, but also the way that you constantly push forward a narrative without milking it dry every week. So there's definitely some similarities there, especially nowadays in the structure of Impact Wrestling's booking. That does remind me a lot of what NXT used to be before the network era, particularly. It's just slightly longer.
G, James, anything you guys would like to add to it? Again, G, you're being awful quiet. Like, you PM'd me about wanting to be on the show. And
well, no one knows this, and so does Mikey. I let everybody else talk, and then I throw my 2 cents in last. No,
Big G, how many times have I told you that I'm just a simple man who's just happy to be part of the conversation? I'm an introvert for life. The most vocal I am is during wrestling interactions. And this is probably the most I've talked all night, ever on open mic night. Yeah. So I would love to get subtle thoughts. Maybe you could talk about at a time you were a fan of Impact or TNA, and maybe what drove you away. And are you willing to give it a try? If it's never but a YouTube clip, they sometimes post full matches on YouTube. Right. Go watch one of them.
So, I mean, I've never been a big fan of TNA Impact. When it first started, I was over in Germany, so it was really hard to. I didn't even know about TNA until I think 2007, 2008. My buddy had it was a DVD that TNA had put out like the first 10 years or something like that, like their 50 greatest moments or whatever, and I watched that. But I never really.
Were there any great moments on there, Big G? Where you like these moments kind of suck, or what were you thinking?
I remember. Oh my God, there was like the Team 3D's funeral or something like that.
That was hilarious.
Okay,
that's one of my favorite.
But I never really watched the full show, and like when it was on Spike TV, it would be late at night when I was in high school and stuff like that. And then they bounced to channel that I never even heard of, that I didn't get, and now they're on Access TV. I'm like, okay, I don't get Access TV, so I can't watch it. And then I'll go on YouTube. Now I'm subscribed to the YouTube channel, so I'll go and watch clips here and there. But 100% honest, I have never watched a full show of Impact. I've never watched a full. No. And I mean, I'm subscribed to their Twitter account and I think Instagram too, just to see what's going on. But to this day, I've never seen a full episode of Impact. I swear to the wrestling gods, I've never watched a full.
Dude, that's okay, but no one's gonna hold that against you.
When Eric drove him into the ground.
Yeah. Back in the day, dude. And I sound like some old fogey here. Granted, I'm the oldest one in the room, but back in the day, Shitty.
I'm waiting to know where you go with this.
Impact really was must-see TV. Like,
I give props to Impact for being around for this long.
Mikey, pump your brakes for a second before you get all excited. Yes, back in the day, Impact was must-see TV. Now, you got to keep this in mind. Okay? Even for all of its shitty networks and time slots at first, Fox Sports Net at 11 o'clock at night, and then this horrible afternoon slot at 2 o'clock or whatever. Even with all of that, the product they were putting out, they were the only televised weekly alternative to WWE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That right there made it must see, because we're talking post WCW, post ECW, NWA TNA was able to rise out of the ashes just a little over a year after those companies breathed their final breath, and probably maybe about 8 months after the demise of the Alliance. So they were the only televised option. There would be no Ring of Honor. There
If it
would
wasn't
be
for
no
TNA,
AEW if it wasn't for NWA
Correct.
TNA proving that there could be a viable alternative to the WWE still.
Yeah.
Then you factor in the Cena era and the PG era when everything started to really come down in WWE. They were still the only alternative. If you wanted something that was more like people enjoy of AEW today, professional wrestling,
Damn
and
it.
not as much
Right.
sports entertainment, you were watching Impact. You were watching AJ Styles. You were watching Petey Williams. You were watching Frankie Kazarian and Christopher Daniels and Samoa Joe and Kurt Angle and Team 3D and AMW and the Naturals.
ROH was kind of unbearable back then.
No, it wasn't unbearable.
fully.
It was
I would
just
see it on TV.
it was
and you know what the hell was
ECW.
going on.
It
Yeah.
was ECW back then. Only select markets got it.
Well, hell,
And it
ECW
catered-
I loved.
and
You'd
it
see
catered
ECW, you'd be
more.
like, oh shit, let's get some food. I'm watching someone get thrown through a table.
I enjoyed
Yeah.
enjoyed ECW too,
Steve
Mikey.
Corino's
But
bleeding.
my point being is that ROH was only in select markets.
Yeah.
You had to tape trade to see it.
You should have.
Well, I would be.
You had to go
I'd
to
be
the
at work.
website and buy the VHS or the DVD and wait for it to get shipped to you 4 months after the show aired for you to be able to see it.
I will
That-
give you a match you should totally watch if you want to know the best of what Ring of Honor can go. That also has an old school feel to it, Mikey T. Watch and look up Raven versus CM Punk.
Doc Hart.
Yeah.
Or
Dog
any of
collar match was
ROH?
awesome. Yeah.
ECW.
no, that
Ring
was
of Honor.
that
but
was
it was
Ring
a
of
dog
Honor.
collar
That
match.
wasn't an ECW, but
Yeah, that was.
Or
was
look
in
up
a
any
dog
of the
collar
matches,
Match, so.
or look up any of the 3 matches in the Punk Joe trilogy.
Yes.
Well, I just remember
Yes.
being at work one time and I see wrestling on television and I'm like, oh, what wrestling is that? What ring is that? Because the ring had a different look to it. And then
That
it's
was
like,
by design.
there was
They
a couple
used the
guys.
6-sided ring because in the States that wasn't done. You know, it was always the 4-sided ring. So what's going to make their product pop on TV? What's going to make eyes be like,
Are you talking
That's
about ROH?
Impact.
no, Impact?
No, I'm talking about ROH.
Oh, okay.
I'm
No,
talking
Ring of Honor
about,
just had a dark canvas.
yeah, exactly. And I really didn't see who was. I couldn't tell who was in the ring. But with TNA, you actually had people in the ring that they would try to make that you know who they are. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yeah.
Even at the beginning, they were
Yeah.
bringing Razor Ramon, Scott Hall into it and shit.
Hmm.
But my issue, JJ, with TNA is how they would book things. Like
Yep.
they would have like
Yes.
Abyss running around with a big 2x4 with nails in it. RVD
Janice.
was the champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
then they're
you
building
grew
to
up in the worst era in
They're
that regard.
building to a huge RVD versus Abyss match. But then at the end of Impact, and this is why you would never tune into a full episode of Impact, Big G, because at the end of Impact, RVD is sitting there with his leg full of blood, and then
Oh
the
my
2x4's there,
god!
and it's like, oh, RVD is gonna have to drop the title because some guy hit him in the leg with a 2x4 with nails in it. It's
Yeah,
like,
I
what the hell?
understand. I understand why
Kidding
where you're
me?
coming from.
WWE.
That booking
Yeah.
no longer applies to
It-
Impact Wrestling. It has not applied since their
If-
acquirement underneath Anthem Entertainment.
I hear
Again,
you.
the biggest flaw in the last few years, particularly of Impact, was just finding an appropriate home and flow. Since they have developed themselves on Access TV in a safe time slot and it's being booked and managed, particularly by a guy that is former coach, former participant in Scott DeMar, Team Canada, and the Knockouts being led by the first ever Knockouts champion, Gail Kim, they have definitely raised their roster to much better prominence in the
Yeah.
last 3 years in particular.
Yeah. To steal a phrase from Noah, Mikey T, if that is your Impact Wrestling, damn it, you grew up on the wrong era.
Yeah,
You need to
I
go
was
back
there
and you
for
need
it
to
all.
watch.
You know what
You
I
need to
mean?
watch the 2002 to 2007 Impact,
Hell,
and then check out what's going
08 and
on,
09.
Whoa.
09 was breaking point.
and then
Whoa.
even check out
Don't
what's
put
going
me
on
through
now. The
Jeff
only
Jarrett and wannabe Triple H shit.
dude during that era, you had
I
the
was
rise
there.
of AJ Styles. That was must-see TV on a
I
regular
saw
basis.
Air Styles back in the day on
You know,
WCW, man.
You had AMW versus Triple X and the
America's Most
3LK.
Wanted.
The only reason I don't watch Impact religiously today, and it's to steal Noah's catchphrase, it's as simple as this. I've got too much wrestling that I'm trying to keep up with, and I've got too many movies that I'm trying to watch in order to do my movie review show, which is my bread and butter on my channel. I already watched Raw, NXT, not Noah's NXT, SmackDown, Dynamite, Rampage.
That's 5 shows throughout the week.
I don't have time to watch Impact and New Japan as well.
And you gotta look at nowadays, wrestling is not the only go-to as a source of entertainment, with so many other distractions available at people's fingertips.
Exactly.
Wrestling is more underappreciated and underlooked at than ever before globally, despite WWE.
Big G has something he wants to say. Speak, Big G, speak.
So look, I got two things. So you're right, JJ. There's so much wrestling out there. I think I just watch NXT. No, I don't watch NXT. Sorry,
not my NXT.
No, right. Damn it. I watch Raw. I watch SmackDown. I watch Dynamite, and occasionally I watch Rampage. So that's 4 wrestling shows. But then I got my TV shows that I watch during the week.
Exactly.
And then all the movies, especially now that it's Halloween, all the movies I'm trying to binge through like crazy. But Noah, do you think that Impact will move away from Access TV and go to like an actual major television brand or network?
I feel like right now they got a comfortable relationship going on with Anthem Entertainment that they're probably going to stay where they're at. I don't see that changing for the forthcoming future.
Okay, I was just curious because I know every so often they change when their contract comes up or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure when their contract comes up, but look, we don't need to do channel surfing for stuff like Destination America and Pop TV that had nothing to do with this form.
Yeah, see, exactly. Like I was like, when I heard of Destination America and Pop TV, I was like, I don't even have these channels. I was like,
what the hell is this on channel 297?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it
was done by that point.
It's insane. And like you said, Big G, trying to watch all the horror movies so I can review them, trying to watch She-Hulk on a regular basis, trying to watch the Mighty Ducks Game Changers.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing the Santa Clauses once that debuts. I'm going to be covering all those each week.
Yeah. I watch one wrestling show 5 days a week, and then the weekends I free between gaming, wrestling, and sleeping. So that's my life.
Yeah, and then you've got the pay-per-views and PLEs and the special broadcasts here. It's
look what happened with Friday.
As Ace says, it's all too much.
Yeah,
that's why you micromanage yourself and you just choose what you wish.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we're all fans of our own design. But you already know what I am. I pretty much watch nothing practically but wrestling when I choose to watch anything on the screen.
Yeah.
And to your point, G, I think the next evolution is just getting a streaming platform. I don't even think the cable broadcasts and finding a better TV station is the end game. I think they should be trying to put it.
Go to Amazon Prime. That's perfect.
Yeah,
that'd be perfect for them.
Yeah,
they tried Twitch. They got
Impact
their home on
Wrestling.
YouTube, so yeah.
Impact Wrestling, as well as whatever Ring of Honor deal Tony Khan makes.
We're still waiting.
To just be streaming.
We're still waiting on that too.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that's why I was saying earlier I couldn't even identify with ROH a few years ago watching it while I was at work. And what Tony Khan has done now, I'm totally going to be able to identify with it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tony Khan and AEW, the semi-main event, James. This is another positive.
Oh wow.
Thing. This is another positive thing.
Okay.
And it has to do with Saraya.
Hey.
Saraya!
Apparently, she has been cleared to wrestle again.
By Doc Sampson.
Oh, God. I don't want to.
So, all right. Wait a minute.
She could be headed to a match with Dr. Britt Baker. Do it with us now. DMD.
I refuse to do that after what she
Dude,
did to
she is the
Thunder.
greatest female in sports and entertainment right now.
Dr.
This
Britt
woman
Baker
is more than likely going to be more famous than Charlotte.
Hey, listen, I'd agree if she wasn't like a Shawn Michaels and was unprofessional as fuck backstage.
Damn.
Is she? I haven't
Yeah.
really heard too many rumors like that. I thought
Thunder
Rosa.
The whole thing with Thunder Rosa is Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, pretty much, yeah. So,
Red flag alert. I saw that.
No,
but
A got it down with us in the comments with the DMD.
No.
That was awesome.
You're on point.
It's interesting how the champion is going to be playing whoever the champion is. Tony Storm, Thunder Rosa. They are going to be playing second fiddle to Saraya and Britt Baker at Full Gear, without a doubt.
Which is fucking ridiculous.
This is Tony
James. We'll come to you at the end because you're obviously on the negative side of this coin.
To a degree, it's not. I'm not against Paige wrestling. I want to make that clear, at least. That's really good for her. She more than deserved in that regard.
Right.
So, Mikey, go ahead and make your point regarding this.
So I think it's pretty major that Tony Khan is, extending his booking of female wrestling. Although
about damn time. The biggest criticism on AEW since day one, but I digress. Continue.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So they're going to get at least 3 spots at the Full Gear pay-per-view. You know what I mean? 1 semi-main spot that's going to be practically built as a main event, similar to when CM Punk was brought back to face Darby Allin.
Yes.
So, so that's going to be a big Full Gear match. And what's that going to go right alongside? It's going right alongside Jon Moxley versus MJF. So
it's gotta be.
Yeah. I see that pay-per-view doing nearly the 250,000 mark that Tony Khan always likes to shoot for. But as far as how she's going to do, I mean, those punches looked a little bit weak to me. Britt Baker can go in there. Penelope Ford, she goes in there. You know what I mean?
Ford has been amazing since her return, no doubt.
You like these women, like they really go. I'm hoping Paige could keep up. Maybe I'm thinking a little bit lightly of Paige here, but those Paige, that kick, I don't know, guys.
I mean, to be fair, it was Rebel that took it, not Reba. She kind of was the safe bet, so. She kind of did the sell. So I understand where you're coming from that spot. But I do love the fact that you actually do see the development in the showcasing and booking of the women's division, which has always been the biggest crutch to any AEW fan. Because, again, we respect women's wrestling. You look at what they're showcasing now on the likes of Serena Deeb. Again, the most experienced vet on that entire division. You got coaches leading it now in Madison Rayne. You got that experience factor, name value in Saraya. You got the organic home growth in the likes of Penelope Ford, Dr. Baker, DMD, Jamie Hayter. Chance for Jamie Hayter. Jamie Hayter has been impressing and connecting with the fan base. And yes, I'm a hater, meeting her live. You talk about Tony Storm. You talk about Hikaru Shida. There is a lot of great talent and variety. It's just a matter of connecting them to who your audience is more than a typical spot. And we've been seeing more flexibility lately in the women's division booking, which has been long overdue.
Yes, G, go ahead.
Yes. Oh, God. So everybody knows here I'm a big Britt Baker fan.
Oh, I'm well
Really?
aware.
We had no clue, G. Go ahead.
My God.
It's not like you own
let
a
the
shirt or
crowd
anything
that
like
may
that.
not know. How big of a fan of Dr. Britt Baker are you, G?
I'm a fan that I've already met her twice at 2 different. I met her at Dynamite in Pittsburgh, and I met her at Celebfest 3. Yes.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, she seemed like a nice person. I don't know. From what James was saying, I guess there's backstage heat with her, but I haven't read anything.
A lot.
Could be a
I've never
superiority
seen
complex
anything.
coming into
I
play.
thought Tony loved her.
I mean, I can understand with Thunder. I met Thunder Rosa too, as well, I should say. And I mean, she seemed very nice and stuff like that. I cannot connect with Thunder Rosa in the ring. But anyways, with Saraya being back, I'm happy for her.
Same.
You know, I just felt like that first segment she was back on Dynamite when she introduced like the baby faces coming out. I just felt that was like really cringe. I just couldn't get into it. And then like you had Britt come out with the heels. I'm just like, okay, what's going on here?
Battle lines drawn, the women's division showing
Yeah,
you who's
I
good
understand. I
faces.
understand. And
That's
then
a
like
starting
they had
point.
the lumberjack match, and I was just like, okay,
First ever.
yeah, first ever, which is
Yeah.
awesome. But I don't know. I feel like Saraya and Britt Baker are gonna have their match at Full Gear, which would be cool. And then I'm sure they'll have like another 1 or 2 matches after that. But I can't connect with Tony Storm either. I don't know. I just can't get behind her.
Here's a
Big G,
question
when
for
you
you
look
guys.
at women's wrestling, what is the particular thing that you look at? Do you look at star power? Do you look at character development? Do you look at image showcasing? We obviously know how good you are at WDMD. And if more so, it's her character that definitely has brought her forward in AEW than her actual in-ring work. Because remember, for the longest time when she was injured, she still was a main focal point on AEW TV.
Exactly. And I feel with Tony Storm and Thunder Rosa, there's like no character development. It just feels like they're like Tony Storm left WWE and then went to AEW and was like the same exact thing. And when Thunder Rosa first came to AEW, I was like, holy crap, you know, I had never seen her wrestle before. I've heard of her from NWA and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But then I see her wrestle a couple of times. I was at that show in Baltimore, Dynamite, when Thunder and Serena Deeb had their match, or were hyping up their match
Right.
for the pay-per-view, and it was complete silence. There was nobody was cheering for Thunder or Serena, you know, or booing Serena. It was dead quiet.
So you also got to consider what they were following, though, as well. Because, again, that was more so when the women's division being pigeonholed.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds like a classic case of how he pushed Hangman too quick. But I know James wants to do his thing. But Big G, real quick, I got to ask you, man. So, Britt Baker versus Shayna Baszler.
Oh, Jesus
in a
Christ.
match.
I knew it.
Who wins the match?
I knew it.
In a Big G on a pole match.
Match.
I was gonna say lights out, but then I know.
No, I would go with Britt Baker.
Either way, no. Elimination Chamber phase Shayna Baszler right out of NXT.
Yes.
Shayna Baszler
Yes.
or Britt Baker, man.
Britt Baker's been pretty consistent.
Still Britt.
No.
I would still go with Britt.
Yeah.
Like I
No
said,
doubt.
you know, it's like 1A and 1B. You got Britt and Shayna up there. So
Before we unleash James on this topic, I have a question for the panel here regarding Saraya. Now, do you pull the trigger at Full Gear in November 19th and have Saraya versus Britt? Because even though that's just a little over a month away, November 19th,
Yes.
I feel that that's too soon. Or do you save that and have Saraya go against a few other people at Full Gear, on Dynamite, on some special Dynamite Rampage, since, you know, Tony likes to do 51 special editions of Dynamite over the course of the
Right.
year. And there'll be only one regular Dynamite. You
And
know,
the last couple have been
do you
regular.
save Saraya for those type of shows and have her go through some of the rest of the roster, building up to Britt at maybe, you know, the Retribution or Revolution, whatever it is? Forgive me,
Revolution.
thank you. I'm still learning their stuff.
You're fine.
As
And you know,
opposed to pulling the trigger at Full Gear.
Well, JJ, it's funny you mentioned that because, as you know, AEW Revolution, rumor has it, will be literally in y'all's neighborhood, California, at the Cow Palace. So, as far as building to that match, it might be wiser to slow burn it, but it depends on how they bridge to it at this point. We've already seen Saraya make her case, what she wants to do here in AEW. Cost change. Cyborg and D wants to reinforce the idea, change is not needed, I am at the top. We've seen now battle lines drawn with heels and faces. You kind of got your own war games filled to a degree here. So I do think that is an end game to a story with these two that could literally be a turning point to who we see being more the focal point of the division going for an AEW. But as far as booking it for Full Gear, yeah, maybe hold off on it. But then it depends, though. What do you do in that case? Do you just do a tag match, maybe? Britt and insert name here versus Saraya and insert name here? Do you not do that at all? And do you just do some sort of angle during the pay per view to build off that? It's hard to say, but
Well, Britt
as we've
has this
seen,
little entourage with her, right? Jamie Hayter, and who else has been with her as of late?
And Rebel.
Rebel, not Reba, and lately the Professor, Serena Deeb.
Right.
So maybe have her go against one of them and do the slow build. Have her go against Rebel, and then the next show have her go against Serena, excuse me, and then the next one go against Jamie Hayter, all building towards Britt Baker as the final boss, if you will.
Well, Tony Khan does seem to be pretty capable in booking a longer-term storytelling program for a lot of the roster, but as far as women storyline developments, there haven't been a lot of those really built out far to a degree. Farthest one, of course, is Thunder Rosa and our bigger DMD. So again, it depends on how they build it up to that point. And we already know that Bigger DMD is going to be in action this coming week in Canada, in Toronto, as she tags with Jamie here to take on the champion and a very vengeful Hikaru Shida. And there's no Saraya right now on that graphic, so whether Saraya even plays a factor in Britt in that match. On commentary or backstage segment, especially the clocking Britt, we'll have to wait and see.
James, what have you got to say about this? We've made you wait patiently. Thank you for that. Go ahead.
All right.
So, dial, folks.
I'm not even going to ask the question. I'm just going to make a full-on statement because it's the truth.
Go ahead.
And there seems to be a lot of love for Britt Baker, despite what has come out about Thunder Rosa, which we had covered on this program. My issue is this. There is way too many holes in Britt Baker's game to build the division around her anymore, one of which is she's clearly unprofessional and doesn't know how to build up the roster. Instead, in every damn promo she ever has, she always tears the division down and bigs herself up. And supposedly that's great heel heat. Except when the champion in question is being buried and not being featured already because the booking is all over the place and you're burying the rest of the damn females in that freaking locker room. When in actuality, she rehearses every match, doesn't know how to work a match. That was evident in that cage match she had with Thunder Rosa, which, by the way, need I remind people, Thunder Rosa went into that match with an injured leg. Okay? She went in there, and then she wanted to freaking make the excuse and the promo that she was sandbagging, which Thunder Rosa wanted removed, and TK approved it anyway, clearly picking favorites, which, by the way, what a great way to freaking lead your company, dude. Number one. Number two, you got you got Britt Baker now, and we're already talking about Britt Baker should be her first feud in. This is the same exact problem that I have with Hangman Page being the number one contender for the world title in any capacity right now. Why are we rewarding the people that caused a bunch of fucking horse shit in the backstage locker room? Why are we rewarding her with a feud against Paige? Whether you're a fan of Britt Baker or not, that's not the way you do things at this point. All you are doing is reinforcing the idea that if she could get away with stuff like that with Thunder Rosa and burying the women's division in every promo and not at all bigging anybody up, then you got a problem. You know how I'd book this if I was running that division? Jamie Hayter would still be split up from Britt Baker. It would be Jamie Hayter and Britt Baker on Full Gear. And you have Thunder Rosa, and then you could have freaking Thunder Rosa come back, and you could have a triple threat with Saraya, Thunder, and Tony for the world title. That's what I'd fucking do. Because quite frankly, Tony Storm deserves way more of a rub, and so does freaking Thunder Rosa, and definitely so does Saraya, more than Britt Baker does right now. You know why I say that as well? Because it was evident that everything that we said here for a month ago now, I think a month and a half ago, was absolutely true to a T. Watch that Fatal 4-Way match, and you could clearly tell who the workers of that program were. It wasn't Britt Baker. It was Serena Deeb. It was Hikaru Shida. It was Toni Storm.
It's a fair point, James. It's a fair point. And let me just say, I am not 100% pro Britt Baker. I'm just trying to, moderate and do my thing. It's obvious that she is somebody that AEW and Tony Khan want to try to build the division around. Wow. Is that right at this point in time?
Not all.
I was just saying, James, hold on. Is that right at this point in time? Not at all. I definitely feel like she should be getting punished for her actions in the back, as well as the people we're going to discuss in the main event. That's why I picked this to kind of lead us into that. Just a second, Mikey.
Yep.
But at the same time, that's why you do the slow burn build in this case, and you have Saraya go through the other members of Britt's entourage on the way to Britt. You're giving Britt this punishment by not thrusting her first thing into the spotlight with Saraya. You're giving Saraya some other people that can work great matches with her. And most importantly, to Emmanuel's point earlier back here, take care of her, because if she legit cleared, great. But if AEW just found a doctor to clear her to wrestle, that could be the nail in AEW's coffin right there. If she gets even more injured or worse happens in the ring. So you put her in there with these members of Britt's entourage that can work a decent match, that can take care of her in the ring. And then by the time you've gotten to the point with Britt in February next year, either Britt has paid her punishment and changed her ways, or you throw her out there and you squash her.
Yep.
Or Saraya literally and Britt have a brawl backstage to the point that Britt gets so angry she punches some sort of executive or staff and gets suspended.
And this, I want to make very clear as well. If they do this match between Britt Baker and Saraya, right?
Right.
If Britt gets injured, if Saraya gets injured again, that's not going to be on Britt Baker.
It's going to be on Tony.
That's going to be on Tony, and that's going to be on Doc Sampson. Need we fucking remind ourselves that's the same dumbass doctor who cleared Matt Hardy to still go out there and finish the match with Sammy Guevara in 2020?
Oh, Lord.
Do we need to remind ourselves of that? That was not even 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not the first time he's done that.
No.
So I'm just pointing that out there. Like, this looks like a disaster waiting to happen to me. And nothing is being done about it. Britt Baker should not be put in that position anyway for the reasons I stated. But even outside of what I think needs to happen to Britt Baker punishment-wise, why are you thrusting somebody that in reality, to this day, still is green as goose shit, and by the way, she's 7 years in, can't work a freaking match to save her life and has to rehearse every spot, against Saraya, who can? Why don't you put her in there with like freaking I don't know, Athena or freaking Serena Deeb or somebody like that? At least then there's way less of a risk.
I would say Nightingale at this point too.
Storm. James, because the issue with that is the reason they can't do Saraya versus Jamie Hayter, like the people are not into that right now. That's too much of a Ronda Rousey versus Becky Lynch at Survivor Series back in the day before she got her nose busted open. Everybody knew Becky was going to lose that match in reality.
Pretty much.
They have to do the money match. The money match, James, is Britt Baker versus Saraya. That's the reality of it. But what James said a little bit earlier, I'll give that to you. In reality, in the real AEW, it would have been before it got all WWE, because Britt Baker versus Saraya is very WWE.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
This is
You know
more
what I
than
mean?
just an in-ring contest.
In the real AEW, it would have been Britt Baker versus Jamie Hayter, and that's triple threat match that you said, James. That would have been the real AEW. I've been watching the whole time.
Even if she loses, you could have Thunder Rosa take the pin.
I'm
Thunder Rosa,
I was
will be cleared by Full Gear's time. If
I was
reports are to be
calling for
believed.
Jamie Hayter with Jawbreaker DMD and taking the doctor's head off, but again, that might be something still to come. There were shades of that being teased back at AEW All Out.
You don't have to put Britt in a spot when you don't have to. Britt should be fighting Jamie. There's no goddamn reason.
At Revolution.
Yes.
Yeah. Even then, at least build the dissension. Hell, if you want to put Dr. Britt Baker on the card, put her in a tag team match with Jamie Hayter against, I don't know, Serena. Like, say Serena Deeb turns face because they beat them down and after a match goes awry on Dynamite or something. And then you could have Serena Deeb and Mercedes Martinez taking on Dr. Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter. That better alternative to me on Full Gear instead of what the hell we're doing.
But I think Saraya goes to face Tony Storm or Thunder Rosa at Revolution.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I can see
After
Saraya.
defeating Britt.
I can see Saraya push closer to the top picture definitely next year towards the first pay-per-view in 2023. But to go back to another point you said, Mikey, one of the first tweets put out among AEW when Saraya came in was particularly to Jamie. Jamie Hayter and Saraya, they come from the same country. So honestly, that is a program people would be engaged in.
Oh, really?
And they haven't done anything towards building that.
Well,
also
and
Jamie
Hayter's
is one of the
face
stiffest
and Saraya's
hitters
I love
in
it.
all of AEW.
Jamie
Love her
Hayter's
power.
about to be one of the biggest faces over there. She's really getting over.
Yeah,
Again,
until
yes,
they keep freaking having her just stick with Britt Baker for ages, and then people just say, well, obviously they're not going to pull the trigger on this. I don't care now.
Well, I mean, to be fair, James, they're still chanting for Jamie Hayter, so I don't think they've lost momentum on that yet. And honestly, you wonder if this continued chance happen, will that cause them to make a change? Because again, if you are literally pushing forward somebody, if they are connecting to your audience, you have to realize that and do something. Slow burn, like JJ alluded to. We're going to have to wait and see. I understand your outlook, and I definitely understand what you mean. But as Mikey alluded to, in reality, business and marketing still would have Dr. Britt Baker on the marquee if you're going to sell something, especially in the New Jersey area, pretty close to Pittsburgh.
Oh, where'd Big Baller G go?
Heading out.
He had to
Thanks for
take
having
off.
me on. Thanks, BG. Always appreciate you, brother. Also loves.
I'll be there. Just hey,
Blue's
listen.
another bright rising athlete in AEW too. That's a good call out there. I know that she was in a tag match with Madison Rain, who also is a coach now of the women's division. About time they have some sort of perspective there. So we'll see. And the building people like Kayla Rossi behind the scenes and the Renegade twins. So again, there's definitely development. We're just gonna have to see as far as the Saraya narrative goes, how that comes into play.
I will say, if I hope Baller didn't leave mainly because I know Britt is his favorite. I just have my feelings towards her. If he's a fan, more power to him. I want to make that known.
Damn it. That's what I meant to get his opinion on, because I wanted to know if what you said made him change his mind, because that was very compelling, James. That was some real shit, man.
Literally, real talk. We're talking about not character and storytelling. We're talking about actual human decency, but also preparedness. And again, JJ, you can allude to it. You've been in the ring. The biggest threat is yourself. It should not be the person in the whip. The person you're in the whip should be your best safety. And the referee's just there to guide it.
No, James,
absolutely. You've got to be able to. You've got to be able to take care of each other. Well, gentlemen, it's time for the main event.
What do we got?
What's this? Oh, God!
Oh,
no! Oh,
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to fight anybody.
Well.
So here's the whole layout. You know, Andrade was giving an interview, and during the course of his interview, he talks about Omega, Punk, the Bucks, the Scrum, and everything. And did he have any issues? He's like, they're all good with me, but I did have one issue with a wrestler. I'm going to say his name. It was Sammy Guevara. I had an issue with him because he once came to the locker room and complained that we hit him too hard. It's wrestling. Solve it in the ring. If I hit hard, hit me hard too. I learned that he came in and that he accused me like a little girl. After I learned about it, I spoke to him and I asked him if he had an issue with me, but he said he did not, and that's all there was to it. It's funny because not even in WWE, for example, Sheamus likes to hit, and all my respect for him because he loves to hit hard and he loves the strikes. He is wild. Even The Miz likes to throw strikes. Not even John Cena complained about me. So if he did not complain, imagine this kid who is just starting. But there's that. Shortly after the interview, Guevara tweeted, "You are a jobber, a favor hire. Be grateful, bitch." Andrade replied, saying, "I said it to your face if you had a problem with me and you said nothing. I won't beat your ass because I'm a professional. Don't be scared. When I say something, I say names, and I'm not scared to get fired. Hashtag Sammy." To which Sammy replied, "You didn't say shit to me, you liar. But here's some truth, you ungrateful prick. You would be jobless if it wasn't for your dad-in-law. Are you really mad at me or mad at yourself for failing to get over a second time? Just go back to WWE like we all know you want to do and fuck off."
Damn.
And then that led to the backstage altercation, which was originally reported by TMZ Sports. Andrade was sent home. Words were exchanged. Things turned physical. Sammy allegedly pushed Andrade. Punches were thrown. We now know that Sammy did not throw any punches, that Andrade threw the punches.
Oh, no.
But
that explains
here's the problem I have with this, and I know for a fact that James has a verbal tirade that he is going to unleash. So I'm going to speak my piece first. Then I'm going to throw to either Noah, Mikey, whoever wants to talk. After you go, the other one of you can go, and we'll let James bring it home once again on this one so that he can just go into uninterrupted for most of this topic.
Agree.
My issue is this. Hot on the heels of what just happened at the all-out scrum with the EVPs and Punk, if there is a confrontation backstage and only one person is being punished, there's a problem here. It sounds like Tony Khan is playing favorites. I don't care if Sammy didn't throw a punch. I don't care anything about that. Nope. You look at these tweets, and obviously Sammy either took the bait of the original interview or instigated further, depending on what side of the coin you want to look at it.
Called him a favor hire.
He pushed it to a level it didn't need to go to. He could have very easily just dismissed the interview, made like Elsa, and let it go. But he didn't. And then not only do you only send Andrade home and not send Sammy home, you allow Sammy to participate in the main event
and win.
And not only that, you allow him to get the pinfall in the main event.
Over a champion.
You don't call an audible during the match when you can audibly hear the crowd chanting, "You still suck" and "fuck you, Sammy," every time Guevara gets in the ring.
Yep.
No.
This is beyond absurd.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's shit like this that'll turn a guy that's just started to really get into AEW and have me go to Impact and save those hours.
Fucking bingo.
For everything that people shit on WWE, they don't have this problem.
They don't have this problem.
Nope. Not since Sin Cara and Alberto Del Rio.
Noah, Mikey T, whoever wants to go first.
I've already said my piece, and like I said, I'm not going to put bullets into a dead horse carcass. This is clearly favoritism and politicking, but this also comes down to what Jesse Davin talked about when it comes to us, not as an internet wrestling community, but as humanity. Unable to show humility or keep your mouth shut or your keyboard off. Sammy Guevara clearly showed absolute oversensitivity and instigated this unnecessary adversity and conflict in the backstage environment. This is another example that keep your words to yourself. If you have nothing to say, don't use the power of the keyboard to believe you absolutely have the right to say anything you want to say without realizing truly how it affects the others around you. And I'm not just talking about Andrade in this case. You think about who favored that, who retweeted that, who reacted to that. This sort of example of behavior towards what somebody says in an interview is just going to further continue this domino effect of unnecessary hostility, especially in the wrestling industry. I understand, you feel about this individual and their work ethic. That's one thing, okay? So you build off that in the ring. Sammy, however, he wanted to make this personal. He also wanted to make this more about himself, when it didn't really have anything to do with him truly in the first place. An interview, you are allowed to say what you want to say. If you don't like it, then simply resolve it. Middle of the ring. That's how everything in wrestling should come out to be. This was absolutely his poor booking and choice of resolve on the behalf of Tony Khan and anyone else involved in trying to sell this dispute on All Elite Wrestling. It sounds like literally it's just Tony Khan. And you think about the Trinity that's trying to guide better management, better outlook, better morale in this locker room. John Moxley, Bryan Danielson. I feel like John Moxley suddenly had a note for him and Adam Page and everybody that knows how to use a Twitter device during his just saying. And of course, you have Chris Jericho. These guys are supposed to lead by example. Chris Jericho has been with Sammy Guevara since day one.
Yep.
I honestly feel like that this truly was driven by Tony Khan. And if that's the case, then Tony Khan is the one that truly needs to go through some sort of training of what it means to be a booker, a manager in professional wrestling. Andrade did not deserve to be the sole punished here alone. Sammy Guevara did not deserve to be in that main event spot. Should have been one-on-one, or you should have put Jake Hager in place.
Or some other member of the Jericho Appreciation Society.
Yeah, this was poorly executed, and this needs to stop. Especially after coming off the heels of what you've been rebuilding since the crap after All Out. For the last few weeks, I thought, oh, okay, we're just moving forward. Good resolve. And then we're right back to this never-ending story, it seems, to a degree, with one individual constantly at the forefront. James alluded to it. I'm sure he's going to allude to it as tirade. Sammy Guevara, this is like his third instance where he let Twitter overrule better judgment, and it led to nothing but absolute stupidity.
No. Well, let's be fair. It's not the third time he's done what you're saying. This is the third time he's been in some sort of confrontation backstage.
Okay, fair enough. But
this is the first time he instigated it. This is the first time he instigated it.
What was the first time before Kingston?
Right. Well, Kingston, though, was a different case. And James...
Well, yeah, what was the first time before Kingston? That one I'm blanking on.
The first time it was... oh, crap. What was it? See, because I don't dwell on that type of nonsense. I just hope it doesn't get repeated. But
might have been... I think I remember there was something between him and Janela. I think that might have been what it was.
But Janela, though, he was a hot mess. Let's just put that out there.
Shit. Especially by that point when he lost Penelope. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, what are you doing before it? The bottom line is this, though. Sammy did not belong on Dynamite that night. If you're going to punish Andrade, show equal rights. And
Yep.
as far as I'm concerned, this needs to stop. Seriously, if there is politicking and favoritism heavily involved right now in Tony Khan's booking, he is setting himself up for disaster in this company.
Yep.
Still, even 3 years, very early going.
If it happened to Dixie Carter, the same can happen to you, dude.
That's why you get removed from the chair and you put someone like Scott Demore in place. As far as Tony Khan goes, I put friggin' all 3 of those men in place at this point. Bryan Danielson, John Moxley, and Chris Jericho.
And Regal. Add Regal to that mix.
Might as well.
Have him set straight. He'll stretch these motherfuckers and get them to show respect.
Or Dustin Rhodes.
You mess with William Regal, you'll be lucky if you see tomorrow.
I want Mikey T to give his thoughts. JJ, I sent something in the Jeff Meacham chat that I want you to play for the show because Jesse also said pretty much the exact same thing we're all saying here.
I'm not
and so
sure.
is Conan at Keeping It 100 on his podcast. I listened to the clip where his thoughts were regarding that. Again, if you don't want this breeding, bubbling toxicity to overflow in your company, you need to cut it off at the source and make some tough business decisions. If a tough business decision was removing Sammy Guevara from AEW Dynamite, dude, that was easy. I could have done that because I could give a shit less what people think of me when I'm going to do what's best for the entire ecosystem of those around me. There's a reason why I don't deal with everybody on the internet, nor breathe inside this realm of internet wrestling community, tribalism, and superiority, because you stupid lackwits choose to live in that or follow that, and it affects you going forward as a fan.
Yep.
Fuck that.
Anyway, JJ, if you're having trouble loading it in, I can share my screen. Don't worry about it.
So, Mikey, go ahead and share your piece. I'm officially done for the night.
Well, shit, man. What can I say about Sammy Guevara? I was a big fan of Sammy Guevara. You know, like I really thought he was on his way to the top of AEW.
Yep.
All until he proposed to his girlfriend on television. It was a big surprise from Sammy Guevara. And he proposed to his girlfriend on television.
Oh,
wow. What is this, a John Cena and Nikki Bella moment?
Yeah.
WrestleMania 33 didn't mean jack shit.
Yeah.
Like, that was strike number one. You know what I mean? First of all, trying to intertwine his personal life in it with whatever. And then it turns out, and then we start to love this guy on some Seth Rollins shit. So we put it past us that he subjected to making us watch his life on some surreal life shit, JJ. This is what he did to us on AEW television.
Yep.
They brought his girlfriend there and he proposed to her live. And then we started loving him. He got the love like James, right? Like Seth Rollins did with the Shield because of all the acrobatics he could do.
Yeah.
So he really was about to be the next big thing.
Yeah.
And then it turned out he was with Ty Conti.
No.
Divorced from his wife. This is the same time that Cody Rhodes and Brandy left. All of that same boyfriend-girlfriend heat was then put onto them, like maximized times like 100.
Exactly.
Because the people actually had a real reason to hate them. You left Pam! You left Pam, you son of a bitch! We were about to make you Seth Rollins. We were about to make you Eddie Guerrero. You know what I'm saying? Sammy Guevara. You were about to be that.
The fact that the guy exposed on television, though, is what really fucked him. It'd be different if it was private.
Yeah.
Now he is X-Pac. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why when he does a move, you still suck. Because the people feel we are that emotionally disconnected from him that he could go on to. And I hate to say this because I would love to work for AEW. But this, you know what I mean? But it's like the fact that he can go on the internet after in the past doing a podcast where he spoke on Sasha Banks when he had been in training development in the WWE and probably caught a glimpse of her. And then he goes on the internet and he says Andrade wants to be back in the WWF and he can go F off. And that's why Andrade is like, oh, you're going to tell me what I want, you little punk. You think I hit hard in the ring too? I'm going to show you how hard I really hit. And I don't give a shit about this job because you say I got my my stepdad, Ric Flair. Yeah, Ric Flair's making more money than he ever made right now off a cameo. If y'all watch Conrad, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true.
You know
Yeah,
what
that's
I
pretty
mean?
much the
Ric
money train for
Flair's
life.
making more money than ever right now. So I'll bounce, Tony Khan, if you want to make a big deal about Sammy Guevara, your failed project. That is a failed project.
Which,
Plus,
by the way,
Ethan
he
Page-
failed that on Sammy himself. That wasn't even Sammy's fault. The fact that
well, Sammy failed it on his own by letting his own personal demon show in front of us in the world.
Ding.
right, he probably should have
Mary-
just said that's a bad idea, and he
You know,
thought it
all
was a great
respect to
idea.
Ty Conti because I'm a fan. I was a fan of her babyface character, relatively, even though there was no meat to it. You know what I mean? Like I
Same.
support whatever.
Same.
Same with the Sammy girl the girl that she's friends with. But
Anna
it's
Jay.
like
Anna
he
Jay.
met her within a year, and to
Yeah.
leave like the woman who he portrayed us to be, he portrayed his girlfriend to be his lifelong high school sweetheart, and he just met. You know what I mean? It just makes me look at him a whole different way. Like, damn, I thought I knew this
Inception.
guy. I was buying into this guy. You know what I mean? Like you're watching a movie, you're buying
Public
into the lead
exposure.
character, and then they flip on you.
Yep.
And that's what happened with Sammy Guevara. So he's really gonna have to build himself up before the people trust him again.
He
And
needs
that's-
to.
absolutely.
He needs to have YouTube and Twitter banned from his fucking hands permanently.
I don't
Yeah,
even want to
great.
watch his YouTube anymore. I don't
No.
want to. I'm turned off. I'm just,
No.
you know what
Never
I mean?
did. Never
He
did.
turned me off as a fan.
You used to watch it.
absolutely.
and then-
You know, I mean, I wasn't really watching when the whole thing with his real life girlfriend was going on. I've only kind of been watching since the stuff with Ty Conti came to the forefront. And you're right. I've never been a Guevara fan because that instantly turned me off. Especially when I knew about the fact that he was engaged to, married to
Well, he was
whatever
engaged,
this other girl, and then out of
Yeah.
nowhere this thing with Ty Conti came up and was like, wait a
in
minute.
the interest of fairness, I think, and I think we've even mentioned this on the show. There was a mutual breakup between Pam and
Exactly.
Sammy. It was
The problem
It
is,
was
though,
cool,
it was publicly exposed.
right.
Thus, it was interpreted in a way by the internet wrestling community that further add to the toxicity that right now is literally breathing like fumes off of Sammy.
Okay.
And
All right.
we're gonna get to that because it's
James,
so-
it's on you, man. I don't think there's much left to cover about Sammy
Oh.
Guevara's career. He has not made it to Seth Rollins like levels.
You
Oh,
don't
you-
realize who you're dealing
You
with.
don't,
underestimate James.
You want to bet there's not much to cover? Oh, I got a lot to say.
If there was
For-
an Eli Drake, let me talk to you moment, it's this right here. Buckle up and sit in, folks, and get your popcorn and your notepad ready. James,
Fear is
close
the
us
path
out
to
on
the
this.
dark
The
side.
floor is yours.
Yeah. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate
Ah.
leads to James rants.
So, JJ, if you could, I'm sharing my screen right now. We're gonna see if we can at least hear Jesse Davin's take on this situation. Which if we can, I can read it because she was nice enough to get the titles to work in sync with her thing here. So first, let's actually see if we can hear.
Make sure you share audio.
Oh, do I need to share audio? Is that a
Yeah.
thing?
We can't.
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on. Is there a way
if you're screen sharing from any
Oh,
that dude.
I didn't see the share system audio thing. Okay, thank you.
Oh,
You're
damn,
welcome.
I'm
Again,
trouble with that, too.
that's why I've been in IT for 10 years.
I
And
just
then
saw.
click the little button to blow her thing up so it takes up more of the screen.
Oh yeah. All right,
the
hold
full
on. I'm
screen thing.
I'm making
that one?
sure. Okay, this is the first part.
Okay, so it's a multiple part thing. Yep,
Okay,
I
so
did
this
it
is the first thing that Jesse said.
Go ahead.
Wait, so you have people literally sitting at home pending investigation for alleged backstage brawls, but then you have someone who's allegedly second offense, backstage brawl, not suspended, not taken off TV, on the main event, and gets the win? even if this is a work, I don't like it because you have real backstage drama going on, working yourself into a shoot, shooting yourself into work. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it is not okay. If I'm getting worked here, I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it because there's real backstage drama going on. It fucks with me.
Bingo.
So you have people literally.
Yeah,
And then
nobody
we
wants to see Sammy Guevara versus Andrade. You know what I mean?
It would be a
Not
great
in that
program,
regard.
but right
in that
now
regard.
the
If Sammy
perception
was a
though,
face,
the perception though is hurting the AEW fan base, and that's the biggest problem here. But continue with this.
And look, I'm not saying one person was right in this situation and the other person was
No,
wrong
me
in
neither.
this situation. I don't know. Just like what happened after All Out, I don't know. I am a fan. All I know is that there was another fight. Okay. And the last couple times there have been fights, both people involved were sent home, so to speak.
Yep.
This time it's different. So as a fan, even if I don't know what's going on, I don't know, like, it's sending a mixed message. And look, I'm not saying
that is the truth right there, spoken
seems more
by
like a
Jesse.
punking though. It seems like Andrade kind of punked him though, but he was provoked.
Yeah, which is fair, but like, okay, so that's been shared now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's Jesse saying this. We've covered this on this podcast before. What Conan said, what Disco said before Conan. Disco Inferno said this of all fucking people. You have a money opportunity with those guys and those guys alone in that squabble after All Out. Kenny Omega, Hangman Page, CM Punk, MJF, that should be your main program for a fatal four-way down the line. That's the only thing that makes money. Anything else, and even that is causing dissension in the ranks of the locker room because nobody's willing to just drop this fucking investigation and just say, fuck this is stupid, let's make some money, right? Nobody's willing to do that. Now we have more backstage fights and you send one guy home but don't suspend the other who clearly instigated this bullshit. Whatever you want to say about whatever Andrade said, point being, well, JJ had to be off and on.
Hit the wrong button.
Fair enough. Point being with this is that, you know, Andrade was more than professional in that interview. There was nothing professional about Sammy's tweets. None. No. Not at all. He looked like a petulant child. Oh my God, he hits too hard. Get a fucking grip. It's not that big of a deal. He was pulling his punches. More than likely. Andrade has never really actually intentionally hurt anybody. So the fact
and he's been in the ring with Pac and Darby Allin, and we saw what happened with him and Darby Allin, and those two literally with open palm fire shots to each other's face.
I wrote a thing on an open mic night group chat. I'm going to read it on the air because I said it's a must read on the air. All right. And here's why.
Please.
This is in response to what Noah, I think, said, because he was sick of this too. For the same reasons Jesse said, for the same reasons JJ said, for the same reason that I said, this drama is insane. All across the board, and it ruins the immersion of what the hell is going on television. It's been like this for way too long, and I cannot stand it anymore. It's to the point now where, you know, you can have this drama as long as it's not on television. I don't care. But for a year now on AEW television, it has been on the air. So much so to the point where it's now bled over to fucking Impact with Bobby Fish cutting a goddamn shoot promo and shooting himself in the foot. It's spreading like a fucking virus. It's ridiculous at this point. I'm going to read this because I said it's a must read, and here's why. Not shocked at all. When a shit is shown to you clear as day, it's like pissing on someone's favorite food. If the most positive people on this plane of existence, like Noah, Jesse, and Simon Miller, are echoing the same exact issues as us, that's a problem. And we happen to be seeing the exact same thing as people like, I don't know, JD from fucking New York and his co-host Jesse, who are some of the most jaded motherfuckers in some cases on the internet.
Where the hell did Jesse come from, by the way?
Exactly. I don't know, but he's cool. I actually like Jesse. He's pretty cool. Different Jesse, not Jesse Davin.
Jesse Davin is always cool.
Oh, and all of us are echoing the same fucking sentiments as Disco Inferno, who started that freaking idea of just shut up and make money, of all freaking people.
That's
Conan.
Disco Inferno, bro.
Yeah, no. Well, here's the thing. We're echoing the same sentiments as Disco Inferno. We're echoing the same sentiments as
I have never in my life echoed the same sentiments of Disco Inferno.
First time for everything, Mikey. We've gone to a different plane of existence.
Disco Inferno, we've echoed. Conan, we've echoed. Booker T, we've echoed. And even that goddamn Carney, which I wrote in, quote me on that, Jim Cornette.
Oh, God.
If we're saying the same fucking thing all these motherfuckers are saying, chances are AEW might have a fucking problem. Just saying. And that problem is that Tony Khan is spineless throughout all of this and has ruined the enjoyment of the product for everyone I just mentioned equally, regardless of how much they enjoyed before all this bullshit went down. Here's a question I'm going to pose to all of you. Seriously think about all of this. All these people agree on the same thing. Very different groups of people. Positive fans, skeptical / jaded-ish fans, fans that no longer watch, fans that are trying to stick through this bullshit, harsh critics, etc. Remember when Jeff said, unless the fans agree on one particular thing, then shit won't change? Well, call me crazy, but judging by all the audiences I just mentioned, it might not be every wrestling fan, but it's a very large majority. In this day of social media, for a majority of wrestling fans / critics to all agree this is hurting the product, that's a 1 in a million shot in this industry nowadays.
It really is.
So as far as I'm concerned, if all of these people agree on the exact same statement, this is a big problem. To borrow a phrase from Noah, simple as that. Any questions?
No.
So
I think we covered everything very eloquently.
Mikey,
if the entire wrestling community can come together
like that,
for this,
that's a problem.
You've done fucked up.
Yeah.
Mikey.
Oh, I just was going to bring it to Disco Inferno. I mean,
He's still hung up on that.
Yeah.
Disco Inferno, this is the type of guy who sits around and thinks about big money ideas all the time. You know what I mean? The guy was never drawing shit. I mean, he wasn't even. I don't think he was as big as Fandango. We need to put a poll up.
Oh no, Dango beats him by miles.
Right.
Dirty Dango beats him by miles.
Well, right. But
I think Disco Inferno TV champion would have defeated Fandango in a TV title match.
Probably.
Jury's still out on that. I don't know.
With the Shark Buster, man.
Shark Buster. Oh my God.
I'm just saying, this guy like dreams about drawing money. I could just pick the guy dressed up as a disco guy, for crying out loud.
In the 90s, yeah.
It shows you
Disco
the lengths
died back in the 70s
to draw. Was he in the Filthy Animals or no?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why him and Conan are doing a podcast together now. I mentioned Disco though because Disco, if he said that, and he was the first one to say, this is so ridiculous. This is just, I even said on freaking, I even saw on YouTube, I literally saw a video and the title was, everybody in AEW needs to grow the fuck up. Essentially was what the title was.
Not everybody, but certain people in particular.
The only person that's saying this is bad is Vince Russo and whoever is fans of Vince Russo. I'm going to let everybody know this right now. You are in the minority here. There is no question about it that if fucking Noah Foster and Jim goddamn Cornette can agree on the same fucking thing, that is a problem. The latter of which has had actual experience in this industry, full on, full stop. You fucked up. This isn't good.
No.
This isn't good.
At this day and age, it's not. You remember Undertaker talking about, knives and stuff like that. You don't see that anymore. Nobody's like hostile towards each other. Well, yeah, that's because the industry has changed and people have changed over time. It's not as cutthroat, and it shouldn't be that anymore with how many options are especially available. But once again, it's almost like we're going back in time to the dark ages here.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Oh shit, you said it, Noah.
And let me put this in perspective. Exactly. Thank you, A. Thank you for that one. And let me also add to this point. Think about this, right? When you have all of this crap going on in the industry, right? Granted, I'm not saying that this isn't competitive. I'm not saying there are not egos involved.
Oh, big time.
There is a point where you have to put your egos aside and you have to put them on the back burner for the betterment of the product. Newsflash to everybody in the back. As much as they would like to throw a magic wand at it, they can't push everybody at the same time.
No.
There's no way.
That's
all
what
right?
my brother tells me.
So it's not feasible to try and expect everything right away. You got to pay your dues, even if you're a vet. I hate this idea that veterans think they don't have any more dues to be paid when they're the big star. Okay, prove it then. Have you drawn a lot of money? No. Do you have the potential? Yeah. Wait your fucking turn. I don't care if you're fucking 20, 30, 40, 50. I don't care. Just wait. Your time will fucking come. Jericho was in the back burner of like faction feuds for the longest time. People were pegging that his career was done. He's Ring of Honor World Champion. Now he got another opportunity.
CM Punk waited his time.
Right.
7 years.
Look at how old Batista was when he got his first title.
Right.
Yeah, he became his face of SmackDown. He redefined what it meant to be to hold the big gold belts on the blue brand.
It's one thing to have an ego. It's a competitive sport by nature. It's another thing to completely go overboard with it. I mentioned this last week on Open Mic Night.
Seems like every week we're mentioning something along these lines.
Exactly.
Because AEW
it's literally every week
doesn't
now.
fucking learn.
Right. Nobody fucking learns their lesson here.
1 step forward and 3 steps back right now. And with what we heard on Wednesday night.
Guys, is it not fathomable that Sammy Guevara, when he said you were a favor hire, is it not like, can you not think that maybe he was talking about Fuego del Sol and Andrade took it personal? How the hell is Andrade a favor hire? Now
I don't even understand.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even understand why Sammy Guevara used that terminology.
Dude, you got Fuego hired.
Fuego del Sol. Fuego del Sol just put this long rant up. Don't you guys remember? Not a little while ago, he had put up a rant like da 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 da. But I guess Tony brought him back for a couple dates because he did something on Dark, I want to say, or Rampage, and then he lost the Luchasaurus.
And listen, in reality, Fuego's best fit is for Impact's X Division, and I mean that because he does have talent. You can't push
his ass over there.
Right. You can't push everybody at the same time. It's not feasible. And I'll give you guys a great big example of things going awry in an actual combat sport where there are actual egos that get way too out of hand. Right?
Oh, I remember this conversation. Bring it up.
Freaking Khabib Nurmagomedov and Conor McGregor. That fight card, guess what? Best fight card that UFC had ever produced by that point. Still is. It's the second highest drawing UFC pay-per-view. As far as I recall.
How much?
Like over 1 million. Over 1 million pay-per-view buys. Right? Which, not shocked, that's MMA. Right?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Now, that happened. And then after Khabib won the fight against McGregor, he and McGregor and their camps acted like fucking savage animals had a full-on riot right all over the fucking octagon.
Oh, Jesus.
To the point where Dana fucking White said that was a goddamn disgrace to this sport.
Yep.
And he nipped that in the bud right away. And even with that, dude, he didn't pick favorites with any of that. He said they're both getting fucking fined. Both camps are getting fined. And it's still fucking caused a lot of fucking people to tune out. Name one pay-per-view that has reached that number since that fucking incident. I challenge you to find a number like that.
I got nothing.
Exactly.
Well,
so if it can happen to UFC, and if it can happen to the NFL, remember the NFL, regardless of what your political views are, what happened when they were fucking taking a knee? Which the reason was great, by the way, but what happened when people were taking a knee? They fucking tuned the channel. Here's why they tuned the channel. It has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with people's beliefs. I'll tell you exactly what it does. People tune into shit so they can escape their fucking life for more than 3 fucking hours, so that way they don't have to deal with the fucking bullshit. If they see that shit on TV every fucking week, guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna fucking have fans tune out. By the way, I don't know if anybody else noticed, but the fucking Nielsen rating shows the fucking number went down a little bit. It's already started to happen.
Damn.
So what I'm saying has some fucking merit if it's happened to actual sports like the NFL and UFC.
Yeah.
Wake the fuck up, Tony Khan.
Well,
Seriously.
So far, he has not booked either Sammy Guevara or Tymelo. And let's keep in mind, Tymelo is going to suffer for this too because he's connected to this guy, which also means Anna J is going to suffer. Now they're trying to do Anna JAS with Ty together. I have no idea what Rampage sounded like. Maybe you can tell me.
Well, I'll tell you right now. Like I'm already done. I've thrown my hands up in the air already. You know what my choice was? You mentioned choice of what you want to do to consume wrestling. Mine is obvious. Only pay-per-views that I give a shit about.
There you go.
I'm only watching pay-per-views now. I can't stand to watch the weekly product anymore on any of these fucking shows because it's that fucking toxic. And you know what? It's been toxic for a long fucking time. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it bleeding into my wrestling. I don't even want to give any company the fucking privilege now because chances are this shit's going to fucking somehow bleed into it.
Well, again,
God, I can't wait until Cody comes back and fucking goes and starts his tribalistic campaign on the other side. Can't wait to say, well, I guess I picked the right side.
No,
oh boy.
No, I'm glad you brought Cody up because when all this started to go down on Wednesday and then developed into Thursday, Friday, etc., I saw people in some of the wrestling groups I'm in point out the fact that if you notice, none of this shit really happened when Cody was there.
That's very
all
true.
this stuff started falling apart for AEW once Cody left and went back to the E.
Yep.
There's not
could that be the pebble that started this avalanche growing?
I think so, because Cody Rhodes, he definitely was not the same mindset as the rest of the Elite, Kenny Omega, and the Young Bucks. And Cody Rhodes is definitely not Tony Khan because, again, Cody Rhodes has literally eat, sleep, lived, and breathed in the industry, trained under the man himself, Dusty Rhodes. Right. So I do feel like that Cody had much more of an influence and a respect quota from the entire roster backstage than Tony Khan.
You need somebody to get that respect. Put Regal in charge because this is not the way to do shit right now.
Well, that's why Cody was worth whatever he told Tony Khan he was worth. Not only as a talent, even though they were booking him as a mid-card talent, he was worth whatever because he was keeping the peace. He was the head that could go talk to Hangman Page, CM Punk, and you know what I mean? I think he was doing interviews saying, oh, yeah, I just texted CM Punk. But then he also said something about CM Punk embarrassed AEW.
I mean, you mentioned earlier about how Moxley and Danielson and Jericho have kind of tried to step up and be these locker room leaders since everything went down at the Scrum.
That shouldn't be their job.
No, it shouldn't. But here's my question about it, and the point I want to make.
Moxley's now.
If Jericho is one of these guys and Guevara is connected with him, why didn't he pull an audible and be like, look, you going out there tonight is a bad look. I'm going to put Hager. I'm going to put
or somebody.
Well, Garcia was on the
even
other
though
side.
he changed, but like
I understand what he's
Daddy Magic, whatever his name is.
Exactly.
I'm gonna put them in your spot.
Yeah.
Instead, because even
fucked
though
up,
Tony didn't send you home, you was
You're
wrong too.
You're making the company hot.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You heard the audience do that
on the
whole
3-year
match.
anniversary. 3-year anniversary, you fucking put this motherfucker on TV.
What should have been one of the
now, James.
What should have been one of the biggest nights in the company is now tarnished with "fuck you, Sammy."
That's right. People are only going to remember the ending.
Gee, I wonder where I've heard. I wonder where I've heard that before. Hi, Roman Reigns, 2015.
Damn.
The exact same shit.
Worse
what the fuck are you doing? And the difference between WWE by then and you right now is WWE financially could afford it. You are not in that position, no matter how many TV rights dollars are coming through that fucking funnel. Period.
Again, you can say what you want about this company. It is still very young. And as far as the backstage structure, they managed all these things with people like QT Marshall and Tony Schiavone and bringing forward Madison Rayne and giving more to Sanjay Dutt as connection to communication. But as far as etiquette goes, locker room etiquette, you need a true solo stand-by locker room leader that isn't pulling double duty. Because Cody wasn't even that productive every week in the ring, and he still did so much to keep the peace backstage in this company. Tony Khan is literally using that at the seams, and at this point, he's ignoring the situation just to try and draw a rating. And this is not the type of heat that builds a star. This is the type of heat that drives away a fan base. As of right now, he has not booked either Ty Mello or Sammy Guevara for this upcoming week in AEW. I can only hope that means you do not get him involved in backstage segments and you do choose to keep him away from your product too. Because right now, AEW, you got a dark omen heading into your year 3.
So the guy
I forget which
main event. Sorry.
What's up?
Go ahead, Mikey. Go ahead.
So it's like the guy who just won the main event's now not going to be getting booked all week. You see, that's why it's an inconvenience to his booking.
Of course, it's an inconvenience, but at this point, like you did that to fucking CM Punk, you did that to fucking the Elite. They just won.
Yep.
They won a new set of titles in the Elite's case, and
You
Punk
made
just
CM
got back
Punk-
the title.
He made CM Punk look better than every single superstar they've got.
So, like, if you're gonna treat Sammy this way, gee, I hope you can fucking get the other guys to get this goddamn, problem over with. And by the way, I can't wait to talk about that because that kind of leads into that too. But it's like, what the hell are you doing there?
Yeah, I mean, I forget which one of you mentioned it, but Sammy Guevara is definitely on his way to X-Pac heat at this point.
He is on X-Pac heat. He's not on his way. He's already is.
Hey, James, the one that mentioned that.
It's not a good look. And
no. And the fact that the entire hard-working, consistently focusing on the development of themselves and the future of this company is suffering for it too, because it's driving away those fans that follow this brand. As me and Anthony alluded to on the Daily Slam, it's bullshit. And that's the reason why I still stand by the hardworking men and women without an ego complex or breathing toxicity. As far as my TV presentation goes, when they're on screen, I still support them in All Elite Wrestling. And as of right now, Canada so far has none of that. So I will be watching.
Yeah, and to Elizabeth's point, the only reason I haven't stopped watching yet, unlike James now, is the fact that I'm just coming into this still fairly new. Right. I haven't even been watching AEW for a year yet.
Well,
but there's already been 2 major dramatic stories within the last, we'll say, month and a half.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Way more than.
In
in the last month and a half, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm talking about since I've been watching,
I
James.
say JJ's
You got to keep in mind, I've only been watching since about
Full
April or
time
May
since,
this
yeah.
year.
That's
so
true.
JJ,
So
if you got to cut out NXT or AEW, which one are you cutting out?
Right now, I'm on the verge of cutting out AEW.
I don't blame you. I
If
don't
they-
blame you because
if
you know
they
what? At
fuck
least
up
NXT
again-
doesn't have this.
Yeah,
Can't
it's
argue
like
that.
it comes down to the whole 3 strikes you're out philosophy.
Right.
Since I've been watching, you've had 2 major league dramatic events within your company and within a short span with the All Out Media Scrum and now this.
And so far, he's actually managed to handle one to a degree that has not affected the TV product because he's pretty much removed them from all media and advertising.
Oh no, that
Whereas
has
this
vastly affected the TV
Yes,
product.
it has.
It has in a way, but he still has used the rest of his roster to try and rebound from that. He hasn't
Yeah.
necessarily shown me anything as far as a positive change from this last instant yet.
No.
Yeah, 100% there. Whereas NXT may not be Noah's NXT. Damn it! If I can get down here
It's
to
the
the graphic
Renegades.
there, but it's not as cringeworthy as the behind the scenes drama
Right.
with AEW.
Oh
at
my
this
God,
time.
it's not even close. It's
No,
not even
It
close.
actually ends there.
Yeah.
We actually get a conclusion over in NXT.
Right.
It's not weeks on end of dragged out stuff. Oh, I'm going to pay you money to work for me. No, if somebody's going to get paid money to work for you on NXT, it's going to be in the main event that night. And
Oh, and
Braun
also-
Breaker's going to kick your ass that night.
And also, not to just to add to your point, a person like Britt Baker isn't going to go there and trash an entire division just to get herself over. They actually big themselves up and then try to put over the division, then big themselves up again. Which I don't know is heel 101.
I'm sorry, but
pretty
NXT is not that damn bad, and I'm glad JJ puts it out there.
I try,
mean-
I do the best that I can, James,
have
I know you're kind of
But I
like
get it.
distancing yourself from AEW at this point.
He's
So
distancing himself from wrestling. And again, with how much he's been exposed, let's just put it out there, man. As long as I've known you, pretty much your whole life, man. And with everything else you go through, but what you bring forward with your creativity, with your passion, God bless you. I understand where James is coming from.
Oh,
It's
I do
different
too.
identity as a fan in wrestling because I have not shared that same journey, story, or challenges that he has. But they are relatable to a degree because at the end of the day, this industry can affect you going forward forever, especially mentally.
Yep.
Exactly. The point I was going to make, Noah, is that as much as both you and James have been just adamant AEW supporters from the day that I first got to know you, I have been the flip side of that coin as far as the WWE product has been concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when I first got into this with these 2 gentlemen, James was only willing to call the big 4 WWE shows.
Yep.
WWE sucked. They wanted nothing to do with it.
And now it's like, and you know
And
what
now,
the funny thing is?
and now,
like,
especially with the Triple H era, they've almost
flip-flopped a
completely
little bit.
flipped.
Yeah,
where
pretty much.
James is sitting here, he's calling the main event. Granted, I had to step out for dinner.
I
He's
was
calling the
thinking
main
I was
event
calling
of
the rest
Extreme
of the show.
Rules.
Yeah.
And
Man, I wish I could have called the opener. That opener looked like such a fun call.
That was
the
so
Donnybrook
much
was
fun,
amazing.
man.
Yeah, that was so
I
good.
loved it.
But
Everything on this card was great.
but
Mostly.
like the point being is like that's why I try to get out the word of NXT is like granted I wasn't around for the black and gold and Noah's NXT.
Damn right.
But that doesn't mean that I don't enjoy what I see on a regular basis.
Fair enough.
I've been able
I
to
respect
get to
that.
know Giovanni Vinci and everything that he went through prior to coming to the main roster, Clash of the Castle, reuniting with Imperium.
Right.
I told them in private, like, as soon as I saw that happened at Clash of the Castle and that he rejoined Imperium, I marked the fuck out, even
did
though
James.
I wasn't into the Imperium era.
But
I knew
was,
how
I
big that
saw it.
moment was, and I popped hard for that.
Was that because
again,
that character failed or something? The picture taking character, where they're like,
No,
this is
I
going
think-
nowhere.
I think it was just one of those Vince McMahon tweaks where they wanted to change the gimmick name a little bit. And so they gave him a couple of weeks, maybe a month on his own in Not Noah's NXT to kind of get and develop his personality just a smidge away from Fabian Eichner, Ludwig Kaiser, away from Walter Gunther, so that he could kind of develop a little bit more before putting him back. Or it was just Triple H going, you know what? That's fucking retarded. These guys need to be together.
He kicked ass tonight, that's for sure.
But by the way, since I have autism, I give JJ the R word pass. It's fine.
I totally forget about that when I drop that on occasion, dude. I'm sorry.
It's fine. No, you're right. I agree. That's the only way you can say that. Yeah.
You know, and I think
JJ, do you
same thing
remember
with
if he
Max
beat
Dupree
Apollo?
and LA Knight.
He did. I think he did beat Apollo.
Okay, all right.
He did beat Apollo. Apollo Crews now stuck in this NXT. And again,
I like Apollo though.
This
Apollo
NXT
Crews,
now.
Apollo Crews has great potential. The fact of the matter is, I look at the era that I grew up in, my NXT, and I see what NXT became under Vince and Bruce Prichard. I'm like, fuck this shit out of Nickelodeon 90s that makes me reject my child in television.
Don't worry about it.
James, what is this you've got here to share to the screen?
So this is a tweet by Colin Joseph. It's a series of tweets, or
I remember
Conlon Joseph, or Joseph Conlon.
Joseph Con. Go follow the proper podcaster, folks, at Con_Joseph. Big Heel Heat. Good podcast.
So this is what he said. AEW Rant Part 1. There has now been 2 backstage altercations in the last month in AEW, and as a hardcore fan, I'm honestly exhausted from it. It takes so much attention away from what we should be paying attention to, which is the great wrestling and storytelling.
Strengths of AEW.
AEW Rant Part 2. I would always get excited.
Mikey.
There's Mikey.
He left. I don't know. Maybe he'll be back. Continue.
Okay, he's got a dip. All right. Well, we don't see him. Thank you, brother. Continue.
See you, brother. Yeah, we'll promote your stuff at the end.
Mikey, thank you for tuning in and joining us today. Continue, James.
I would always get excited while watching and talking about AEW because of the phenomenal alternative it was back when it started, and it was taking the wrestling world by storm.
It helped us live through a pandemic. Damn it.
Yes. But if I'm being honest, this company has changed for the worst ever since Cody left. None of this shit would happen if Cody backstage, if Cody was backstage, and with him gone, it's kids running around in the playground with no adults watching, and Tony Khan needs to do a better fucking job and actually man the fuck up and stop this before it happens again and again. He also says, I'm still going to watch and invest my time in AEW, and their talent, but it's extremely frustrating that shit like this is what happened backstage with fights and childish behavior. When childish shit like this takes front and center over what happens on TV, and it's bullshit as a fan.
Especially when you hear it directly from the audience. Literally, Joseph is echoing the exact same thing my outlook is. But finish it off.
I'm tired of it, and it's time, and it's made me care less about the AEW product. Do better, and he tags AEW. I took this tweet and I said, must read. Only difference is I threw my hands up in the air and said, fuck it, when he still watches weekly. By the way, I envy him there somewhat. Otherwise, this was great by Mr. Joseph Conlon, and everyone should read it, including Tony Khan. Yeah, I added him, and what?
Again, like James, you could freaking have that prayer or whatever you called it for me and Colin. But again, this show redefined my passion professional wrestling. Damn it.
Right.
Since 2019 in a way I have not felt since probably the year 2000. That was only slightly brought to a brighter light back in my NXT, the Black and Gold brand. So I echo the exact same sentiments he does, because the entire AEW ecosystem does not fucking deserve this outlook, nor this repelling of their fans because of some bullshit childish antics, because of tribalistic social media practices being hosted by immature members of their own roster that Tony Khan doesn't take action against.
I want to put into perspective, because there's the argument that's going on online that this is better, this is writing, this is storytelling. That's the Russo argument for whatever reason.
That's the people that want to go back to the times that Undertaker was silly talking about when it was cutthroat.
Hold on. I have a statement I got to add to that, though. Now, you had your Wrestlers Court, but what was the actual storyline that hooked people in? Austin McMahon.
Yes.
Triple H Rock.
Yes.
Rock Austin.
Yes.
Triple H and Vince for a period of time.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Those were the driving forces. And then you also had Foley, and you had these characters at the very top in keyword storyline driven wrestling products. Not backstage bullshit that completely overshadows what the hell is going on TV.
That's exposed across the world of social media through an app called Twitter.
It's ridiculous that this is the argument we're making. That out the window when you put into perspective what actually drew. I think you know the answer to that question.
And keep in mind, James, this was before Twitter existed. Maybe that's also a difference.
And granted, yes, Wrestlers Court was a thing. It's kind of dumb. I don't think Wrestlers Court should be a thing, especially in this day and age.
No, it wouldn't work.
I think what needs to happen is what WWE did and get some people to reel these motherfuckers in. William Regal's the perfect candidate. I can't think of a better candidate.
Currently in the AEW ecosystem, I agree with you 110%.
If I was Regal, man, he'd probably be a lot calmer than I'd be. But I would do exactly what Vince McMahon did when it comes to the Punk and the Elite bullshit drama, and I'd throw Hangman Page and Scott Colton in that mix as well. I get them all in a goddamn room, and I tell them, all right, that's cute. All you did this on my fucking dime and my dime. Now we're going to do this on my time and my dime. We're going to turn this into work. We're going to make some damn money out of this. Mm-hmm. If either one of you go into business for yourselves ever again, I will make sure all of you are personally fired
and blacklisted.
And blacklisted from the industry completely, and you will never work in this industry again. I will call Triple H personally and make sure. And I have connections. And this is me playing Regal. I have connections to call Paul Levesque and say, don't hire these motherfuckers because they are toxic individuals. If you can't get past your bullshit, that's what I'm going to tell Paul. Don't think I won't, because I don't give a shit.
At the end of the day, every great booker in this industry, Keith Lee, Scott D'Amore, Tony Khan, Triple H, they need to each be aware of who is worth working with and who to stay a fuck away from. And if you let this type of behavior breathe in your ecosystem, it's only going to encourage more, not just within your own, but within other places too. It may not show up overnight. It may not show up next year, but the effects are already there. And it starts at the heart of what drives your company, your fan base too.
You can still salvage this, but you need to make that investigation kaput. There is no investigation that needs to be had here. I don't care what anybody wants to tell you. There's none that needs to be had. That investigation needs to end immediately. That investigation needs to be dropped pronto. They need to have all of them suspended for 2 fucking weeks. Punk deserves to be fined for the shit he said. And I mean really fined for the shit that he said at the press conference.
Completely unprofessional.
The Elite need to be stripped of EVP status. Full stop. Don't at me on that. That's what needs to happen. They now need to go into business for the company and the company alone. That's it.
And that's
They want to make their bed, they can lie in it. They paid their price. Now let's make some damn money.
And
Tell
JJ,
me, in the words of Phil Brooks, tell me when I'm telling lies.
You're not. You're 100% accurate.
I think it's safe to say that we've all been 100% accurate here, more so than I thought I was going to be vocal. But again, even a simple lifelong wrestling fan has a breaking point. But anybody with common sense can dictate right from wrong.
If common sense were common, Noah, more people would use it.
I know, JJ.
And
Trust
in
me,
addition to having Regal in that position, I would have him flanked during that conversation by Paul White and Mark Henry.
Yep. Oh yeah.
At Dustin
And
Rhodes
Tony
to that
Schiavone.
too.
And Dustin Rhodes,
so
and just for the hell of it, Taz.
Oh my God.
That's a whole different one.
We haven't even talked about this yet, and I was trying to bring it up during the Sammy thing. I don't even know if anybody knows this, but I watched a fucking clip where they were filming him, even though he got actually fucking sick of it. Sammy and his fucking vlog team as well. So, if nothing else, number one, no fucking social media usage and no fucking YouTube recordings during the fucking premise of AEW. Sorry. Being the elite, you can't film in the arena. Fucking Sammy's vlog, same thing. Anybody that does a vlog shit, same thing. That is outside the confines of that fucking arena. And if somebody does not want to be recorded, don't fucking record them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Respect privacy. I mean, literally, Ethan Page and the Bunny, they only do it with their friends when they have the time, just to bring a little bit of delight into their day. It should not be to raise your own ego just because you feel like you have to for your whatso the fuck ever YouTube fan base.
What if the Bunny had been the White Rabbit tonight?
Yeah, I would. You know what?
Noah's reaction just had to lighten things a little bit here before we wrap things up.
I have to ask you. I have to ask this as well. Like, if you want to know how to work social media, and you have a social media presence, man, and I say this now more than ever, fuck me, hire KSI before the WWE does, because they already got Logan. But JJ knows when to turn the fucking shit off when needed to. You might as well hire him, because holy shit, could he be so valuable as far as getting people to use social media in a proper way than to use it in a way that just is not going to benefit themselves, the people around them, or the fucking company that they are working for.
You say it yourself. Get a social media manager.
KSI might do that.
I barely use social media. Look at me. I'm like, hi, let's watch wrestling. Enjoy yourselves. Okay, bye.
Pretty much.
And I have no notifications. I don't follow any dirt sheets, news feeds, or anyone in the industry particularly. I have 0 social media notifications besides direct message JJ Williams of a Mike Night group for when this thing happens.
And the fact that I'm one of the only people that you ever get a notification from just tickles me to death.
What can I say? I don't live in my phone, and I don't need to be recognized on my device either by anybody.
And that's a huge problem with society in general today, but we'll leave that for another day.
Yeah,
too many people are
society.
Glued to social media.
We'll get Jesse Davin on that one. How has the social media ecosystem overthrown the realm of reality? Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It is 2:00 on the East Coast where you gentlemen are. So I think it's time that we start wrapping things up.
And I just finished my Mountain Dew.
There you go. James, what have you got to plug for us tonight?
I was going to say all this on the Hebert side, but that's pretty much done and over with now, because I said everything I needed to say here. So thank God for this show, because honestly, man, I was just like, I knew that I could say what I needed to say here and people would fill in the gaps. So that's all I needed. But I will tell you what is going to be on the docket. Button Mashers on Casey's channel. There will be a few that are sprinkled in between. I will be on Mistress Audio's stream at some point. Mistress Audio was in the chat earlier. She might still be in here now. She's probably silently watching. I'll be on a stream at some point with her as well, doing games. I will soon to be a Nintendo Switch person. So if anybody wants to add me on Nintendo Switch, I'll give them my @ when it comes
Let's play
from.
Mario Kart, James. I could beat you with a blue shell.
Well, the problem is I need to get Mario Kart first. I do not have Mario Kart. I plan on getting it soon, though.
That's say, dude, if you get one game for your Switch for multiplayer gaming, Mario Kart.
Yeah, for sure. I'll get that, but yeah, tune in to Mistress Audio. She'll be doing some gaming streams. I'll also probably be on anything that Kuzan will be doing on Twitch. Planning on doing a watch along of WWF Fully Loaded 2000 with them.
Not bad show.
Go check out their watch along of WrestleMania X8, which was a very funny, just them chatting shit pretty much. It was a fun time. Go check that out. That was with Michael X and him. That is on twitch.tv/Firelord Kuzan, or it might be Firelord Kuzan X. As far as everything else is concerned, content-wise, there's going to be stuff on Owen's channel. State of the WWE address on Wrestling Fortune 44. That will be coming up on Monday. On Wednesday, AEW Spark with, it might be released on Thursday and Tuesday, these podcasts, but we're recording these shows on Monday, and on Wednesday, AEW Spark, which will be hopefully released by Thursday that day. Chris Dodd and Owen Finch cover probably all the happenings that we just covered here on the show. Go check that out if you want to hear more opinions on that. And yeah, that's pretty much everything I have to cover FTW wise and friends of FTW Productions. But yeah, most recent thing that I know is for sure at some point go on the Mistress Audio's channel, because I'll be on that channel where we will be doing some gaming and having a good time. So go check that out.
All right,
good deal. Good luck.
Thank you, man.
Well, over on my side of things, if you missed out today, go back and check out my review of the 2010 Nightmare on Elm Street reboot, as well as my new release Saturday review of Rob Zombie's The Munsters. Beginning tomorrow, we've got a huge week of content coming up. You got Addams Family Values, the entire Scream saga 1 through 5, Hocus Pocus, Hocus Pocus 2, and then beginning on Tuesday the 18th, the Halloween saga, from then all the way through the 31st.
I never thought Hocus Pocus needed a sequel. I'm just going to put it out there. Believe it or not, folks, I actually did watch the very first one when I was younger. When I was once a wee lad, movies were a thing for me, believe it or not. They just aren't anymore and haven't been for years.
I completely agree with you, Noah, and we'll go more in depth into that when people check out my review. Tomorrow, tune in for the War Zone, another edition of the weekly acquisition report, as I show off the latest additions to my ever-growing movie library. This week, finds from the Salvation Army. On Monday, in addition to my review, Jeff and I will be convening for another edition of The Dads, Not Always on Wrestling, as we discuss the top 10 females to never hold a WWE World Singles title. Lots of great names coming up in that one. It was originally going to be a world title general, but there were so many people that we found that even though they didn't hold WWE, they held Impact or Reign of Honor. So it just got narrowed down to the main Fed, if you will.
Fair enough.
Tuesday will be another edition of Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou. The food is hot, the beer is ice cold, and the seats are warm, so step on in for some fun professional sports talk as Stat Boy and Dory Lou cover the NFL, the NHL, baseball postseason, etc. Wednesdays is the Greg Cherry Show. I'm not sure if Jeff will be able to be on that or not. If not, look for probably either Josh Mansfield or Big G to join Greg, as they sometimes do. Thursday will be the review of episode 8 of She-Hulk Attorney at Law. There is only one more episode to go after that, episode 9. You'll have to see what happens in that one. Make sure you tune in to NoDQ.com for the Raw recap, Dynamite recap, SmackDown recaps, and of course the No DQ review over on Aaron Rift's No DQ channel. Man, there's just so much content coming up this month here on my end of things. Jeff and I are going to do the top 10 horror movie sequels. later this month. That should be fun. And then the next time all of us will be getting together for a PLE, if Noah is interested, will be not his NXT Halloween
Damn it.
Havoc.
I'll be watching. I'll watch. Why not?
I'm definitely interested in doing that one. The matches that have been announced so far are intriguing to me.
Is it gonna be like a PLE, like
Yeah.
full on PLE? Okay,
Yeah,
so it's not
a
on main
full-on
NXT.
PLE.
It's not
Okay.
a Tuesday night.
It'll be 2 weeks from tonight.
Sounds good.
All right.
Hey, you know what?
I'll
I
take a
like
chance.
celebrating Halloween. Why not?
I mean, you know what? It's also
Halloween
seeing what
spirit.
actually happens now in this reincarnation of not my NXT, hashtag hybrid your NXT, no longer 2.0, where the hell they're going to go. So yes, folks, I will be on the call for Halloween Havoc. Maybe I'll even channel a bit of the spooky spirit in some sort of way too.
I mean, the card is intriguing, like I said, Noah. So far, you've got Julius Creed versus Damon Kemp in an ambulance match. And if Julius loses...
Who's he? What's this and the Habajabish? What?
And
Who are
if
they?
Julius loses, Brutus Creed will have to leave NXT.
Whoa! Okay, that's a little interesting. Creed brothers and finding out. Okay.
The Creed brother. Okay.
And then the former member of Diamond
Mine.
Diamond Mine. Thank you. Couldn't remember that for the life of me anymore.
You-
Damon Kemp, who broke Roderick Strong, apparently. He is the villain in this because I remember he was the one that screwed the Creed brothers. So I do remember you telling me that. So, all right. That's a little bit intriguing.
You got
the Creed
Roxanne
brothers.
Perez versus Cora Jade in a Weapons Wild match.
The hell's a Weapons Wild match?
I don't know. I think they're just kind of piggybacking off of Extreme Rules. Any weapon goes, weapons are wild.
James, you and I have said this all the time, or at least I have. The former Ring of Honor Women's World Champion and one of the brightest prospects to come into this ecosystem. Make a name for herself as the skater, dude. And now she's like, emo. Both women, incredible potential. I'm intrigued by the match.
Then you've got the ladder match for the vacant North American Championship. I'm assuming this week on NXT, we're going to get Nathan Frazier versus Axiom. Winner of that will enter the match along with Von Wagner, Wes Lee, Oro Mensah, and Carmelo Hayes, all of who have already qualified.
Who the fuck is Oro Mensah?
I don't know.
Why does that sound like a toothpaste mentality? And who in their right mind put Von Wagner in this match?
Do you know the name Calvin Carter?
Is that a jeans brand? Who the hell is that?
Okay, no. It's a former gimmick of Oro Mensah. I didn't know if maybe you knew by that name instead.
Why?
And then you've got the triple
Why?
threat match for the NXT title as Jordan Devlin and Ilya Dragunov both challenge Braun Breaker in the main event.
I got thoughts about that. My NXT UK.
So like I said, it's definitely an intriguing card, Noah.
I will not deny that.
And who knows how they're going to fill it out this week, because you got to figure they're going to add at least a couple more matches. 4 matches for a PLE is a little underwhelming.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure Toxic Attraction will be in action.
Yeah.
Probably Mandy Rose as well.
I gotta imagine they're doing the women's champion. In fairness, takeovers in true form were 5 matches in literally 2.5 hours or slightly less. This almost feels like they might go that route, but I still gotta be convinced otherwise.
Can I must say that I will watch this only because there is a Creed brother involved, and the first time JJ and I were on a podcast together, I popped JJ by completely roasting the Creed brothers. So I gotta be there now.
The Jeff wanted me to restore Law and Order, and you freaking broke me.
Bro, look at them. What are they? Why are they?
I go back and we watch that clip if I need a good laugh, and I'm like,
funny, man.
The day that phrase was made. Damn it, James, you freaking idiot.
Bro, I'll make a clip of that and post it to Twitter just for the fun, and I'll get it ready for like Halloween Havoc.
I'll love it. Before I turn it over to Noah to bring us home, I want to just throw out another one of those real heroes don't wear capes type of moments. Yes. I don't have song lyrics this week, but to try to bring things up to a positive note again off of the negative AEW Andrade Sammy Guevara topic.
It was real talk. That's what matters.
Jim Cummings, the voice of Winnie the Pooh, often calls sick children in hospitals and talks to them in Pooh's voice. He once called a little girl in the hospital dying of cancer, and the mother of the girl told him it was the first time her daughter had smiled in 6 months. This man is a national treasure to me. I've been a huge fan of his ever since I started recognizing like voice actors. He goes all the way back to the often forgotten Dumbo's Circus show on the Disney Channel, but he's known for being Pooh and Tigger. He's the voice of Darkwing Duck.
That
Ray
was my
and the Princess,
dude.
Ray and the Princess and the Frog. Leatherhead and the Ninja Turtles cartoon back in the 80s, 90s. The Cajun Gator.
Wow.
You know, he's done a ton of voices. Google him. He's the voice of the Bat, I want to say, in Anastasia. He's been all around. He's the voice of Pete now, one of Mickey's main rivals in the Clubhouse Gang and everything.
Oh.
He was on Goof Troop as the same character. Jim Cummings is a treasure. I adore him. I haven't gotten. You're right, Raymond. Forgive me. I forgot to do your
It's been
plug.
a long night, dude. We've been going for 7 hours and 13 minutes, but go ahead.
Ray's knit and crochet stuff. Can't really see the number there on the graphic, so
that's 602 946 8283. That's 602 946 8283.
There you go. Perfect.
That's right.
If you like knitting, go check out his stuff and crocheting.
Like Christine
right?
Shiny Polaris with her little yarn bucks.
And also, before we forget as well, subscribe to Report Card Radio. That's Mikey T on YouTube.
absolutely.
Go check him out. He was a great guest tonight, as always. I love
Much thanks and respect for him coming
and
in
Big Baller
during the
G
pre-show.
as well.
Yes, because Big Baller G, he's always happy to be here.
Except for when James starts talking bad about Britt Baker and chases him off.
Okay, one of these days.
That's a. Oh, did he?
No, he didn't message me. I don't know if that's really why he left. I just had to message
One of
you.
these days, we're gonna get James and Big T in a debate. Who is the better wrestler in a fantasy booking warfare? And we're gonna see both sides say their piece, and we're just gonna see what happens because I know that's gonna be an interesting discussion to say the least.
Noah,
especially when they talk
bring us
about
home.
one in particular, and they each got a different point to prove.
Exactly. Bring us home, Noah.
Oh my God in heaven. How do I continue doing this? It's one of those things where my mentality at the end of the day tells me I have been a fan of this for a reason. No matter what sort of stupidity I see, nothing will break my spirit and my love for commentating and engaging in professional wrestling. God bless all of you in and out of the Jeff Beacher Network too. But if folks want to know more about me, know this. I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan that I believe in Joe Hendry, but also I am a fan of, what's the two words I'm looking for? Oh, yeah. Professional wrestling. Damn it. But I digress. I feel like somebody at some point is going to animate me like Mr. Crocker doing that. Find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, and then Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, James, to our entire ATW family on Twitter. Brought together through the passion for this, courtesy of AEW in the Genesis era. As far as content goes, I'm simple. I go wherever the wrestling follows. So stay tuned for my All Elite coverage, as always, on Steve Fall's Daily Slam, right here on YouTube, as I'll bring you recap reviews of Battle of the Belts for AEW Rampage and AEW Dynamite Canada Week, As always, stay tuned for our next AEW review impromptu, as we are in a new month, and now we finally got time to breathe. James, I'll talk to you more about that. We'll figure out a day. It might be live later this week. It might be next week, but the next episode of the interview impromptu will be coming forward to very soon. I might try and get involved in the special Saturday night showcase of the No DQ review, if that happens too. But as always, you'll find me especially right here on Open Mic Night on the JMN Network and the Multiverse of Media too. But as always, I like to conclude. There are no winners, no losers, no betters. There are just fans with opinions for this passion that we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, don't breathe toxicity, and just love your families. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that.
So once again, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who came on the show today. Noah Foster for assisting me in calling the event. James Hebert for coming in, taking the reins of the main event when I had to step out to eat, joining us on Open Mic Night. Mikey T and Big G who gave their thoughts. Everybody associated. Thank you to the Jeff Meacham Network and the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media for allowing us to continue bringing you guys this show on a regular basis. Until next week, for Noah Foster and James Hebert, I am the Renegade JJ Williams, and we will see you guys next week.
Have a good night, folks, and thanks also to my brother Paul Mead.
Yes, of course.